Hey, so if you've been following me for some time, you probably know that I dropped a 7-hour course on AI cold email a few months ago. Well, within 3 months, that free course became the fastest and most popular AI cold email course on the internet. Thousands of people went through it. Countless folks got results. Students hit 70K a month, 50K a month, $20,000 deals, $40,000 deals, multiple six-figure businesses built from scratch, all from that one video and the program that was the offspring of it. But that course was all about the mechanics: how to scrape leads, how to write emails, how to set up Clay, how to avoid spam filters, how to use the AI, the baseline copywriting. It was all about the fundamentals, the very important, very key fundamentals that would set you apart and position you to start making the real money. It was all about the skill set, and it worked. It worked really well, actually. In fact, it's still working. In fact, since then, we've amassed dozens of testimonials, students hitting 70K a month in 2 months, doubling their business, students closing their first 40K deal in 14 days, 2 weeks of launching and sending their first email, students signing multiple high ticket clients in 10 days of launching their first email campaigns, having never started a business before. I say all that to say the model has been proven over and over again, not just by me, but the people I'm teaching. And thankfully, we have amassed more results than any other AI cold email program on the planet, all of which you can see in here in this document, which you can get via the link in the description. I'm not going to go through everything right now for the sake of keeping this intro clear, concise, and to the point, but you should know that I have a dedicated testimonials channel. That being said, here's what I noticed, all things considered. The people who actually scaled past 50K a month, past 100K a month, they all had something in common. They understood the business, not just the tools, not just the mechanics, not just the AI, the business. How to position, how to price, how to close, how to deliver, how to structure offers to make this really lucrative, how to scale the business. And while the first course proved itself as the undeniable best resource for learning the technical side of the business and for getting started, given the abundance of results folks started getting and the trends between those who found success, I quickly realized that there was a very necessary follow-up that needed to be made. See, that course gave you the skill set. This course gives you the business strategy, because the skill set gets you to 10K a month. The business strategy is what gets you to 100K a month, $1 million a year. At this point, AI cold email and AI deal generation needs no explanation. This is the hottest opportunity in history. That's undeniable, hands down. There's no other area in AI where people are doing numbers like this. It all revolves around this offer. Any traction you see people getting in the AI space, any offers, any education you see people pushing in the AI space, it all comes down to this. It's some other type of framing, some sort of framing or variation of this, of generating deals with AI and AI cold email, right? It all revolves around this offer or around AI cold email in one way, shape, or form, whether you do it for yourself to get clients or you offer as an offer to your existing clients, right? And incorporate that as an offer, part of your offer stack in your existing business. Point being, you now have the ability to add an offer to your current offer stack worth tens of thousands of dollars right now. You don't got to invent anything or reinvent the wheel. Or you have the ability to build an entire business around this AI cold email and generating deals for businesses without any prior experience, but only if you actually understand the business and the business aspect. See, I have literally seen this double my clients and my fellow agency owners' businesses in less than 3 months. And rightfully so. I have included an abundance of social proof in this course, and to best educate you, I have included raw footage from behind the scenes, the inner workings of my own business, as this is a better teacher than any theory could ever be. Needless to say, this video, this resource is a part 2. It's more in depth, more business focused, more real. And if you're serious about making your first million, scaling to $1 million a year, scaling to 100K a month, this is where you need to be for the next 12 hours of your allotted learning time, because this next round of success belongs to he who wants it bad enough. So consider this a part 2, right? Taking you into the lethal cutthroat world of business, showing you, not just telling you exactly how to dominate in this AI space and cash in, right? A course that would cement itself as your final stop for everything you need to know about how to generate hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in this AI era in a real way. And that is accessible to the common person from someone who has actually done it and who is doing it in real time, through done-for-you offers or consulting and done-with-you offers. If you're finding me for the first time, let me just quickly introduce myself. My name is Pablo Melandu. I've been documenting the growth of my business, at the very least Vintascale, my AI marketing agency, on YouTube for the better half of a year now, almost every single day, building it on camera, showing the payments, showing the client calls, showing the deal flow, showing the email threads, the ups, the downs, case studies, testimonials, everything. I've scaled multiple businesses to 6 and 7 figures in revenue deals using AI-powered cold email and very simple but refined and lethal business strategy, a lot of which I'm going to share with you today. At our peak, we scaled the agency to over $250K a month, over $250,000 a month in deal flow, in a time frame that was essentially unheard of because of what you're going to learn in this free course. But what matters more than my results is that other people are replicating this. This is over $500,000 in social proof, revenue, deal flow, other agency owners and business owners achieving these results and replicating these results. Anyway, so this is what I was waiting for, was the structure, the repeatability, the proof of concept, right? So can this be cloned? Yes. Can you do this? Yes. Can other people get these results? Can you get these results? Yes. And beyond my word, it's right in front of you. Now, let's talk about the shift from lead gen to deal generation. So here's the big realization that changed everything. And I've mentioned this to a lot of you in private on calls. Most people in this space are doing traditional lead generation. At the very least, in its presentation, they are getting businesses 2 to 3 meetings a month. That's fine. They're charging $500 to $1,500. That's fine. But they're seen as vendors. They're commoditized. They're low value and they're easy to replace. And so I took those same AI tools, the same cold email infrastructure, the same AI tools, and instead positioned it as deal generation, meaning that at the very least, I don't sell meetings, or I don't lead with meetings, rather. If I do sell meetings, I don't lead with it. If I do sell leads, I don't lead with that. I sell deal flow, or at the very least, this is at the center of my pitch, highlighting the true value of what is being offered here and making it insanely valuable and enticing to the business owner on the other side. So when you're working with high ticket clients where one deal equals 10K, 20K, $50,000, and you're generating 50 to 100K a month in deal flow for them, you're no longer a vendor, you're a strategic partner. You're hard to replace. You're high value. And paying you 2 to 5K a month becomes a no-brainer. I'm not just pulling this out of thin air, by the way. I got off call today, the day of recording this, coaching people through this and guiding them through this. Paying you 16K up front becomes a no-brainer when it's articulated properly. And that's the difference. That's where I want you to be. That is my wish for you if this is done right. That's the positioning shift that unlocks everything, and that's what this course is about. And I've learned that sharing what I know and sharing the truth of what I know and providing more value than anybody else in my space and getting you results only leads to good things for the both of us. Anyway, why this is the best business model going into 2026 and the best offer you can add to your offer stack if you already have an existing B2B business. I don't typically make these best business model videos or even speak on it because most of them aren't backed by anything, but this is. So judging what I've been able to do in my own business, the results my clients have gotten, the students I've mentored, the business owners that I've consulted, and what I've documented on this channel, it's not something we can ignore anymore, right? Low barrier to entry, high profit margins, scalable without a team, recession proof, and AI makes this unfairly easy. So what this course covers, so this course is about the business, again, of AI deal generation. So whether you're starting from scratch and want to build this as your core business, or you're already running an agency or B2B business and want to add deal generation or AI cold email to your offer stack worth tens of thousands of dollars, this is the blueprint. This is how you sell it. This is how you pitch it. So in this course, we're going to go over mindset, the ruthless mentality that's required to cross that 7-figure mark, and multiple 6 figures depending on what your goal is. Offer creation, so how to structure 10K, 15K, even 20K packages that businesses can't refuse. Tactics, so how to structure campaigns that hit 50K a month consistently. Copywriting, so the exact scripts that have generated over $200,000 in the last 60 days. Sales, so 4+ hours of my actual call recordings and training showing you exactly how I close high ticket deals on the consulting side, done for you side, and call recordings of me consulting multiple 6-figure businesses all the way up to multiple 7-figure businesses. Fulfillment, so how to deliver results at scale without drowning in client work. And last but not least, an abundance of testimonials, social proof, student proof showing that this works and that I and all these people who are seeing monumental success with this are no different from you. So this isn't theory, this isn't fluff, this is me taking you into the business and into what's working right now in 2026. This is not for someone who has never sent a cold email in their lives. If that's you, you should go watch the 7-hour course first. Get the fundamentals down, then come back here. If you're not willing to put in the work, this isn't for you. It took me work to get here. I'm never going to fake the funk with you. Never going to sell you a dream. These are real numbers, but it took real work. These are real people, but it took real risk and bravery on their part. If you want passive income, this isn't for you. This requires active work at first. And if you're satisfied with 5K or 15K months, even 20, 25K months, and you don't want to think bigger, please close this video. Now, what I can promise you is I make no income claims. I make no guarantees. I can't control what you do with this information. I'm not sitting there right next to you. But what I can promise is this. It's my promise that the contents of this course and its nature are enough to take you to 100K a month if you are hungry, resourceful, and persistent enough. And of course, if you want it bad enough. And then number 2, what I can promise is that by the end of these 12 hours, you will have the exact system I use to generate $25,000 weeks, 20K days, doing AI deal generation. You'll see my actual sales calls. You'll see my workflows. You'll see the offer structures. You'll see the proof from dozens of students who've replicated these results. Your only job is to execute. The market is moving fast. AI is moving fast. The people who act now will build $1 million businesses. That's not a joke. It's not that hard. It's systematic. The people who wait will be left behind. This is regular people, not gurus, not influencers, who followed a system and changed their lives. Now, you can do the same thing. I'm telling you, you can. Because I was once you, not too long ago. Now, let's get you paid. Today, we're going to talk about how to sign 15 grand offers over cold email. I'm going to walk you through the exact funnel and sales process. I used to close 15K plus offers, and 15K is just a number, to be flat out honest. I just wanted something different, but we have an offer that's 15K right now. So it's rather accurate. It's not clickbait, but really you can swap 15K with anything high ticket. You'll be fine. Anything north of $5,000, because that's when things start to change, give or take a few thousand. But that's really when you need to be quite thorough, shall I say. Anyway, I'm going to walk you through the exact funnel and sales process. I used to close 15K plus offers to complete strangers using cold email. This also applies to any sort of cold outbound mechanism, ads as well. But in this case, we're discussing cold email. So this is the stuff that I help agency owners do. Business owners, period, but specifically agency owners. It's actually one of the first places we look at when helping them scale. We look at things like offers and pricing and then the overall sales process, how much trust is being built, the ways trust is being built, the way the offer is being communicated, why the offer is priced the way it is, how the offer structure, pricing structure is set up, so on and so forth. Anyway, so we're coming off of a really nice, beautiful, and monster testimonial from Christian. Christian, if you're watching this, thank you dearly. It's been a pleasure working with you. So before we get into this, who is this video for? This is for new or existing agency owners. By the way, Christian scaled to 70K a month. I should not leave that out. Anyway, who is this for? This is for new or existing agency owners who are looking to scale their business. You must have a B2B business or be intentional about starting a B2B business, meaning you must be selling to other businesses. Cool. So there's a few key components to this. There's the offer, and the offer must be halfway decent, right? So your ability to sell this offer will be determined by your ability to communicate the ROI of the offer, your ability to reduce the risk for the client, because remember, they're strangers. You don't have the luxury, and I was running into this because now we're running ads and doing more cold email stuff, and so I'm dealing with complete strangers again. And I don't have the luxury of people knowing me from watching my YouTube channel, so we got to be on our P's and Q's now. And I definitely got blindsided for a little bit. I've been spoiled for a while. Anyway, so your ability to reduce risk for the client is very important, and then also your ability to sell this offer will be determined by your ability to increase their perceived likelihood of getting the result. How likely do they think it is that they're going to get the result, right? So think things like social proof, the way you go about getting them results, so on and so forth. Anyway, all of this has been better dissected by Alex Hormozi. Go read $100 Million Offers. It's the best book on offers and offer creation ever written. You should read it, and if you've read it, this is your sign to go read it again. You should use that book like a textbook and reference it as you go. Cool? So the offer is a key component, and then there's also the sales process, which is what we'll focus on today. And the sales process encompasses the landing page, the opt-in. So once the offer, everything after the offer is done. So the landing page, the opt-in page, the application, the pre-call process, the sales call itself. And then rather than just describing the theory of this all in like a talking head video, even though this kind of is a talking head video, I'll just walk you through one of my actual funnels. Cool. So I put out this really juicy offer that's doing rather well right now. And so I modeled it off of a very standard call funnel that works really well with cold email, works really well with ads. It's nothing novel. It actually takes a good amount of testing. But anyway, so the landing page. So I'm just going to take you to one of my active landing pages right now. Cool. So here's my landing page. This VSL was not this fancy. Shout out to Ojas. Ojas, if you're watching this, Ojas did my VSL. My VSL is not this fancy. My VSL was a slide deck. If you've ever seen my Vintascale VSL, it looked a lot like that. And a slide deck VSL with you talking over it, like your face in a little circle like mine is right now, that does really well. We've booked a ton of calls, just me talking over a slide deck. Every line that I say is like a slide. I'm just reading off the slide deck. And then Ojas came in and helped us out with this. But anyway, point being, landing page, super simple. Offer at the top. Put your offer at the top. Then your VSL. You should have a VSL. In 2026, you should have a VSL. Doesn't got to look all pimped out like this. Again, shout out Ojas. A slide deck VSL will do wonders for you. I'll prove this. 1 second. Here's another funnel of me literally scrolling through my own landing page. I'm scrolling through my own landing page in this VSL, and I'm reading off the landing page. Right? So just put something there. Cool? Just put something there. Anyway. So, offer at the top, Again, $100 million offers. This is textbook $100 million offers offer right here. Everything. VSL. We'll talk about how to make great VSLs in another video. I think that's a good topic, but let me know if you guys want that, okay? Other than that, like if you're an inspector, I just give you my VSL template. And that's how these guys are getting the results that they're getting. It's just use my VSL template. It's already done. Cool. It's been crushing. I built VinScale on that same VSL template. I haven't touched it. So under the VSL, application form. You ideally you can honestly just put Calendly here if you're just starting out. But if you got some traffic now, use a type form. You can save yourself some time. But like at the start, I wouldn't even the type form is not that necessary. You can use Calendly, you can use cal.com and just put the questions you need to ask in there. Cool. If you are sending over your booking link to the client, to the prospect over cold email, again, just send them your Calendly link or your cal.com link or whatever it is. And then when they apply, they'll fill out the stuff. If they're too lazy to fill out the stuff, take the red flag for what it is. Cool. Now, you're gonna do a lot of work on this landing page, and nobody's gonna read it. And you just gotta accept that for what it is. But it's better to have the information on here than not. So, like I have a laundry list of social proof here, and then I go into like what the offer is, and then I have even more social proof, and then I go into what's in it for them and the guarantee, more social proof. Look, it literally says more proof. Nobody in the guarantee, why it's risk free. Nobody's gonna read this. About me, nobody cares. If they're cold traffic, right? Nobody cares. What happens on the actual call? What happens right after you join? Why is this a no-brainer offer? Everything you're getting access to, frequently asked questions, ROI calculator, and then even more proof. You don't need to, you don't have to do all that, but it's great to do so because a lot of this is about transparency and invoking trust. Like if there's one word that defines your ability to really close over cold traffic, it's trust. How do you invoke trust? And trust in your ability to fulfill, trust in your ability, so on and so forth, like that you do this before. Trust. And so I'm always thinking about trust. That's always the word that's defining every action. Is how do I make myself come off as more trustworthy and transparent? So usually I just lay everything out on the table. Cool. So that's the landing page. Again, the major components, the headline, and then the VSL will make or break your opt-in page. More specifically, the headline. The headline number 1, put your offer here. VSL number 2, and then your application. That literally, I could stop my landing page right here. Like I wouldn't need to do anything else. I don't do opt-ins right now. I've tested without. I've tested with. I prefer not to have an opt-in right now. But when people go into the type form, like it's enough data collection anyway, and we run email campaigns off of that. But that's a different story. That's not what you need right now. You should at least have this. VinScale was like this. That's a weird look on my face. This was VinScale for a long time. It's just an opt-in page like this with then like a few internal case studies. And that's about it. It doesn't want to refresh. Anyway, so back to the document. So that's the landing page. Cool. The landing page, the opt-in page, one and the same. One and the same. One and the same. Cool. I'm just gonna put a landing page. There. Now, application. Let's get into the application. So I use Typeform. You don't have to, but I do. My Typeform, you don't gotta copy this exactly. There's a few things that you absolutely want to make sure that you're asking. In the most ideal case, you're asking everything that you would be asking on the call just ahead of time, so your calls can be short and efficient. However, if you put a lot of friction and ask a lot of questions on the Typeform, it can get to a point where it drives people away. Because again, they don't know you. People are filling out your application as an afterthought in the middle of doom scrolling. That's cold traffic. They're not on YouTube intentionally looking you out or seeking you out, rather. So there are a few main things that I like to do when qualifying clients for cold traffic. This is important. Cool, because we're talking about our ability to sign and close 15K offers over cold email, right? Let's just assume the offer is good enough, because that's the first thing. If the offer isn't good enough, this thing makes or breaks. Again, if you want to know how to make a good enough offer, work with me, or read $100 million offers. Then it's the landing page. The landing page, again, has to tell people what exactly this thing is about. Of course, this doesn't want to load. There we go. It's because I'm screen recording. It has to be very clear, concise, and to the point, and be transparent. Right? So transparency and trust. And you probably, wow, every time I hit refresh, I hit refresh right after it loads. Anyway, you want to think about how to deliver transparency and trust. And usually that just means laying out everything about your offer on the actual landing page, everything, how it works, what happens on the call, guarantees, pricing, so on and so forth. Cool. So that's the landing page, the application now. So first things first, confirm ICP. Are you a staffing and recruitment agency? Are you an accounting firm? Are you a B2B agency? Right? Then the next thing you want to filter out is asking people how much money they make. Just 2026. You don't got to be shy about that, especially if you're dealing with businesses and business owners. It's fine. You're not asking them for their credit score here. Ask them what their approximate current monthly income. I can't speak today. Ask them what their approximate current monthly income is. Give them some options. Cool. And then if I find that folks making less than $2,500 a month, typically, like it's almost a pipe dream to imagine that they can afford a 15K offer. Even anybody less than 10K a month, but it's fine. Sometimes based on the pricing structure, we can make it work. Because offers like Spectre, for example, is designed to help you make money before the completion of the program. You know what I mean? So stuff like that. Next thing is like if it's a business, you want to make sure that like you can actually get them results. So make sure that they're not super niche, for example, right? So one thing I ask them is how big is their total addressable market? Right? They should be able to answer that. Like at least it's as simple as, is it under 15,000 people, which is really small if you think about how many people there are in just the United States alone? Or is it more than 15,000 people, right? So that's another key thing. Like there are 3 or 4 key make or break questions that I can have and not ask anything else. And I should be okay. I can ask the rest on the call. And then lastly is pricing, right? So so this offer, we're talking about a 15K offer, but the down payment might look like 5K up front, like the minimum down payment. You know what I mean? So in that case, I'll either put the full extent of the offer there. Sometimes I do waive a bunch of fees if they decide to move forward on the call right then and there. And then sometimes I'll just put the minimum pricing up front. But the point is, I test this all the time. Like I'm always tweaking and refining every part, like the landing page, the application. I'm always hyper optimizing this. Cool. So that's the application form. You don't got to copy this word for word. It's just like you can ask it anyway. Just make sure that you ask them. Are they in your ICP? How much money do they make? You don't want to, if this is becoming a problem, you're going to want to if you're having a bunch of people who can't afford your offer, you should be asking them about your price, or you should be telling them your price and asking them if they can afford it. And then ask the question that determines whether or not you can even get them results. Like, do you sell to other businesses? Do you have a big enough total addressable market? That's the application. Cool. Qualify them. That's it. Yes, you're going to get a fraction of the calls. Yes, they will be exponentially more qualified. So that's the application form. So that is what you would see right over here. Right over here. Cool. I can't go through this obviously because I don't want to mess it up and fill it out with BS information. Anyway, so that's the qualification form. Not that complicated, right? Pretty standard. Again, I like qualifying for revenue, and I like qualifying for if they can afford the price. Usually people are rather straight up about it. Sometimes it's rather dependent on intent. So we might alternate, like we might ask this, might not ask this, depending on how new and refined the offering process is. So I'm asking this right now off of a very new offer, but I might pull this back depending on like if we've booked a call or two in the last couple of days, stuff like that. Cool. Now, the next thing is the pre-call process. And this is very important. So let's assume now someone's booked a call. What happens between when they book a call to when they jump on a call with you is very important. By the way, I would let people book a call with you within like 12 hours, 8 to 12 hours. Like let them book within 24 hours for sure. You want those people. You don't want to make them wait a week to speak to you or 3 days to speak to you. Let them book, right? When their intent is high. And talk to them when their intent is high, when the stove is hot, when the iron is hot, rather. So here's an actual email I send out. This is automated with Go High Level. You can do this manually if you're not really getting many clients, to be honest. You don't need to go pay for Go High Level, but here's an actual email that I send out. Again, you can download this document in the description. Let me move myself over here. So this is an actual email I sent out. What the main thing here is I asked for 2 things. Number 1, I asked them to check out the Gamma doc, which I'll show you in a second. So I send them a Gamma doc with more explanation about the offer. Because again, transparency, right? I should have also added something. Application, there's a thank you page, which is really, really standard. It's just like, hey, saw you booked, thank you. Here's what to expect on the call. This is actually what it looks like. All right, so please watch the 2-minute video before our call. Again, the questions, again, the social proof, right? And that in that little video, I'm just saying, hey, thanks for booking the call. Here are the ground rules. Please accept the calendar invite. Please show up on a laptop with all the decision makers. If you don't accept the invite, we're going to have to politely cancel the call because there's no way I know that you're going to show up, and we don't have time for people who are halfway in, halfway out. I'm probably going to call you, probably going to text you, so on and so forth. Like I tell them the whole spiel. Cool. So that's that. That's the thank you page. Anyway, so in that exact same time, they're getting an email very quickly, and I'm usually calling them or texting them, sending them a quick selfie video, introducing myself, right? Especially offers at this pricing, I'm usually reaching out personally. I like to make this like a one-to-one personal shopping experience, if you will, right? So this email right here, again, don't worry so much about the wording. I've changed the wording multiple times. Like I actually have shortened it. I'm like, please accept the calendar invite if you haven't already to confirm your appointment. Here's a Gamma doc, right? So the Gamma doc looks like this. All you got to do for this, honestly, is just work with Claude and ChatGPT. Like tell it all about your offer, and then tell it to give you the material, the outline, the bullet points for a Gamma doc. That's it, right? Here's the thank you video. I repasted in here, but this could have been me just explaining the offer just like this in a little talking head video again. Right? See how out of my way I'm going to make sure that there's transparency here, and like here's what to expect, so on and so forth. Like that's the trust factor, right? I really care about the client. I really care about getting them a result. I really care about their satisfaction. I really care about them feeling like they can trust me and put their faith in me, so on and so forth. And I remind them of all the social proof, right? All the social proof. These aren't loading, that's why, but like all these different videos with social proof, and then explaining more of the offer and just understanding that they're probably not going to read this anyway, right? In the same time, my Calendly texts are going out to them like once every 24 hours. I think it's 8 hours before, 24 hours before, 8 hours before, and like an hour before, something like that. Don't quote me on that. I got to check it. And then like, here's everything you're getting access to. Frequently asked questions again, because they probably didn't read it on the landing page when they booked. They probably didn't read it on the thank you page. So let's try and get them to read it again. And then when I send them a text or a phone call or whatever it is, I'm going to be like, hey, just so you know, I sent you this Gamma doc. You should probably check it out. So I'm going to try everything I can to give them the information because it's in their best interest, because you want them to show up informed. You want to have, like, they have questions anyway. So hopefully I can answer this before the call to save them some time, right? And help them feel more informed. But anyway, so that's the pre-call process. Ideally, you want to aim for like a show-up rate of at least 50% plus, at least, right? 50, 60%, something like that is great. 40 is like try and get it above that. The higher it qualify the person, like via the type form, the more the show rate is going to increase. Cool. Now with the sales call, I'll be upfront with you. This is going to be its own video. And again, full honesty, full transparency, always. I reserve a lot of this. I'm purposely reserving a lot of this for the folks inside Spectre, because they pay me a large sum of money to get them results, and I provide immense amounts of training, and I'm really going all in on the sales training as we speak. And so the sales training, the sales call, stuff like that, I'll be putting some of that stuff out on YouTube. This is responsible for over $100,000 in the last 8 weeks, probably more recent than that, in new revenue for the agency owners inside Spectre. That's no BS. I mean, Christian alone is $70K. So I'm definitely lowballing it. But the sales call process, I actually spent the whole weekend. I'm recording this on Monday, January 12th, 2026. I spent my whole weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, really beefing up my own sales process for this new offer. And when I say beefing up the sales process and the sales call, I'm talking about like what I say on the call, how I say it, what order, so on and so forth, when to share my screen, when to show a deck, am I using the ROI calculator, how to say the price. Like I am preparing for this match, like this judo taekwondo match. I'm preparing, right? So I've been going back and forth between a script and not using a script. If you've been on a strategy call or a sales call or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it with me, it's been pretty apparent that I don't use a script. I just talk to people. But I also have had the luxury of working with warm traffic for quite a while. The last 2 quarters or so has been primarily warm traffic. Now we're back to primarily cold traffic. So I've been going back and forth between a script and not using a script. My final verdict is to use a script. Use a script and then practice it so much that it sounds natural. The closest thing to that is to just have a list of questions that you want to ask, right? Have a list of questions that you have to ask. So even though I use a script, but I'm starting to use a script now, like starting today or starting yesterday. I've taken the last couple of weeks of calls without a script. I've closed, but for offers this big, you don't want to I wouldn't leave anything up to chance. Use a script, use a script, be efficient, be precise, calculated, right? So I've been going back and forth between a script and not using a script. My final verdict is to use a script and practice it so much that it sounds natural. Regardless, there are some absolute musts that you need to do on the call if you don't want to use a script. So one of those key elements is just the intro and framing, like framing how this call is going to go. Right, so how this call is going to go, or how these calls typically go, is I just ask you a bunch of questions, see where you're at, see if I'm a good fit. If I'm the right person to help you, then we'll talk about X, Y, and Z. That's framing. That's the intro, right? You can just look up a sales script. If you're an inspector, I give you mine. The intro and framing is also about, creating immediate authority for yourself and putting yourself in this consultant position, because they're like, oh, like, okay, this person does this for real. Like there's structure to this call. What you don't want is for someone to come on the call and be like, think they can run the show. No. And actually almost ruined my week last week because I let someone walk all over me in like the sales call. I'm just being transparent with you. And I didn't have to do that. And it's just the most frustrating thing in the world. I should have definitely ended that call a few minutes into the call anyway. So there are a few calls like that. But anyway, as the week progressed, I got back into the rhythm of things. I'm like, oh, I forgot I own the actual business. I can politely end the call if they're not prepared or informed, or they're just, I don't know, they don't feel like turning their camera on or something weird. Cool. Anyway, like we don't, like at 15, like we're talking about $15,000 offers here, or high ticket offers, period. Like we don't have time to play games. You can end the call. There's more fish in the sea, but don't take a call with someone who's like driving in their car or something. That's what we're not going to do. We can talk at a later time. Cool. And actually tell them this ahead of time. I'm like, if you take the call in your car, I'm going to politely end the call. I tell them this. I say that like right here. Right? Please take the call from a laptop in a quiet environment, camera on, with your firm's decision makers. Bang. Cool. That way I don't feel guilty. Cool. Anyway, confirm the key stats. So like, what is their offer? Reconfirm it. So what their offer is, who they're selling to, what they sell, who they sell it to, how much money they're making, how they're getting leads, for example, or how they're getting clients, what mechanism, like depending on what your offer is, of course, right? You want to confirm why it's important for them to explore this now, and what can't they do on their own. The key with this is there has to be a real problem here, and you must get them to admit that there's a problem. If there's no problem, don't sell them anything. Like you want to close 15K offers, cool, but like it's so much of it is about trust and doing honest business. If there's no problem, don't sell them on anything. That's it, right? And that's how you end up being able to sleep well at night, is 'cause, you do things the right way. Anyway. And only if you can actually help them, only if we can actually help these people, do we actually present them the information about the offer. Otherwise, I do this all the time. I'm like, okay, sounds like, and I'm like, I'll be like, okay, so full transparency, I wouldn't be able to get your results. Like this offer is for people who are in X, Y, and Z stage, and you're not quite there yet. I'm sure you'll be there soon, but I'm not going to sell you anything on this call. I'm paraphrasing it, but that's usually about what I say. And then, of course, I'll go back into the type form and figure out how the heck they even got on the call with me. Cool. Your time is very, very valuable. Anyway, I would recommend taking your offer, whatever it is, even if it's just one or two sentences right now, throwing it into Claude or ChatGPT and getting AI to expand on it. Tell AI to expand on this offer, to give you outlines of the deck, right? To give you to expand on the offer and turn that into like a slide deck outline. And then take that slide deck outline and then paste that into Gamma, like a Gamma doc, and create a deck out of it. So not a document, but like a Gamma PowerPoint presentation. If you use Gamma, it can make docs, PowerPoint, so on and so forth. Right? So create the PowerPoint, create a slide deck. Make sure that this offer outline, the explanation of the offer, is heavy on the ROI. It emphasizes the ROI and makes the ROI very obvious. You're always leading with the ROI. And then, of course, at the end of the deck, make sure that you're talking about the price and you're presenting the price. Cool. And, of course, all these deliverables. Hey, we'll do this, and this for you. And it just makes it sound like this laundry list of things that really communicates the value. It feels like 30K worth of value, and then you're like, okay, so it's 15K. If you want to start today, we can take balloon payments or installments of 3K, whatever it is, right? Something like that. Anyway, like just because we're talking about 15K offers doesn't mean it has to be paid 15K up front. You know what I mean? Anyway, so think deeply about your payment structure early on, right? We will also get into payment structure in another video. I've talked about this in different videos, but we'll get into it again as I evolve as a business owner and I see what's working with the guy's inspector. But think very deeply about your payment structure early on. If you're an inspector, I just tell you how to structure your offers. We'll get into this in another video, but we, and myself, my team, we're always thinking about, number one, the pricing structure. So like 50% now, 50% on the back end. Like, how are we going to do this? Is it in threes, right? We're always, is it weekly? Is it monthly? We're always thinking about, number one, the pricing structure. Number two, the price itself. And then number three, how to say the price in the best way so that it's easiest to understand and most likely to close, right? We care a lot about this stuff. Anyway, so the fundamental beliefs when it comes to signing and closing 15K offers, that doesn't make sense. Closing 50K offers and signing 15K clients. The fundamental beliefs are the following. Number one, you must fundamentally believe that there are people and businesses out there with this money, because there are. Number two, you must fundamentally believe that this is not a lot of money, because it's not. Number three, you must fundamentally believe that it's just as easy to sell 15K offers as it is to sell a 5K offer, because it is. To adopt a new belief is really stems from a decision to do so. You're deciding to believe in something different. Cool. Business operates on your beliefs. In the past 60 days, we've generated over 200 grand using AI to generate deals for businesses. Now, this is specifically speaking on the agency owners inside Spectre, which is my private program, and the new revenue that they've been able to put in their pocket. So this is not counting my agency Vintascale or Spectre as a consulting company itself. So, or else that number would be much higher. So this is referring to capital that this system has made other people. So not 5K, not 10K, not 20K, 200 grand. So I say all that to say this works. And it works like nothing else in the AI space right now. Reason being is because you can add this to your existing offer stack if you already have a business like Christian did and scale to 70K a month or more. And that testimonial I posted a few videos ago, it's on my testimonials channel as well. Or you can just build an AI deal generation agency from scratch as its own thing and scale to $1 million a year easily. So let's talk about what's working right now. Because like it's all fun and games to say, oh yeah, we made 200K in the last 60 days, woohoo! But like, what's in it for you? What can you take out of this? That's my whole goal for these videos is to make you richer, substantially and tangibly. Like you can measure it. Before watching my videos and after watching my videos, you are now here, and hopefully, you can let me know so that I can feel good about myself. I'm joking. Anyway, so let's talk about what's working. Cool. So there's a few things, and I did have Claude shamelessly supplement my notes. These are original notes, and then you can tell where Claude edited it in, but it's from my own thoughts and what's actually working nonetheless. So first things first is premium offers. You absolutely need a premium offer. So I'm going to classify premium offers as their own thing. So there's high ticket, anything above, let's just say, honestly, high ticket is like 5K in 2026. But let's just say 2.5K and up or whatever. That's high ticket. They'll say 3K and up. Times have changed. Things have gotten more expensive. Premium offers, we're going to say 10K plus. If you want to hit $1 million a year, you want to hit 100K a month, this is absolute key. This is done with, like, if you want to hit 50K a month, you don't need this. Like, you can go 5 grand offers all day. It's only 10 of those you got to sell. And it's about creating momentum and building momentum. But 10K plus, this is absolute key. So this is done with add-ons, right? How do I sell an offer that's this expensive? Well, is this working? Yeah, it is. Well, you do it with add-ons, right? Add-ons, upsells, stacking, right? Initial sells, and then upsells, right? So think about this ahead of time. That's the key. So how do you think about this? Like, how do you think about the chess piece here? By just anticipating the problems that your client is likely going to run into. And you might not anticipate this at the start if you're working with your first few clients, if you're new to this. But as you start working with companies and you're selling them the same kind of offer, and you're working with them in the same sort of fashion, you start to realize, oh, they typically don't have a website that converts really well and it stops their conversions, or they typically have a funnel that doesn't really warm leads up before they get to the call. Stuff like that, right? So you want to be able to solve those problems. And you don't have to go out of your way to do it yourself, but like you can hire people to do this and you white label it, for example, or you hire them as contractors under your company. If you white label it, let's just say take 50, go 50-50 on it, on the deal. Anyway, but like a website stack, a deal generation, and then website, and then funnels, branding, like that stack is easily a 15K, 20K stack right there. I know this because I do this, and the folks that I'm working with right now do this, right? That being said, that's how you sell really expensive, like expensive all relative. It's the ROI. And you should do it if it's going to get them results. Anyway, so you'd start with your core deliverables. So this is like a 5K base, 10K base even. Let's just say 5K. Cold email campaign setup, generating these deals and these leads and done for your outreach and yada, yada. This is AI cold email bread and butter. Boom. That's how you get in the door. And ideally, I like to wait to upsell later on, but you can do this at the start in the first sales call. And how I typically phrase it is, okay, so something that you're going to run into is, your conversions are going to be, I don't know, typically around 15-20%. Like if we were to increase that to just 25%, we can get, do you know how much more that would make you? It'd probably make you an extra 20-30 grand. I'm making things up for the purpose of this video, but that's typically how I would go about it. Or I'd say something like, our best clients also incorporate this, and they love it for this reason. And here's what it means for you in terms of money, right? Not going to tell you word for word how to word it right now. You should be fine, but that's the whole point. The main thing that makes this easy to do is when you're genuinely invested in seeing your client get results. That's like the whole mindset you want to operate in. Sales is easy when you actually care about your client. And fulfillment gets easier when you care about your client. It's just most people don't care. They're in this for the money, which is fine. We all are, but honestly, like, come on, you got a brand. You got a brand to push here. Brand and billion both start with a B. Wink, wink. Cool. Predictable add-ons. So predict what they're going to need. Again, if you're just starting to get your first couple clients, don't worry about this stuff yet. Get the base down pat. But if you want to, we're talking about this 200K in 60 days, like this is part of that. You don't do 200K in 60 days unless you have a lot of deals coming through the pipeline or the value of those deals are quite large. And this 200K in 60 days, you're going to need a bit of both. Cool. This is why you want the AI cold email generating deals, and then know how to make those deals as lucrative as possible. So website, landing page development, that's an easy one. LinkedIn personal branding, that's another easy one. These are critical for high ticket B2B deals and for them to go through and for your client to be able to convert on these deals. Cool. You should go through this document, but like with website development, they'll need somewhere to send prospects, yada, 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 yada. You can position it as conversion optimization, LinkedIn as well, so on and so forth. I don't do this right now. I'll be honest, like my main offers, I do this actually, but more so on the YouTube side. So my branding is not LinkedIn. I don't really care for LinkedIn. I do help companies brand themselves on YouTube, as I have had monumental success on YouTube. We do talk about funnels and stuff like that. So you can swap these in. Like you don't have to go for these. Go with what you have skills in. Cool. I'm really good at funnels. I'm really good at branding on YouTube content. I might incorporate ads down the road, but that's neither here nor there right now. Anyway, so anticipate the problems before they happen. This is all in the name of helping you be able to just stack and sell these really lucrative deals. So I gave you some verbiage here, but again, use your own lingo. But the key here is, number one, you must genuinely care. Don't sell people things to sell them things. Don't sell people things for the sake of selling them things. And then number two, the things you sell them must actually improve their results, or else it's not worth it. I don't even mention upsells to people who I don't think upsells, add-ons, whatever you want to call it. I don't mention anything like that until the clients I'm working with, I truly believe are ready for it and can benefit from it. Right. Next thing that's working, volume. This is really simple, but it's always worth mentioning. This is usually the missing indicator between the people who get results and people who don't. Volume. If it's ads, it's ad spend. If it's traditional AI deal generation with cold email, it's number of emails sent. Cold calling, it's number of cold calls, number of dials. Anyway, volume. You can take as many at bats. It's a beautiful thing. You should use them. You should take advantage of this. No one's going to penalize you for sending a million emails. You should do it. So just sit down, lock in, send as many emails as it send. You should sit down, lock in, and send emails until you get rich. That should be your whole strategy. Sit down and send emails until you get rich, and then get out. I mean, you don't have to get out, just build up. But anyway, point being, don't stop until you get the money you want. It's that simple. Sit down, scrape, use AI to pump out the emails, close deals, repeat. At a certain point, hire a contractor to run the campaigns and build the campaigns for you. That's it. Repeat. This is all very simple. Just sit down until you get rich, then go fly to Miami or something. Cool. All right. Next, not niching down is working. Don't niche down. The offer itself is a niche. Don't niche down. Why? A lot of people need your stuff. Why would you niche? Don't niche down. What's the point? All right. The only caveat is, like, don't go into a niche where you don't understand how they operate or you don't speak their lingo, because it'll be very obvious. But like, if you know your offer really well and you know how it can help companies, then just go beyond your niche. Especially if we're just coming off the fact that this is about volume, you're going to run out of people to reach out to you in your niche. Anyway, so why niche advice is keeping you poor? No, I'm not necessarily saying that. That was Claude. I should say is holding you back, because the vast majority of my audience actually does quite well, money-wise. So The traditional advice is pick a vertical and dominate. And what this does, especially in relation to generating deals and cold email, is it actually limits your total addressable market. I mean, you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Why would you say I'm only going to talk to these people when these people also have money? I was guilty of this in the past. It's dumb. It's because other people told us we should do it. Don't do it. Just make money. Make money. If the niche works with your offer, reach out to them. And we'll talk about that in a second. Right? But listen, like, you solve a specific problem. When it comes to generating deals for businesses, you solve a specific problem, and that's deal generation, client acquisition. So any business with this problem is technically a qualified prospect. Well, I mean, if they fit the other certain criteria. But without niching down, you 10x, literally. Beyond that, actually, that's conservative. But you 10x your potential client base immediately. So the real selection criteria that I honestly operate in, and what's responsible for this 200K in 60 days, yada, yada, is right. That's actually a great achievement. Anyway. Do they hit your revenue criteria for a business that you want to work with? Cool. Okay. Do they sell high ticket? Yes, because it's very important. They do. Okay, cool. Can they handle the volume if it comes? Yes. Can you contact their customers? Are their clients reachable via cold email? Yes. Cool. All right. Clearly defined ICP? Yes. Big enough total addressable market? Yes. Cool. Proceed. Product market fit? Yes. All right. Proceed. There you go. Problem fit over vertical fit. So again, do they need consistent client flow, deal flow? Yes. Is their current client acquisition method failing, or can it be enhanced? And the answer is almost always yes, it can be enhanced. Then proceed. That's it. Don't niche down. Cool. Don't niche down. Next thing that's working is using very minimal AI. So this goes against the whole niche that I'm in. Oh, AI is the wave right now. Yeah. But like, people are abusing it and misusing it, and it sucks. And it's actually hurting you. It's hurting people. It's hurting you. People are not dumb, right? Like, people can see it's AI. So so what we do, and what I tell the folks in Spectre to do, which was working insanely well, is to just use AI only to speed up the workflow efficiency and to make it faster for you to do your outreach, but not for the actual like messaging or outreach itself. Use it to speed up your efficiency of doing things, of running your business, but not for the actual personalization or whatever else that might entail. But end to end, it should take you 30 minutes or less, honestly, to spin up a whole campaign and launch it from scratch. We're talking 6-figure campaigns. So there's very little AI and personalization in the copy. This is a campaign I spinned up on my YouTube channel, and I always have it in my documents because it's nice. Why would I not? It did well, right? I'm going to keep posting it here because 99% of people haven't done this. Anyway, great. That being said, next, copy. So clear, concise. So in tandem with AI and minimal AI, very clear, concise, and to the point copy. Shorter than you think it needs to be. You should see this video right here that I posted a couple days ago on the 3 AI cold email scripts that made us 200K last quarter. Or it's well over 200K, but anyway. Cool. You should watch that. Anyway. So where AI destroys the results. So over personalization, like these AI written compliments that these AI automation dudes are telling you to put, it sounds fake. It looks fake. We all know it's fake. Nobody buys it. I get a ton of cold emails. They instant delete. I don't even check my emails anymore. I have help on this, and yeah, just don't do it. Cool. Like the very toned down, relaxed cold email, casual cold email works every time. Not the whole, oh my God, I was watching your thingy and I saw that you talked about X, Y, and Z, and oh my God, amazing. Can I sell you this thing? Don't do that. Don't do it. Cool. All right. Yeah. Prospects can smell ChatGPT and friends. And friends. Claude, that includes you too, from a mile away. Cool. So keep it short. Write your copy first, and then just fill in the placeholders with using your AI agents, and that's it. Cool. That's it. Efficiency, speed and efficiency. Where's AI? Where's AI? Volume copy. Yeah. Use AI only to operate faster and to feed into volume. Cool. All right, there you go. Next, the client acquisition stack. So getting clients for your business, for your agency. If you are under 20K a month, you want to accelerate really quickly, do cold email and content. You don't want to show your face, that's fine, but I'm showing you how to make a ton of money. If not posting your content is worth you giving up $20,000 to $30,000 you could be making every month, like you could be that much richer in like 3 months. But you're not, because you don't want to show your face. I don't know. Think about that. You know, you won't have a problem with it when you're making money. I'll tell you that. So think about that. That's something that held me back for a really long time. That completely changed the trajectory of my business, my life, my success really quickly. Is just content. If you scroll back to my oldest content, like I'm really awkward in it, but just stick to it. It works. Cool. Doesn't have to be the most entertaining content. We're literally reading through a document right now, but if it's useful and it converts, if it's useful and it helps people, it will convert. I got 2,000 subscribers and I make a lot more money than people with like 200K subscribers. Cool. For those above 20 to 30K a month, stack cold email and content and ads. You should be trying out ads. We can talk about ads in a later era of this channel, but we will get there. Cool. Referral network. You should take advantage of, you should start building a referral network. And the best way to get referrals is to ask people. The best way to get testimonials is to ask for them. Don't be shy about this. If you treat people well, they will be willing to lend you a hand. Right? Trust yourself. Ask for referrals. Do it. People like getting paid. They'll help you out. And if you do good business, if you do honest business, even if you're not the best at it yet, or even if you've had some issues with fulfillment, I'd still go for it. You got to be ballsy in business. If you're waiting until you're ready, you'll be waiting your entire life. If you're waiting for approval, you'll be waiting your entire life. It's not how you want to do things. Set the rules, make the rules, set the terms of how fast you want to grow. Cool? And be relentless about it. Move relentlessly and be fearless. Anyway, that's enough motivational talk. Client acquisition stack. So cold email, bread and butter, base, content, supporting. Right? So cold email, shortest path to revenue, direct response, and immediate pipeline. Easy. We all know that. Cool. Content. This builds authority. You want authority so you can charge these prices and make this money we're talking about. Cool. It warms cold prospects who research you because they're going to, and it creates inbound opportunities over time. What you want is in 3 months, you don't got to be like fighting with everyone in people's inboxes. You actually have people coming to you, and this is how you dominate. This is the way, because no one else is willing to do it. So if you're willing to do it, you dominate. Cool. This combo works because outbound creates cash right now, cold outreach. Content creates leverage later. Right? Brand. You want brand. Again, brand and billion both start with the B. Wink, wink. Anyway, so that's about it. Honestly, like there's nothing magical about that. It's really just execution and just doing the thing. It's really just execution and just doing the thing. I don't know why I said that twice. Anyway, I guess to emphasize it because it's true. Cool. It's true. Let's talk about how I would go from 0 to 10K a month with AI cold email if I had to start over again. This is the no BS guide, by the way. I'm not going to say I would do something and then I would do something totally different. No, this is exactly what I would do. As you can see, I've done this several times before, several times over. This was my first biggest break. This was at the end of 2023. And then from there, it's all kind of routine. You kind of do the same things over and over again. So not only have I done this myself several times over to much higher degrees, but I've helped these other people do the same in my done for you agency offers and done with you consulting offers. Anyway, so in this video, we will discuss tactics, but we will also address the psychological and mental component here, because you will find that every income level, make sure you can see this, every income level requires a different you. And you only really realize this in hindsight, but there's a hack to this, which is just to ask yourself who you need to become. So don't focus on the dollar amount. If you want to make 50K a month, saying this as someone who is at that level, or who has already hit that level, excuse me, you have to ask yourself, don't focus on, how to make 50K a month. Focus on, I know it sounds backwards, but focus on who you have to become. Who you have to become in terms of like what character traits. It's not as abstract and woo as it might sound. It's the actual thing. So for example, to get to your first dollar a month, you got to be someone that sells something or puts something out there, i.e. you have to be courageous. $10,000 a month, you got to be someone who learns, who is consistent, who so on and so forth, takes risks, right? So on and so forth. And I could go into much more depth, actually I will, because today we're talking about 10K a month. But for other dollar amounts, we'll reserve that for other videos where we go deeper into the 20K a month playbook, the 50K a month playbook, yada yada yada. So let's discuss the math here. So it gets a lot easier when you do the math, but I'm going to assume that you're already sick and tired of being broke. Let me rephrase that, because who am I to assume that you're broke? You're probably not. Most people who watch this channel have something going on for them, or they are, you know what I mean? They're in the process of changing that situation. But I'm going to assume that you've already covered like the psychological component, meaning you're already sick and tired of not being where you want to be. Let's say it that way. You're sick and tired of not being where you want to be. So I don't have to convince you to do things, okay? Because if I have to convince you to change your life, then skip this video. This is not for you yet, okay? When you're sick and tired of working that corporate job, or having a boss, or having someone tell you what to do, whatever it is, like I was, then this stuff all gets easier. You're willing to do whatever it takes. Cool. Next thing is, I know this is titled like how to go from 0 to 10K a month as fast as possible, or whatever I'm going to title it. But at the same time, your mentality to not only hit 10K a month, but also to like dwarf that. As you can see, I it's not uncommon for me to do this in a day. And this is only Stripe, by the way. This is not showing you wires and stuff like that anyway, not to brag, whatever. But what you should, like the mentality that you should have, if you really want to like just make a stupid amount of money, is not to ask yourself how long this is going to take, or by what time you should hit 10K a month. Your attitude should be, I'm going to do this for as long as it takes. Because what are you going to do? You're going to stop? You're not there yet. So do it for as long as it takes to hit 10K a month. And when we talk about do what, well, that's what we'll talk about in this video. But that should be your mentality for all things. Because again, what are you going to do? You're going to stop? If you do stop, then you came into this without a why. So you should ask yourself, why do you even need 10K a month? Told you we're going to address the psychological component. This is part of it. Why do you even need to hit 10K a month? Why? What is it? Do you got to retire your parents? Do you, what do you want? You want independence? You want to get rid of your job? Prove to yourself that you can do it? What do you want to do? You want to become the number one in your industry? You got to answer this. You got to find something really deep. And also, this thing might not apply, or it might not last or be strong enough when you hit 5K a month. So it's on you, like so much of, it's on you to keep yourself in the game. So we're about to enter the game. It's on you to keep yourself in the game. That's not my job. It's not anybody else's job. It's not my job, not anybody else's job. Not your mom's, your dad's, your boss's. Nobody cares enough to do this for you. You got to do it. People will present you with the opportunities, the guidance, all the free YouTube videos in the world, but you got to do it. And if you really want to do it, the answers will appear. You'll never have all the answers you need. Get used to it. That's entrepreneurship. Sorry. You want all the answers, you want structure, get a job. Get a job. Now, the biggest, so what entrepreneurship really is, I've said this before, is the greatest endeavor of self-mastery. Okay. Why did I bring that up? Yes, because you have to keep yourself in the game. And part of that, like that in itself is a challenge. Renewing yourself and renewing your commitment every day. In doing so, you become a person of consistency. You become someone who is consistent. When you become someone who is consistent, you continue to do the things even if they are boring on that given Wednesday or Thursday, or the day you don't feel like doing it on that rainy day. That person, as a byproduct, is the person who ends up making 10K a month quite quickly. The person who not only shows up every day because they have a deep why, a why that allows them to go that extra mile. You know what I mean, right? Whether it's like you want to give yourself a better future, or give your kids a better future, or maybe have kids one day and be able to afford them in this crazy North American economy, right? You become this person who's consistent. You also become a person who prides himself in consistency and blah, blah, blah. And then this person, it only takes you like, all you got to do to make 1%, to be a 1%er in terms of like income, It's just to do the things that 99% of people aren't willing to do. So show up for 90 days in a row. You automatically become the 1%. These 1% habits will lead you to the 10K a month because people will notice the consistency. You'll also just, by pure math, which we're about to talk about, the math will be in your favor. Just be consistent across the board. So let's talk about the math. Money math. Okay. Again, I'm assuming I don't have to convince you to do this. I'm assuming that, like, yeah, you're nervous or yeah, you're afraid or whatever it is, but you're going to jump. You're going to jump anyway. Because if I have to tell you to jump or push you off the cliff, sorry, I'm not physically there with you, nor would I do that. But anyway, the money math. You either sell one thing one $10,000 thing one time, one $5,000 thing 2 times, one $2,500 thing 4 times, or $1,000 thing 10 times. Math is very simple. You guys are all smart. Cool. But then the psychological component comes in. And it's like, well, Pablo, what do I even sell that someone's going to pay me $10,000 for? Okay, cool. Don't sell the thing for $10,000. Because if I'm being realistic, nobody is going to take you this seriously, unless you have a history of results, or your position, not just your like offer positioning, but the way you show up and present yourself. There's these different subtleties in the way you communicate that let someone know that perhaps you've done this before or you have strong business acumen or whatever it is. And so they inadvertently trust you with this thing. So for example, I can sell a consulting package for 10 grand, but what most people aren't telling you that operate at this price point is this is not their first rodeo. So I wouldn't, if you're a total beginner, I wouldn't set you up for failure right here, unless your ability to deliver results is there, right? And then we can talk about the value equation. Okay, like whatever you're gonna do will net someone something worth way more than 10K. Very simple, very easy to understand. But we're not going to start here because the psychological component will probably block you from even applying that advice anyway. And that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Scratch that out. You will probably start in one of these 3 categories. I like to start people right here, the $2,500 category. Cool. So the offer that is never going to go out of style is an offer built around client acquisition. There are certain offers that will never go out of style, right? Ever in business, B2B business. I like make more money offers that are going to allow you to make more money. So client acquisition, sales offers, like, sales training, installing closers, stuff like that. I like that stuff, although I've never done it. Some sort of social media marketing. So like running ads and stuff like that, like anything that can be directly tied to revenue to the point where you can do a rev share on it. I like those offers myself. If you've been on the channel for a while, I specialize in client acquisition. Now there are a ton of different sub niches, sub offers you can do within client acquisition. You can do lead generation. You can do social media marketing, which is technically client acquisition, appointment setting, so on and so forth. I like the deal generation piece. It gives me a lot of autonomy. If I was starting, again, I'm assuming I've never ran a business before. I'm probably going to start like right here. $2,500. Got to sell this 4 times. I would probably do this at a 50% upfront, 50% on the back end upon completion or upon delivery, something like that. That really doesn't matter. But I'd want some cash flow up front, mainly to cover the cost of what I need to do to fulfill. The offer itself, just pick an offer that's worked before. That's so much of this is just it's speed to launching your first outreach campaign. That's what you want. Shorten the time from speed to launching the first campaign. Why? Because people So many people lose faith and hope. They lose faith and hope, not even from 0 to 10K a month, but from 0 to their first dollar. That is where all the dreams live and die, is in right there. So you got to move. Faster you move, and don't try and get things right. The faster you move, the higher the chances of you actually getting some results, even if it's not perfect. Cool. So I'd sell this. Just make something up. 5 to 7. I'll source you 5 to 7 new deals in the next 8 weeks. Or we'll keep working for free until we do whatever. You don't even have to mention that contingency at the end. Okay. And just test it. I don't know what the perfect number is, dude. I do not care if it's 5 deals or 10. Do not care. Just pick one, test it. Pick one, test it. Pick one, test it. I never know anything ever. I just test. Cool. All right. You walk around with that attitude, you're going to see some results. Just test. All right. So this is a price point I'd probably start at. And I just mentioned the offer, and I mentioned how you get paid 50% upon launch or upon completion. Okay. I got to get a mouse instead of using like a magic mouse here. All right. From there, when I get them results, because I will. Eventually, you'll get some results. Just your first client doesn't have to be a home run. That second client, you'll be way better positioned. That third client, you'll be way better positioned. You might not get them results, but that fourth client, you're way better positioned. You only get better and better and better and better and better. You're going to lose a lot of clients, but just you only need to keep 20% of every 10. That's it. You probably don't even want to hold on to every client, but that's the math right there. 4 of these, okay? And if you're not getting 4 of these a month, keep 1 on retainer. If you charge $2,500 up front, prepay for their deliverables, then charge something cheaper on retainer. Charge I don't know, like $2K. I wouldn't go any less than $2K, or else I wouldn't take you seriously as a vendor. So $2K, cool. All right. Now, the thinking behind this pricing is as follows. What is the most expensive thing I can offer for which I can deliver results for? That's what I'm thinking about all the time, even today. And my offers right now, I'll be the first one to say, are so underpriced, it's insane compared to what else is on the market. But I do fully acknowledge that I'm in a period of product development. So I'm actively taking our client feedback and using it to refine our service and refine our product. And if you are in Done With You offers, you can attest to this. And the reason is because we're getting very early results, and also we haven't turned on ads yet. When we turn on ads or when we run our cold email campaigns, I want the experience to be so seamless. Anyway, that's besides the point. So I'm thinking about this. What's the most expensive thing I can offer? Key is this part, for which I can deliver results for. If you watch this channel, there's plenty enough information for you to be able to deliver results like this. You don't have to deliver results every single time. You don't have to get it right every single time. You are not going to get every single client results every single time. I need that too. That's the psychological component again. You can't forget that part. Okay. Don't take it personally. If you tried your best, you've given it all you got, then just take it on the chin if you don't get them results. Okay. It is a reality of the work that we do as service providers. Happens. Cool. Next thing I'm thinking about is how can I structure the deal in a way that it makes it easier for a stranger to trust me. Herein lies the whole 50% up front, 50% upon completion, or 50%, or you can even split it into thirds. or 50% upfront, and then 25% upon campaign launch, and then 25% upon completion. I like cash flow. Cash is king. You always want cash into the business as much as possible because it helps you do things and move faster. It helps you. The key word here is money equals choices. When you have cash, when you have money, you can make choices. Choices about tools, choices about like if you want to use that to get more clients, you keep it on reserve. I like building up big cash reserves. You know, handle things like, I don't know, maybe you got to refund the client, whatever it is. Or you can pour that into more marketing. You can hire staff nowadays in 2025, like very competent staff. I'm talking about like for like cold email fulfillment. Isn't too expensive. It's not too expensive. You can go find someone to help you with your cold email campaigns when you're out, like, I don't know, when your time is thin. So maybe like $7.5K to $10K a month. You can hire someone to do your go-to-market stuff for you, meaning build your cold email campaigns for you. Cool. All right. But that's how I would structure the deal in a way that makes it easier for a stranger to trust me. I split up the payments, and then I'd also, by the way, I'm not spending like more than a day thinking about this offer piece. I have it right here. Just follow this. And then there's a refund, but like I don't lead with that. I'm not rushing to tell people about like the guarantee, but it's there. It's just weird when you know, you guys have heard me say this before if you've been on the channel. Anyway. So, key things you need to remember from 0 to 10K a month. I will guarantee you, between this video and the other videos I've done about like going from 0 to 10K a month, all of your questions have been answered. Okay. And if they haven't, perhaps it's my bad, or perhaps you might be overthinking it, which is fine. I'm not judging anybody. I actually probably had way more questions than you. But I say that out of love, and I say that to say, fire away before you're ready. Fire away before you're ready, okay? Now, let's proceed. 99% of your problems here, between 0 to 10K a month, can be solved by sending more emails, since we're about to talk about cold emails in a second. 99% of your problems. So whatever problem you have right now, unless it's like getting your emails set up, 99% of your problems can be solved by sending more emails. Think about it. Client ghosted you, just send more emails, get a new one. Having issues booking people into meetings, just send more emails to more clients. The math will work in your favor. People are not accepting your deal, send more emails. Send more emails, get more clients. Someone will accept it, or it gives you more data to test to refine your offer. What else? There's nothing between 0 to 10K. Not making enough money, send more emails. Like, not getting enough results for your clients, send more emails. The math will work in your favor. It's very hard not to get results if you send enough emails. And the good thing is, I've shared my cold email calculator with you guys before. So check that out, okay? But if you send enough emails, things tend to just work out. That's the thing about cold email. The thing is, though, most people, I've said this before, vastly underestimate how many emails they need to get results. I remember when I first started, I was having such a hard time getting results for clients, case study clients, but also for myself. And then when I just solely focused on sending more emails, like that just became the only thing I cared about, well then results happened because it's a math game. And so I realized that the only thing I need to think about is how to send as many emails as possible, targeted emails, of course, and precise emails, but that's all I need to be thinking about. Everything else, like the company name, my logo, what else do people, like my niche, all these things are so secondary. They just feel important because we feel from 0 to 10K a month, we feel like these things matter, but they don't. We feel like we have to have everything together, but we don't. Is this recording, by the way? I'm going to be embarrassed if it's not. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. So 99% of your problems here can be solved by sending more emails. Please don't forget this, okay? You probably will, and that's fine because there's a lot going through your head. There's a lot of noise in your mind when you're first starting. But I have compassion for you because I remember what that was like. But I'll bring you back to this. It's my job. As well, so in parallel with that, 99% of your problems here will be caused by fear. This is not just with AI cold email. We're going to get to that in a second. Don't worry. But like this stuff is important. 99% of your problems here will be caused by fear. So if you find yourself hesitating, it's fear. It's fear. If you find yourself trying to get this whole thing perfect, it is fear. You find yourself in a state of indecision or maybe backtracking on whatever it is that you do, it's fear. I'm saying this as someone who goes through this stuff pretty much on a daily basis. I won't lie to you and act like I'm the most confident business owner at every moment in time, but sometimes I just have to pull the trigger, metaphorically speaking. I know that I just have to pull the trigger. The more time I give myself to think, and this is the same with all of you. Well, I won't assume how you think, because sometimes deep thought is warranted and waiting until you have conviction is warranted, but understand the nuance here. Typically, the more time we give ourselves to think and to make decisions, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. The more time we give ourselves, the more time we're going to take. How about that? There, put it simply. A lack of clarity, fear. Let the data inform you. Don't know what to do? Test it. That's a fancy way of saying test it. If you don't know what to do, test it. Cool? How do we get rid of fear? By sending more emails. See how this connects? 99% of your problems here can be solved by sending more emails. 99% of your problems are fear. They're rooted in fear. So how do we get rid of fear? By sending more emails. This is how we solve 99% of problems. This is how we solve fear, by sending more emails, because 99% of your problems are fear. Crazy, right? Next. Let's wrap up the psychological piece, and then we'll focus on the cold email math. So heed my words, please. I'm talking to my old self, which is why this advice works, but I can understand how you might feel like there's so much to focus on because I have over 100 videos on this stuff. So much of this is just spending time binging this stuff. That's the best way to put it. But don't overthink this, okay? I know easier said than done, but anything that doesn't have to do with outreach, so anything that doesn't have to do with identifying new leads, reaching out to them, is secondary. You should put it on the back burner, and it deserves very little thought. So anything that doesn't have to do with outreach, store it in the back of your mind. It doesn't deserve thought right now. If I'm going from 0 to 10K a month as fast as possible, my entire business plan can be written on a sticky note. My entire business plan can be written on a sticky note. My entire business strategy for each quarter can be written on a sticky note. I'm not spending time on branding. I'm not spending time on niche selection. I'm not spending time on logos. I'm not spending time on getting famous. I barely spend time on this YouTube stuff. I'm solely focused on one thing and one thing only, sending more emails. I'm focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is sending more emails. This is almost always a differentiator. If I look at the times, I've said this before, if I look at the times where I was working with clients or doing campaigns, and the time, like the weeks where I'd have a client meeting and I didn't get them results, it's because that week I sent less emails. If I wasn't dealing with some deliverability thing or whatever. The weeks where I did get them results, I sent the amount of emails that I knew I was supposed to send. Let's just put it that way. Cool. I've included my cold email math calculator in my Gumroad. It's free. It's also in other videos on my channel. Just search it up, okay? So now let's talk about the cold email math, because from 0 to 10K a month, this is the only thing I'm thinking about. Is how many emails do I have to send, and then backtrack to how many inboxes I need, Then I'm testing all niches of all shapes and sizes. I'm not loyal to any one niche at this point because I don't know what works. I'm assuming I'm starting over again, okay? I'm assuming. But I don't know what works. I don't. Even if I think I do, or even if someone is having success in a certain niche, doesn't mean I will have success in that niche because maybe I can't speak to it as well as they can, or I don't know the moving pieces. But anyway, I'm trying every niche. I've gotten I was saying this to a client of mine. Was it today? Yeah, it was today on a call. I've gotten some of my best results in staffing and recruiting and working with agencies, for example. But I've gone after financial services. I've gone after accountants, bookkeepers, corporate bookkeepers, you name it. Tech, you name it. Cool. So, like 20% of your clients are going to account for 80% of your results. Think about it that way. Never forget that, okay? Just keep going. Just keep going and keep swinging. Just go for one more day and things will sort themselves out magically. It's weird how it works, but it does. Anyway, so I'm only thinking about how many emails I have to send and how do I make that work? How many leads do I need to scrape every day? How many inboxes do I need? Do I need some more inboxes on warm up? It's nice to have the capacity to send 50,000 emails a month, but do I have a routine in place to where I'm scraping enough leads? Do I know the niche? Have I planned out my niches ahead of time? This is as simple as just asking ChatGPT for a list of niches and keywords and filters, and then just save the searches in Apollo, and just be ready to scrape those, a couple days ahead of time, so that you can always feed new niches. Keep the clay workflows very simple. Right? This is not the video where we're going to do in-depth clay tutorials. However, you guys have seen my clay stuff like that. Like it can get complicated if I want it to, but I don't like running complicated clay workflows because there's really no reason to do that. Anyway, so in terms of math, I am aiming for a 1% reply rate. And I'm definitely aiming to send at least 500 emails a day, ideally closer to 1,000 if I'm just starting out. Backtrack to how many inboxes you need, by the way. Sending about 15, max 20 emails per inbox. You guys can do the math. I'm not in math mode right now. Cool. 10,000 emails a month. What that comes down to is 20 sending days. So if we're doing 20 sending days, so Monday to Friday, then that comes down to 500 emails a day. You will be just fine. I don't see a reality in which you don't get results in this if you just do what I say on this channel. It would be very unreasonable for you to not at least book a meeting in your first week or two of sending 500 emails a day. I know this because yesterday I posted a case study video, and right after that video came out, one of my clients in my Done With You offers closed a deal. Sending less emails than this, but also I built the campaign with him. But he executed, so I'm not going to take credit for that. Anyway, so the 1%, like things like the 1% reply rate, especially the volume of emails, absolutely. I'm not budging on 500. If I'm sending in less than 500 emails per day, I don't really want this that bad. I don't really want it that bad. The 1% reply rate though it's not law. Like I've had some of my most successful campaigns. Granted, these agencies bill really high. Some agencies do. I've had some of my most successful campaign. Oh, this one did over 1%. This one did over 1%. Some of my most successful campaigns have hit less than 1%. So this is not law, but I'm aiming for this because if it's lower than 1%, you still have some room for improvement. So definitely work on it. But it's not law, as we may even overperform or we may underperform. And it is really just more so to hold myself accountable to like improving my campaigns. This is to hold myself accountable to sending a certain amount of emails per day so that I cannot blame anyone or anything else for my lack of results, because I know what I have to do. I set my benchmarks for success. My benchmark for success is to make sure I'm sending this amount of emails at a minimum every single day. I know that if I just do that every day, the chances of me not hitting 10K a month in whatever time frame, insert time frame, are slim to none. It would be very unreasonable for me to not hit 10K a month. The math just works in my favor. This is why the only thing I think about is just sending more emails. The math works in my favor. Let it be 3 months, let it be 6 months. I don't care. I don't care. The fastest way to hit something is to just stay in it. Fastest way to hit 10K a month is to stop switching business models. Every business model is more than capable of hitting $1 million a month. Cool. Now, the main thing here is give yourself time. Like, this can be a lot. If this is your first business ever, or like you're coming from corporate, you're going into business now, or you're starting this business model for the first time, maybe you came from some other business model, give yourself time to learn this stuff. I think that's one of the best things I did coming into this business model is I gave myself time. I'm like, Pablo, this is me talking to myself. I'm like, Pablo, I know that this is going to take some time. I'm going to give myself time to just learn the craft by getting my reps in, but like just learning copywriting. You don't have to be a copywriting expert. You guys see my writing right now? I need an actual mouse. Learn copywriting. I came in knowing sales, but like learn sales, learn customer service and providing a good client experience, which is where the bulk of someone's desire to give you a testimonial will come from. More so than, it's neck and neck with results. But give yourself time. Know that this isn't going to be like a 30-day thing or maybe even a 3-month thing. But when you hit 10K a month, it's not like you get dumber. You have the skills to keep going and to do it again. It's way easier the second time. Just give yourself time to get here. And also sell expensive stuff, because this is what allows you to get the client results in the first place. Okay? You can't do much selling $1,000 thing. Sorry. You just can't. This doesn't give you, for email, it's good, but in most cases, this doesn't give you much room to do stuff. Okay? So we talked a lot about tactics, but also so much of this is the mindset piece, because when the mindset piece is there, this becomes a bit of a joke. It's kind of like bench pressing. Think about it that way. If you've been in the gym for a while, then this is like one plate on the bar. There's like a 45-pound plate on the bar. If you don't bench press, sorry for the abstract example. But point is, once you do it once, or once you can work your way up to getting here. It's not luck. It's not magic. Just it's systematic. Stop allowing yourself to believe that it's this lucky thing. Not saying you do, but just don't. And then you become the person. Okay. My team will tell you, I work every single day, including my birthday and Christmas. You don't have to do that. Part of why we build a business is so that we don't have to be slaves to our work. However, I just like what I do. But when you become a certain kind of person, and I also want a certain kind of results, and when you become a certain person who shows up every day, ready to give value, ready to give people the best possible client experience they can ask for, so on, so like studying sales, like when you're eating lunch, maybe you're watching a YouTube video about cold email copywriting or whatever it is. When you become that person who has this insatiable thirst for knowledge, and then you invest in yourself in whatever way, tools, whatever it is, it becomes very unreasonable for you to not hit your money goal. Just stay in it until you hit it. Like, what's the magic here? Just stay on the path until you hit it. I don't know what else to tell you. Cool. Just don't stop until you hit 10K a month. It's that simple. And if it feels any harder than that, well, then you got go read a book or something. You got some work to do, or maybe you got to watch some more of these videos. But it's the psychological piece, okay? Because there are people half your age, half as smart as you, who are doing it. They have just dumbed itself down, as I have attempted to do in this video. All right, how to price your offers to hit 50K a month ASAP. Title says it all. This is geared towards B2B business owners doing over $10,000 a month in monthly recurring revenue or more. If you're teetering on the border of that or just below that, digesting this and being around folks a few steps ahead of you are how you get there quicker. So I recommend you stick around and watch anyway. This is going to apply to you quite soon, if not already. This is all stuff that I've actually done via 2 different businesses, and I'm doing in real time in my AI marketing agency right now as we speak, Vintascale. These files and documents are part of a daily real-time documentation of my business and serve as a real-time playbook on how to scale a 7-figure business in real time in the world of AI. As always, I make no income claims. My results are not typical. I'm not guaranteeing you're going to make a certain amount. I'm simply documenting what I'm doing in real time, along with our learnings and real-time results, so that you know without a shadow of a doubt that this works. Now, how to price your offers to guarantee you hit $50K a month ASAP. That equates to roughly $600,000 per year. Now, pricing can get infinitely complex, but we're going to keep it simple. And the way you keep it simple is by operating in the highest ticket zone you can. Because it will do 2 things. Number 1, it will attract better customers for you, thank me later, with a higher success rate on their own. They're natural A players. Number 2, in that same breath, it will allow you to have a higher success rate of getting them results as you're scaling them and you're not, instead of saving them, which is infinitely easier to do. And number 3, you make more money. And if I were to tell you anything else, I would be misleading you, which I'm not here to do. So this is not a new concept, pricing high tickets, so on and so forth. It's not a new concept, but there's a way to price your offerings with honesty, integrity, and in a way that positions you to be able to deliver your clients real results. And this is stuff that as a business owner, you have to consider more and more as you scale. Now, prerequisites, this is geared towards agency owners and B2B business owners who are doing north of 10K a month already. If you're just on the border, again, don't worry. It's important to be ahead mentally. Beginners, same thing for you. This is just a signal of where you're at in terms of market credibility. Also, you can file this document in the 10K a month to 50K a month section of this overall playbook. I will give my recommendations some other day on how to organize all of these files and documents. Another prerequisite, you must have some sort of premium offer. We'll discuss that further today, but I would highly recommend that you watch this video embedded in this document, also on my channel, to supplement your learning. It's how to sell $20,000 offers over cold email. We spoke in this video on how to make sense, how to make high ticket offers make sense to a prospect / client, especially when doing cold outbound. So let's talk about the price to value equation. And I'm going to use my own story as an example, and then we'll bring this back to you. So these are more advanced concepts that you won't start thinking about until you're in the 10K to 30K a month range. But it's important that you plan ahead because, again, this is how you skip the line and make those big leaps like I did. So I started out working for free. Then I went to charging $300 per meeting booked rather quickly. And then I jumped to 16K. So 16K equates to about $5,300 a month. I just collected it all up front, or a 50% deposit. This was for a 3-month engagement. And now we're operating at $50,000 engagements for done for you work. And very, very recently began new onboarding while finishing the last round of offboarding. So this may sound out of this world, especially in the lead gen and marketing space, but let's make sense of this together so that we can stay grounded and so that you can see that this actually makes a lot more sense than you might think. And I don't think anybody is really talking about this stuff on YouTube. So it's important for me to break this down because this is one of those unfair advantages that you just get in the business world. You just have to hear it and you have to see someone do it first. I know what that's like. So number 1, we didn't arrive here all at once as an agency. It took steps. It took layers. So it took competency. So developing and demonstrating competency, then credibility, then authority, combined with an ability to communicate clearly and often how this pales in comparison to the value we provide. Again, I'm going to repeat that whole thing because that's so important. You can't we didn't just go from 0 to $50,000 engagements, and that just happened. Like that was just a decision that we executed, employed, and began onboarding. So we didn't arrive here all at once as an agency. I'm not here to sell anybody a dream. It took steps, it took layers. First, it required that I personally, as the founder of my agency, that I demonstrate sufficient competency in my ability to get people results and this thing that we do of AI cold email. Then, so once competency was demonstrated, then I had to demonstrate credibility, referrals, testimonials, screenshots, whether it's internal campaigns, client campaigns, credibility. Then it took me demonstrating and commanding and building authority. So not just credibility, because everybody has credibility, but authority, the solution for whatever it is. In this case, it's AI cold email. Combined, so not even stopping there, combined with an ability to communicate clearly and often, including in these videos, how this 50K or 16K or even 300 per meeting, but focus on now, how this pales in comparison to the value we provide. So I couldn't get, these are all layers that have to exist in tandem. None can exist without the other. So if I could communicate clearly and often how this pales in comparison to the value we provide, where's the authority I've built in the marketplace? Where's the credibility? Where's the competency and credibility and proof that shows that I provide that I provide this value? It's not enough for me to just communicate this. It's not enough for me to just have authority. Why do I have authority? Who am I? There has to be credibility. There has to be proof. There has to be the 80 something videos behind this of me building up credibility and competence. Like, there has to be all these in layers. You cannot skip this line. You can accelerate this by increasing your output. You can definitely accelerate this, but you cannot skip these layers. You can't. So this is like this whole, I could make this a whole like college lecture right here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put a diamond emoji instead. And of course my diamond emoji is glitching. There we go. So someone's going to steal that, but I recommend you take it, because that is how you dominate anything. That's how you dominate anything. Competency, credibility, authority, combined with an ability to communicate. Floyd Mayweather, competency, the skill, right? Credibility, word of mouth, like, the proof is in the pudding, the stats, authority, right? He becomes the number one dominant force in his sport. I'm trying to make you by watching these videos and building your playbook with these documents, I'm trying to make you the dominant force in whatever your niche is. And we can do that quite quickly. You just follow these documents. This is a playbook. This is like the dark, unfair advantage tactics. Combined with an ability to communicate clearly and often. Floyd Mayweather used to yap a lot, but he had all the other things, so it made it make sense. Right? He backed it up. Point being. So to anyone looking from the outside in, it looks like I was able to just leap here, especially if you're just tuning in and you don't see the other 80 videos behind me that I put out every single day. And I got a good, 200 something left before we even remotely consider shifting and pivoting strategies here. So to anyone looking from the outside in, it looks like I was able to leap here. Really, it's been the same tactics, same strategies, and same principles I employed twice before in my other businesses. The point is, you can accelerate the rate at which you go from a nobody to the undisputed market authority by doing what? By creating your own market. That is not a new concept. That is not a new idea, but it's one that I'm employing in this business to gain a completely unfair advantage. Read this book if you haven't already. You don't got to read the whole thing, but you got to start picking at it. Expert Secrets by Russell Brunson. I'm exhausted, by the way, guys. I don't know if you can't tell. I don't know if it looks like I need sleep, but it's been really busy at the agency. Anyway, so I was able to completely take over the lead generation space within a matter of weeks by simply carving out my own category. AI cold email. Leading and by leading with results versus vanity metrics like income. And you see all these like the 19-year-old kids in the AI space. They title every single one of their YouTube videos like, I don't know, like $119,000. I made $119,000 last month selling AI. Like, and that's like every single one of the YouTube titles. And then you don't really learn much, right? There's no real depth or substance to what it is that's happening, right? There's no real strategy. It's just like follow these tactics, but the strategy is never cited. The principles are never cited. So you can't really mold that to anything else or adapt that to anything else. Or it's like and I'm so tired of seeing this, but like on YouTube, you'll see like, it's always the traders, by the way. It's always the traders or a lot of the e-com guys. It's always like, I bought a $280,000 Lamborghini at 19. I had to like, they're like parasites. Anyway, so lead with results and you'll get a lot further. You'll build a lot more credibility, authority, so on and so forth, because anyone can do that stuff. Anyone can do that. Here in my garage here's a Lambo in my garage, right? Like anyone can do that stuff. If you're not first to do it though, you're just fighting for scraps, and you'll never be the market authority unless you can never get here this quickly. And I'm trying to get you here quickly. The title of this video is how to price your offers to hit 50K a month ASAP. So I'm giving you not just the tactics, but the strategy, not the strategy, but the principles to do so. Anyway, I digress. Leading with results versus vanity metrics like income. And using these documents to show that I can articulate these concepts at a higher level than anybody else, accelerating the rate at which trust is built and authority is cemented. So I'm going to give you an idea. If you are thinking of starting an inbound client acquisition channel like YouTube or something like this, make some documents. This is not an original concept. People were doing the Google Docs. Make your own documents. I guarantee you it'll come out in your own unique style. But anyway, so this is why I make these, is to show that I can articulate these concepts of business strategy, of lead generation, of marketing, of whatever it is, at a higher level than anybody else remotely in my space, accelerating the rate at which trust is built and authority is cemented. So that's how we go from competency to authority. So that's a very long-winded way of saying me speaking on the thing often and deciding to make my own section of the market, just make it, removes the amount of people I need to compete with. It's like sidestepping, accelerating me as a market authority because there's no one else to crown. While folks are fighting in saturated markets, in red oceans, if you've read Blue Ocean, what's it called? Blue Ocean Theory? Blue Ocean. While folks are fighting in saturated markets for the scraps and never get seen as an authority, period, because they're all just clones of each other. They're like the minions. Don't be one of the minions. This authority, backed by results, plays heavily in my ability to charge high amounts, and I will get you there. We will roll into the principles in a moment. But still, this is nothing in isolation. So part of carving your own space is finding ways to justify a premium price and a premium offer. Again, part of carving your own space in a market. So part of you doing this, like a way you carve your own space is finding a way to justify a premium price. So it kind of works in like its own self-fulfilling cycle. You find a way to justify a premium price, and that makes you your own market. It puts you in a world of your own. You also just create your own world, and it allows you to charge a premium price. So you're gonna start thinking of categories you can fit yourself into, but also just offers that you can offer at a really high price point. So here's an excerpt from Alex Hormozy's $100 million offers, which is a must read if you haven't already. That really stuck with me. So the goal isn't just to be slightly above the market price. The goal is to be so much higher that a consumer thinks to themselves, this is so much more expensive. There must be something entirely different going on here. This is how you create a category of one. In this new perceived marketplace, you are a monopoly and can make monopoly profits. That is the point. You should read this book. You should find this part. You should digest this. Okay, so everything we just spoke about is to, I say all of this to say we didn't arrive here all at once as an agency. It took steps. It took layers. Now, number two, making sense of this, further making sense of this. So we benchmark against the value we provide, right? We benchmark against the value we provide. In the last 3 months, we have demonstrated through both internal and client campaigns that we have been able to consistently generate north of $250,000 in deal flow month over month. In one specific instance, we scaled a 4-person agency operation to over $1 million in annual recurring revenue within 3 months. Case study below. You guys have probably seen this if you've been on my channel. We have been doing deliberate and intense market research on what our pricing should be going forward, particularly on done-for-you services, which represents our main/premium offer. The goal is to get out of performance-based, so $300 to $800 per meeting, not because this was a worse-off model. It's actually one of the most lucrative models in existence if you have a system that works. I have always planned to move from this simply because of the way I wanted to fit and scale and build my agency, my lifestyle. What I mean by that specifically, I wanted a small amount of high paying clients at any one time, no more than 7 clients at any one time. I don't want any closers. I don't want to do that whole thing. As YouTube scales as a client acquisition channel for me, I wanted what folks see on here to be what they get behind the scenes. So I didn't want closers or sales folks. You get me. So in deciding the $16K fee, we took a close look at the average top line revenue we'd be driving to a business within 12 months of the start of our work together. The math is right here. So typically in a price value equation, we would project the value driven to the business over 12 months through actions directly tied to us, and then charge 10% of that. However, we simply haven't had enough runway / test time to make these projections, so we stuck with 6 months. Again, typically in a price valued equation, we would project the value driven to the business over 12 months. We would forecast that. That's why that was a ramble. We would forecast the value driven to the business for over 12 months through actions directly tied to us, and then we would charge 10% of that. So if we forecast to make a business $100,000 over 12 months, according to the standard price value equation, we would charge $10,000 as our fee. But again, we haven't even been in business long enough to make those projections concrete. So we stuck with 6 months. So the $16K fee, when broken down to a monthly fee of $5K, represents 10% of the top line value we drive to businesses month over month. See below for the math. Note, this is the simplest way to go about this, or the simplest way to go about this is to just ask yourself how much you want to get paid, then deliver 10 times that. That's like pricing for dummies. So I'm gonna highlight that in red. The math is just to be making sense of it in my own head so I could charge it without hesitation. So summary, charge 10 to 30% of value created. This is like one of the key takeaways of this document. How to get a $50K a month ASAP. Charge 10 to 30% of the value created, which means you got to figure out how much value you're creating. Period. You got to forecast that. You got to figure that out. If you don't know that, that's alarming, and I can help you figure that out if we work together. So don't worry. You'll know your numbers by the time I'm done with you. Now that we are working with businesses in the $1 million and up range and have amassed sufficient credibility in the marketplace, led by a case study of having taken several businesses to multiple 6 and 7 figure range, charging $16K is mathematically undervaluing what we do, and charging $50K is no longer out of this world. Again, now that we are working with businesses in the $1 million plus annual recurring revenue range and have amassed sufficient credibility in the marketplace, led by a case study of having taken several businesses to multiple 6 figures and in the 7 figure range, charging $16K is mathematically undervaluing what we do, and charging $50K is no longer out of this world. Note, at this point in our work, we are not just providing leads or generating deals. This is important to note. This sounds crazy for just lead generation. I know it does. But crazy things happen. Crazier things have happened. At this point in our work, we are not just providing leads or generating deals, but often installing an entirely new client acquisition channel for a business. I also have a friend who got an $80,000 contract for graphic design. They run a marketing agency. They got an $80,000 contract up front for graphic design, for designing like material, like corporate material, business material. The institution is a university. So this stuff, you just got to pick the folks with money. The reason why this might sound out of this world is because on top of not having these things, which you will get if I help you out and you just read these documents and you stick around on this channel. But on top of not having those things, folks are going after folks with no money. And that's like you'll never see numbers like this. And I know it takes some self-esteem and stuff like that to do so and research. And we'll talk about that in a moment. I promise you. Of course, this limits the pool of businesses we can work with, and services expand beyond just cold email. I don't think anybody's charging $50K to just do cold email at this level. This limits, actually, maybe. That's a lie. If your performance, you could. There definitely are people. Anyway, of course, this limits the pool of businesses we can work with, and services expand beyond just cold email to incorporate things like strategic consulting work, strategic mentorship, funnel optimization and business strategy, organizational and team mobilization and premium offer creation. All the things that take place outside of cold email to make cold email as a client acquisition channel actually work layered with all other channels. So now that you know how to price your work mathematically, we've gone through the value equation, right? In summary, I know Pablo can be I'm not talking third person. I know it can be a lot. It's important for you, like how you get the edges through complexity. How you get the edges is knowing and understanding this game better than anybody else. It's like chess. You understand the game theory better than anybody else. And then you just do more output than anybody else. And that's what makes you lethal. That's how I can cut through spaces so quickly. This is a joke for me. Like, like this is a game for me, right? I just come in and I take over a space and then I move to the next and come in and take over and I'm giving you the playbook because I want all this to be documented. This might be a book one day, but you're getting it for free as it's being created. And I want to get you guys. I want to get you guys here too. I want to get you guys here too if you're not already. And then we're gonna talk about something in a second, which allows me to work with folks who are way richer than me and actually be of value and service. So we'll talk about that in a sec. But anyway, now that you know how to price your work mathematically, let's bring this back to you and apply this to your business. So how to price your offers to guarantee you. I got to change this because disclaimers, no income claims. To guarantee you hit 50K a month ASAP. So to hit 50K a month ASAP, you have to, number one, sell expensive stuff a few times. Number two, sell cheap stuff a lot of times. Cheap stuff attracts cheap people, attracts the worms. We don't want that. We don't want the worms. We all know what it's like dealing with the worms. We were all once worms. Don't attract the worms. It is always, heed my words, it is always, without exception, easier to do number one, to sell expensive stuff a few times. And if it feels like it's not, then we need to discuss the concept below, which I hinted at about working with folks with a lot more money than me and still providing value. We need to discuss the concept below. We will go deeper into this in a future video in the coming days. Self-esteem. This is like the golden nugget here. This is like the ticket. This is the thing. This is the thing. This is the it factor. When people talk about the it factor in any discipline, in any endeavor, whether it's music, athletics, entertainment, whatever it is, entrepreneurship, it's this. This is the it factor right there. Self-esteem. 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 Right? If it feels like it's not easier to sell expensive stuff, then we need to discuss the concept of self-esteem. This is the thing that when unlocked and when everything is reduced down to self-esteem, the game gets really easy. So when you unlock self-esteem, the game gets really easy. Any game gets really easy. It's laughably a joke. And when you reduce everything just to your level of self-esteem and measuring your level of self-esteem, and being aware of where your self-esteem is at, then the game gets laughably easy. I put out a tweet the other day. If I can increase your self-esteem by a factor of 10, I can increase your income by a factor of 1,000. That's not a joke. Of course, these numbers are meant to represent and fit the larger point. The number one way to boost self-esteem in order to charge high amounts, so the number one way to boost your self-esteem to make the amount of money you want to make very quickly, the number one way to boost self-esteem is to pay high amounts. Pay high amounts for things, like buy expensive things, like pay, like get used to paying large amounts. You cannot charge high amounts unless you're used to paying high amounts. I said this in a video. The mental traps you'll hit at 10K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month. I said in that video, one of the best things I did this year was pay a young gentleman $16,000 for access to him. What that allowed me to do was make sense in my head mentally and self-esteem wise of charging high amounts. These no longer feel like high amounts. This feels like I'm charging $1,600. It's like that. And that attracts people to whom it feels like they only spent $1,600, not $16K, because they have the money to be able to afford it. So the number one way to boost self-esteem in order to charge high amounts, thus in order to hit 50K a month ASAP, is to pay high amounts. And number two, be around other rich people. I should say be around other people with high self-esteem. It just so happens that those two have a high correlation, I am assuming. Those two things, these two criteria, these two things are why people with money prioritize not just education, but access. We're going on a bit of a tangent here, but this is important. This all ties back to how you price your offers really high. We now understand the price to value equation. We now understand we got to price our stuff high with integrity, of course. Now, how do we make sense of being able to do that without it throwing us off internally? We need self-esteem. So this is why people with money prioritize not just education, but access, because you're going to get money if you don't already have it. You're going to hit 50K a month, and now you're going to have your eyes set on 250K a month in take home. That's going to feel like a lot. You can't afford it to feel like a lot. You can't afford to have that feel like a lot. So you got to get around people who to them that is just normal amount. So on and so forth. I just happen to have a lot higher self-esteem than folks who make more money than me. That's how I'm growing so quickly, because it matches. Your income will align with your self-esteem very quickly. Like, you will subconsciously shift and rearrange your whole life to match where your self-esteem is at. In the world of free education, if you're going to pay for anything, pay for access. This is actually an age-old thing. Think rich families making sure their kids get into Harvard. It's the same thing. So access. Why? Why access? Because it boosts self-esteem. It makes you question why you aren't making more. You'll feel very out of place. Very, very out of place. It'll make you question why you aren't making more. You'll have a very hard time sleeping at night. And it'll make you question to the core of your soul why you aren't charging more. It makes you question why you are settling for clients that need babysitting. Trust me, you spend enough time around me. Spend 6 weeks around me, and you'll never go back to charging whatever you're charging again. You'll make way more money just by being. You know what I mean? This is why I'm in circles. Like, you feel out of place by not, by playing. When you play small, you feel out of place. So this is why masterminds, private programs, so on and so forth exist, and why they're the single highest ROI move you can make. Not for skills, not for the knowledge, because you guys are smart enough and all this stuff is available for free on the internet, but for self-esteem. That's it. Right? If Sam down the street charges 16K, you'll realize he's no better than me. So why aren't you doing that? Right? Sam charges 16K. He's no better than me. So why aren't I doing that? And then the cycle repeats. So we will go further into this in a separate file or document in the coming days. For now, do yourself the honor of calculating how much value you bring to a business in a year, or however long your average engagement is. And then ask yourself why you aren't charging more. We've talked about how to sell this in calls and how to optimize this for cold traffic to begin the sales process over cold email in a past video. Again, I've linked that video right here. Takeaway. If you price according to the price value equation and you have the self-esteem necessary to push this offer aggressively, this is how you scale from 10K a month to 50K a month ASAP. ASAP. After that, once the math is done and the funnel is refined, there are no other true bottlenecks but self-esteem and self-image. Once the math is done and the funnel is refined, there are no other true bottlenecks in the business but self-esteem and self-image. That's a principle for another day, but that's how I'm able to provide this strategic guidance and mentorship to folks who make way more money than me, because I help them make more money just by readjusting their concept of how these things operate and how these things all fit together. It's a bit abstract, I know, but I want you to take notice of something, because this is a bit more of an advanced approach to pricing. Notice how we didn't talk about tactics. I didn't pull up an Excel spreadsheet. I'm not babying you in this video, or in the last couple of videos. I haven't been babying you. We're beyond, doing. I trust you to be able to do your own math. If you want some spreadsheets, I can give you some spreadsheets on, to calculate your margins and whatever it is that you're obsessed over. We can do that, but I trust that you can do that on your own, or that you'll take the initiative to do that on your own, and that you have already done so on your own. We're moving beyond tactics. Sometimes we will talk strategy, and there's a lot of strategy in this, but we're moving beyond that as well. The price value equation is an example of strategy, but on top of that, higher than that are principles. Right? Principles of why you need to charge a lot, because it allows you to deliver the best work to the highest, the best possible client. Like this right here, principles. right here. These are principles. Principles. I got this from Myron, by the way, Myron Golden, in his challenge workshop thing. Principles, and then on top of that is self-essence. Essence is things like self-esteem. So if you can internalize stuff in this way, I trust that you will know what to do on your own time. Like that, like, I don't need to tell you, unless you're like a total beginner, I'm not here to tell you exactly what to do. I need to get you to trust your gut. If I can get you to trust your gut and know which principles to operate by, then you'll know what to look for on your own. And that is how you become a lethal entrepreneur. You have to trust your gut. You got to be in the jungle, in the wild, on your own, and test things and be okay with making mistakes, but know the general direction of what you're going for. Hey, so in this video, I'm going to go through a few cold email scripts. Actually, I've narrowed it down to three cold email scripts that are responsible for driving over $200,000 in new revenue for the agency owners that I'm working with inside Spectre and under my consulting company, Spectre. So again, I'm just going to repeat that in case I wasn't clear. The agency owners I'm working with inside Spectre collectively have earned $200,000 in new revenue in Q4. That's about 3 months. And this success really comes down to 3 email scripts that are driving everything. I'm going to give them to you. They're the base scripts, so you can adapt them to your niche. I'm just going to give them to you. So we're going to talk about how they work, why they work, because it's important for you to understand why certain cold email scripts work, so that you don't have to be dependent on scripts. You can just make your own from scratch. If you're inside Spectre, I mean, the folks in Spectre, I just roll up my sleeves and help them write copy. I show them how to write copy. And a lot of the talk I have with them is this stuff that you're getting right now. So we're going to talk about how these scripts work, why they work, the copywriting elements that make them work. So we're going to go even deeper. And then we're also going to talk about what's changed from Q4, Q3, Q2, Q1, when I first, 2025, when I first started this channel, this era. So here are the 3 scripts, okay? You can download this document. The link will be in the description, by the way. So don't panic. I got you. So here's the first script. This is what I call a bullet script. I just made this name up as I was prepping this video. I just made the name up. The script we've been using for a while. All of big folks in the cold email space can kind of take from each other and adapt to each other's work. So nothing is totally original, but I just call this the bullet script. So it goes something like this. Hey, first name, quick question. If we could, if we could do X, right? If we could do X, this is a staffing and recruitment setup. If we could do X, right? Or if we can connect to your company, for example, if we could do X for your firm, right? Like we did for a client, would you be open to learning more? Very, very simple promise, right? If we could help you save 50% on car insurance like we did for case study, would you be open to learning more? Would you be interested in discussing further? See how that works? If we could provide you with benefit, or if we could give you the result like we did for the other guy or the other person, would you be open to discussing further? Very clear benefit, grade 3 level, more simple than you think it needs to be, focusing on the key benefit that they actually want. So think about, like, the magic in this is twofold. Number one, how clear, concise, and to the point it is. And then number 2, you have to, it's in thinking about what they actually want. That's where so much of your success is going to come from this, and in cold email period. So that's that. I'm going to make myself a little bigger here. Cool. All right. So that's the bullet script. You should use it. I use this on every campaign. Every campaign that I help agency owners create when we're scaling their companies, if we're using cold email, we are always testing the bullet script. We're always testing the bullet script. You can use a PS line with an opt-out, of course, but like this is the meat of it right here. Cool. Another thing you want to watch out for, and you'll notice that this is a theme amongst these scripts, is that they come across as internal. Because we're not trying to be like traditional cold emails where it's like very fancy or like a sales copy or anything like that. It's just to the point. Oftentimes there's spelling mistakes, there's typos. Not everything's capitalized. It comes off as like a very quickly written cold email because that's what you want. Like, don't go overboard on the personalization. I actually use a very, very, very minimal amount of AI in my AI cold email, and that's why it works, because we just personalize it enough to make sure that it's relevant. But most of our work comes in the targeting. And again, understanding what they want until the offer is relevant. Hyper relevancy is important. Anyway, so that's the bullet script. So that's how it works, right? It's concise. It's this short, concise thing, and then that's why it works, because it's most of the thinking was done prior in terms of targeting and understanding what they want. So that offer statement, this is where you start to realize an offer statement makes or breaks everything. And wait until we get to the third script. What you want to emphasize in this offer statement, I've talked about this before. If you go to my playlist on this channel, you'll see copywriting, like a copywriting playlist, and you'll see me go really deep on some of this copywriting stuff. Like it's some of the best copywriting training you'll find on YouTube, and it's free. It's made me a lot of money, and a lot of people a lot of money. Anyway, you want to make sure that you're emphasizing the ease or how quick or of the result, or how quickly the result can be made, or how big the result can be, so on and so forth. How safe it is, how predictable it is. Like that's what you want to be emphasizing here. Cool. So that's script 1. Script 2. This is, we'll call this, there needs to be a better name for this, but we'll just call this like the textbook script. So this is the textbook script. There's a better word for this. Contemporary, modern. Anyway, I'll tell you what I'm trying to get at. So this is the textbook structure of a cold email. So relevance line, and then you might ask a question in here. You don't have to. Offer statement, and then call to action. So, hey, first name, I found you on Crunchbase. Thought I'd reach out to see if this was of interest. We help firms like yours achieve X goal in Y time. Or we help X firms achieve Y goal in Z time. Doesn't matter. Pretty confident, like don't stress over the little details. Pretty confident we can get you similar results. Would you be open to hearing more? The magic in this comes from how casual you are. So I started getting serious results with cold email for myself and my clients when I stopped taking things so seriously, and I started the only thing I cared about was sending more emails. If you've watched me on this channel, or if you've tuned in long enough on this channel, you know that like my big thing is volume and optimizing for volume. Number of emails sent is the most important thing for me, period. So I'm not stressing like trying to make it like this robotic picture perfect thing. No, like I have campaigns that have worked really well where I was just like, hey, Pablo, found you on X. This might be a bit of a long shot, something like that, right? Or throwing a Hail Mary here. Have fun, play around with it, right? So that's what I mean when I talk about like the casual thing. Like you want to put a bit of personality in it, put a bit of humanize it a little bit. So it's a textbook script, but with a casual twist to it. I got to find a better name. I'll think of it some other day. Cool. Leave everything else alone. Don't stress over this. Like at the end of the day, it's about what you're communicating and not the specific words you're using, So like blueprint and step-by-step are pretty much the same thing. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Cool. And then script number 3, right? Sorry, script number 2. So why script number 2 works, by the way, why it works is because it has all the information one would really need to make an informed decision. Of course, there's the offer, but like the relevance line, so it pre-answers that objection. The call to action, you can really dictate the flow of this campaign, whether you want it to be a loom or whatever it might be. The offer statement, PS line, so on and so forth, to give you a bit of bonus real estate in that cold email. Cool. And now script 3 is the one-liner. The one-liner. So you thought the bullet script was short. Script 3 is a literal one-liner. You should try it. You might be surprised as to the results you might get. This looks as such, or this goes as such. Hey, first name, would X result be of interest to you? That's it. Right? And then put your name, and then put your company name. That's it. Quick inquiry, in and out. You can send 1 million of those. Let them look you up. Right? Like there's, as you can see, there's quite a big contrast between these 3, and that is what you want in your variations. If you're going to be split testing things, you want to create contrast amongst the variations. You want to create contrast amongst the different campaigns. And if your copy is the same between different campaigns, then your contrast comes from the different segments you're targeting, right? So 10 to 50 employees versus 50 to 500. That's a huge difference in what they want, how you're targeting, like the lingo, the angles, so on and so forth, right? So contrast. So I'm always creating contrast. If not changing the copy, I'm changing the actual CTA. Contrast, Loom campaign versus direct response campaign, contrast. Cool. You should download this document. The link is in the description. You should try these. It's going to get you results. And if it doesn't get you results, then at that point, I'd look at who you're targeting and what your offer is in the offer statement. Cool. But I didn't just pull this out of thin air. We've been using these for a long time. I'm starting to share this new stuff now in 2026 as I get back to the documentation of scaling to $10 million a year, which is exciting. But that being said, these are the building blocks that allow us to get there. So I'm just giving this all to you. Cool. You should try it and then reach out to me when you get some results. I'll pin your comment. Cool. Anyway, if you have any questions about that, just let me know in the comments. I'm very easy and open to this. But I honestly don't like it. I usually can get results with these 3 in a campaign. I really am not doing much else besides these. Again, most of my work will come from the offer. I spend a disproportionate amount of time thinking about the offer and how to frame it and how, like, the benefit I want to highlight, because one offer can have many benefits. So I'm spending all my time thinking about the offer and then and what they want as well. So I'm trying not to be prideful about it or be in like my own head and ego about it. I just need to be selfless and think about what the other person wants and then this offer, and then do that. Like if you watch what, I'm not saying you have to, but like if you kind of observe how I do things, I'm always testing new offers, launching new offers shamelessly. Because if you have something that's good, you should be obligated. You should put it out into the market. If it's going to help someone, you should put it out into the market. That is how you should start to think about offers and then pricing and so on and so forth. And that's how you start making a ton of money and start charging these high prices. Cool. So you should try, again, those 3 cold email scripts. Hope this helps, my friend. Hey guys, so today we're going to go over copywriting. I get asked about this a lot. And so I decided to just make this a video. I've had a bunch of calls today mentoring some younger agency owners, and what to do with cold email copy and how to get better at it came up a lot. So I just decided to put this out into the world for you guys who pop by my channel. So my personal promise to you is, again, just another no BS video as always. My personal promise to you more specifically is that by the end of this video, you will be a top 0.1% copywriter with cold emails. You'll find that it's really not hard to get there. There was a point in building my agency a few months back where I really just decided to double down and become a lethal copywriter, and it happened quite quickly. And I'll walk you through the exact path, because if I'm going to get you the results then that I get, then I can only take you down the path with things that I've actually done, the path that I've actually gone down anyway. So that is not a joke. You're actually going to be crazy good at email copywriting, because I know exactly what to do. And I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. So this means the difference between a cold email campaign that makes you $5,000 this week and $15,000 this week. Like that's what we're talking about here. And I'm just going to give this all to you. Okay. So the good thing for you is that you only have to be average at copywriting. You don't have to be maniacal about it like I was to make a killing in cold email. You can just be average. You can just be decent. You just got to know how to be decently decent. So anything beyond decent will be all profit, right? What we will discuss in this video is how I went from a mediocre copywriter averaging sub 0.5% reply rates. That's not a joke. Go to my channel, sort by oldest video, and you will see the case studies for yourself with the dates, with the copy, with the campaign stats. All right. So how I went from a mediocre copywriter averaging 0.5% reply rates to a lethal copywriter who brings in over $250,000 a month in deal flow for ourselves and our clients, so that you can still apply this to your business so that you can start getting similar results. If you're doing cold email or considering doing cold email, watch this. I promise you it will save you a ton of time and a headache and guesswork and confusion. We are going to dispel in this video a lot of myths about cold email copywriting, so buckle up, grab your coffee, and let's go. All right. So how to get good fast. The number one thing you're going to do, like this is the reason why it's the first piece of advice. The number one thing you're going to do is binge read good cold emails. You're just going to binge them. Just read a lot of them. Read them. The same way you read the New York Times, the same way you read books. I read all the time. I read Steve Jobs' old emails. I read Mark Zuckerberg's old internal email. I read things, and that's how it sticks in your head, and that's how you become a totally different person. That's how you start thinking differently. Here's what you absolutely need to know to become AG. at cold email copywriting in the next 5 to 10 minutes with no fluff. We're just going to go through this, okay? Because it's really not that hard. Just do what I say and you'll be fine. And then when you make money from this, you just send me an email. Because I don't check anything else. Just send me an email and let me know so I can feel better about the fact that you're actually applying this stuff. And that'll make my day. Cool. So let's start off with the subject line. So the only thing with the subject line, just always find a way to include their name. Stick with the quick questions, whatever it is. Stick with more clients, more leads, ? But always include their name. So if the subject line is like quick question, put something like this. Pablo, quick question. Okay. You can also reverse order it. So you can put quick question, Pablo. Not that serious. Don't be too strict about this. Just find a way to include their first name. So type whatever subject line you were going to put, and then find a way to add their first name. Spin tax. The obvious. Cool. All right. Second, your mom, your mother must be able to understand what everything in the email means. That's not a joke. I'm being dead serious. My mom, that's probably the only framework I go into with copywriting with cold emails, because that's how much attention we give. I said this on a call today with some folks whose business I was helping with. That's how much attention people give cold emails. If you haven't really realized, that's how much attention we give. It's like cold emails are an afterthought. So dumb it down a lot. Keep the language very simple. Like our mom has to be able to understand this. When I say that, I mean someone who's not even remotely close to the industry that we're in. Someone who has no stake in any of this. Like someone who, you know what I mean? Just the layman, the common person has to understand what's happening in here. So don't use fancy language. It's annoying to have to think. Anyway, next, keep your email short, just like an internal email. Kind of like the way I type right now in these documents. Notice how I don't really care about capitalization or being fancy or spacing or anything. Don't be so formal. It took me a long time to learn that. Corporate people, and any type of people really, they type like they don't care. Right? So they type like this. Watch this. It's like, it's douchey almost. Jim. Like to if you've considered cold email to begin automatically, like the spacing doesn't matter, the capitalization doesn't matter, because working with Y, which is a competitor, right? Don't put the word competitor, but just put the Y. And they've seen Z results. Would this be of any interest? Right? That's it. And you can put it on. You can make it one paragraph. Like it doesn't, Matt. People have been so like strict about the spacing and stuff like that. I promise you it doesn't matter. You can type really lazy. You can just make it like this. You can not capitalize the O right here on only. Like you'll be just fine. It's easier to read if it's on different lines, but don't be so strict about things, okay? So that's that. Oh, funny enough, I already made you a mock-up here. And funny enough, I used Jim again. Anyway, here's another example. Hey Jim, not sure if this is relevant. Just found Walmart while looking at big box stores on LinkedIn. Curious if you've considered X to achieve Y. Only asking because we've been doing this for Z company and they've seen X result. Would you like to hear more? That's it. I didn't even put thanks or whatever it is. So you'll be just fine. Hold on, I gotta put this in a turn into call out. Now, the next thing is if they're any interested, if they're interested, they're interested. If they're not, they're not. Right? If don't worry. This is why I say you only have to be a B- copywriter to do well with cold email. After that, you just crank it and send more. But this, like, if they're interested, they're interested. If they're not, they're not. Just send more emails, right? I know we talk, if you run an agency, if you do any sort of outbound, we talk about demand capture versus demand generation, and you want to sort of generate interest and attention. But at the end of the day, if they're interested, they're interested. If they're not, they're not. That's it. This is how one of my most successful campaigns in recent history. This one right here. What is that reply rate right there? It's 0.69%. 0.69%. This is a 6-figure campaign. I'm just going to leave it at that. If they're interested, they're interested. If they're not, they're not. Like, all the people who obsessed over reply rates are not here anymore. Like, all the people who around the same time who I started with, and I'm talking about school communities and stuff that I joined, they're not here. They're not around anymore. They're not. And all the people who the folks on Twitter who post screenshots of their campaigns with 8% reply rates or 6% reply rates, they're either faking their reply rates, which is very unfortunate when I found this out, or they're running a campaign that really can't be scaled and duplicated because it's just they're running it for one very particular client who has some very, very niche or one-time offer. They're not doing that all the time. They're not doing that over and over again. They're just not. So this is why you never hear me parade my reply rates. I can pull up Smart Lead right now and show you reply rates of 5% plus. But they're not telling you, well, this was a lead magnet campaign. It wasn't a direct response campaign. It was a lead magnet campaign. Lead magnets are incredibly easy to say yes to. They just don't buy into the BS or the nonsense. There's a reason why I don't do things and why I do things. And I show you what I do and what I don't do, and the results that comes from not doing the things I don't do and the things that I do. So pick your poison. But there's a reason why they won't ever show you the email copy from those campaigns. Anyway, next, format, spacing, design of the email does not matter. The email length is not do or die, but short usually wins, especially at the enterprise level, companies of 1,000+ employees. The spam filters get activated. They have a higher chance of being activated with longer emails. That's just what the data shows. It's not a superstition. Shorter emails. Who taught me that? Dude at AeroSend. Oh man, I can't believe I'm blanking his name. Hold on. I owe him a shout out because I used his inboxes and they were great. AeroSend. Namit Jindal at AeroSend.io. Thanks, Namit. Next, first line in the email is always a relevance line. Don't skate around this. Don't duck around this. Don't try and change the order and this much. First line is always answering who are you and why are you reaching out. So some people call this the observation line. So for example, I saw on your hey Pablo, I saw on your website that you increased client conversions by 29%. Amazing. Blah, 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 right? Next line is always either a question, a poke the bear question. I talk about this in this course video. You should watch it. It's either poke the bear question or where was I? Oh, or an offer statement. You can go straight into the offer statement. I've done this multiple times. I've closed with copy that is stupidly simple. Copy that was like, hey Phil, quick question for you. If I could get you 5 new clients, if I could connect you with 5 different business owners this month who are in need of accounting services on a pay-per-call basis, would you be interested in speaking? Pablo. I closed off of that. Simple. I just went, hey, quick question. If I could get you blah, 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 blah. That's it. Well, I'm pretty sure I had a relevance line like, hey, Phil, found you on Apollo, quick question. And then I went into it. So don't stress over this stuff, okay? Again, if they're interested, if they're going to bite, they're going to bite. If they're not, they're not. Next, the key is to make this email very, 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 especially the offer statement. The key with the offer statement is to make it very, very, very obviously easy for them to understand how it, number 1, makes them money. Number 2, saves them time. Number 3, saves them money. Again, our mothers, your mother, my mother should be able to understand how what we're proposing in this email is going to make her money. So, for example, we can help you link. This is an offer statement right here. We can help you integrate LinkedIn automation into your business. So what? So we can do what? So we can achieve what? The better version of this is we can help you acquire clients on autopilot with LinkedIn automation. I can't speak today. We can help you acquire clients on autopilot with LinkedIn automation. What does this mean? This means I get more clients, which means I get more money. It's very obvious how this makes me money. We can help you integrate LinkedIn automation into your business. This might actually make me busier. It might actually take me away from my current clients. Thus, it might make me lose time and lose money. So be very obvious, like third grader level, okay? That's not a joke. In my swipe file, I was typing at a grade 4 level. Do you see that right there? 39 word emails. I'm not joking. 21 word emails about anything I say. Grade 4 level. 17 words. You'll be able to see that for yourself when you download this, okay? Now, full disclosure, I do have a custom GPT that I have programmed to spit out God level copy. I use it to compare how it would write the email versus how I already wrote the email, but I read it first. Maybe I will share this one day with you guys. Maybe I will share this with my inner circle, folks. We shall see. Next is you have to not care so much about writing structured emails. We covered that. Next, the first thing I'm going to A/B test, if I am going to A/B test anything, is always a call to action. And not just I'm going to test, I'm going to test the call to action. However, the offer statement is the most important thing in the email. Next, for a cold email to work, your offer has to be designed for cold traffic. Sorry, anyway, sorry, I got distracted. For cold email to work, if you're doing everything we talk about on this channel and cold email's not working, I would start to dig into your offer. For cold email to work, your offer has to be designed for cold traffic. All this means is a fancy way of saying your offer is performance-based. It's a one-time fee. It's performance-based or it's a one-time fee. You're not pitching a retainer over cold email. You will transition into this later. It's not that hard to understand, okay? Reason why is because we want something to be easy to say yes to for a stranger, a complete stranger who doesn't know you. That's it. Don't say in a cold email what you wouldn't say to someone in door-to-door sales or on the street. It's the exact same thing. Next, 2-step email sequence only. In the second email sequence, try and offer more value if you can. So if you originally pitched a meeting, see if you can offer a loom. If not, if you're too lazy, you don't have time or whatever it is, say the exact same thing you said in the first email, but just in a different order so you don't get spammed, like spam listed or whatever it is. Send these 2 emails 48 hours apart, 2 days apart. In the follow-up, do not just say, I'm just following up. It rarely ever works. It's no bueno. You're better off just sending the exact same copy. I promise you. Next, your copy only has to be a B-. We've talked about this already. From there, it's more about volume than anything. From $0 to $30,000 a month in your business, I promise you. Mark my words. I can solve, no joke, 80% of your email problems just by sending more emails. The rest is targeting. Provided your offer statement is solid, which takes 2 minutes to fix. See here. It takes 2 minutes to fix and start testing, okay? That's it. Other than that, you watch this segment here, go to the 2-hour mark, and you'll be just fine. All right, today we're going to talk about a more advanced topic that I don't see many folks talking about here on YouTube. It's really the secret to copywriting. The secret to copywriting, and I'm going to try and simplify this for you today. This is not something you learn in a book or anywhere else. You have to actively go out and try and fail until you realize that this is a secret, and then you'll kind of start to know where to look and you put the pieces together. But this is years worth of research that I'm passing on to you in this very concise, compact video. I'm going to try and simplify this secret for you to copywriting. But if you get this right and master this concept, well, there's no reason why you can't be a millionaire within 12 months. That is not an exaggeration. This is video 91 in a row. Please let me know if you are. If you have been on this channel, when have you ever known me to exaggerate? So what I mean by this claim here is if you just zoom out for a second, you would realize that copywriting has been one of the most lucrative skills in marketing since literally the beginning of time. Copywriting has made more millionaires than any marketing skill ever if you consider that it's embedded in everything: ads, webinars, print copy, emails, YouTube titles like the title of this video, so on and so forth. Now combine that with this white hot literal blue ocean of a space that is AI, and the fact that those two, copywriting and AI, have merged perfectly to create an even bluer of a blue ocean and an even whiter of a white hot space that is AI cold email. So now the early adopters are coming in, cashing in by integrating AI cold email into their existing business or building an agency around AI cold email. But so many of them are falling on their face, and it's because they don't understand this one tactic that we're going to go through in this video, this one concept. All the big marketing agency owners know about this, but I'm going to share this with you because this is a secret. It took me way too long to learn, but when it did, it changed the entire trajectory of my agency. So I'm going to try and explain it to you today without overwhelming you, but just know that it gets way deeper than this. And due to the uniqueness of your business, your agency, if you have one, or if you're considering starting one, and due to the limited time that I have here on these videos because I'm busy running my own business, I really only get to share 10%, if that, of what I know here in these videos. So, nevertheless, if you stick around to the end, you'll be a lot better off than you were before you clicked on this video, and a lot better of a marketer, that I promise you. I'll never leave you hanging, and I'll never leave you behind. Now, let's begin. What we need to talk about today is the concept of demand capture versus demand generation, because this is really how you take your copywriting to the next level and start getting serious results. Without this, it's pretty much impossible to get good at any sort of copywriting to the level where you start hitting these 20, 30, 40, 50K months that we talk about here on this channel. It's the same thing for ads, webinars, content, marketing, but we're focusing on email today because it's really hot right now, especially with AI. There's been this total resurgence of cold email, rightfully so. And if you can learn the skill, you know, demand capture versus demand generation, you will by default put yourself in the top 0.1% of copywriters and marketers, because almost nobody, and I mean that, truly understands this. This is something that I consult my clients on a lot when they ask me what my plan is for initial launches. And it's something that we never stop working on because we're always refining and optimizing these campaigns. So let's get into it. Plain and simply, what is demand generation? What is demand gen? What is demand capture? Demand gen means you're generating demand for an offer, okay? Demand capture, so demand gen, you're looking to generate demand for an offer. Demand capture, you're looking to capture those already in market for an offer. So imagine like I wish I could draw on Notion. Notion, if you're watching this, I might tag you on Twitter. Please add in some sort of feature where I can use a pencil and draw like you can on Miro boards. Anyway, so well, I'll get to this in a second. But the more novel the offer, the more it will naturally generate demand. Think of like Bitcoin, right? It just the concept of a Bitcoin and the fact that it hasn't been around for a really long time. I mean, now it has, but that's something that will naturally generate demand. It's this new thing, right? The closer it gets to like a one of one of a product or service, the more it naturally, just on its own, it radiates this, the new kids call it aura. It generates demand, right? The more saturated the offer, the more common the offer. Things like lead gen, for example, things like Facebook ads, for example. The more saturated the offer, the more naturally, the more it will naturally only appeal to those who are currently in market for it, right? So it's like window cleaning. Like, you know, those folks who come to your door to door, and they ask if you want your window cleaned or your driveway cleaned. They're just trying to capture whoever's currently in market looking for that stuff. They're not trying to say, oh, we have the newest high tech, lamination for your windows so that it never gets stained. Like, that's a new technology. They're trying to generate some sort of demand here. Versus demand capture, they're just trying to capture anybody whose windows are dusty and who are in the market, for some window cleaning. And you can skew any offer to be more of a demand generation offer or more of a demand capture offer, depending on how you frame it and position it with your copywriting. Do you see why copywriting is so powerful? You can take a window cleaning offer, and based on how you frame it, it can be demand gen or demand capture, and there are advantages to doing both. None is better than the other. You just got to know when to skew when to skew an offer towards one side or the other to separate it from the crowd. So window cleaning, if we talk about the lamination or the kind of coating or the kind of paint or how quickly you can do it or so on and so forth, you're emphasizing these benefits to generate demand. Versus if you just present it as this window cleaning, well, then you're just capturing demand. And let me again not position this as though demand capture is less than, because it's not. So a lot of times demand capture will save you resources, right? A lot of times, a lot of times demand capture will save you resources. Anyway, and if you are in an underserved market, I can't think of an example right now, forgive me, but if you're in an underserved market, what's a great underserved market? Let's just say like you send cold emails to some remote area in like Alaska for window cleaning. A geographic location that likely doesn't get, not likely, but for the sake of the scenario, doesn't get the attention it needs from window cleaning businesses. Well, then there's likely to be a greater concentration of people in Alaska in market for window cleaning because their windows are dusty. There, so you don't really need to focus your time doing demand gen. You just run demand capture campaigns all day. You see how that works? So there's a lot of strategy that goes into cold email. Okay, it's beyond just little templates. But do you see why copywriting is so powerful? Because you're doing this. You're generating demand without the other person really knowing it. It's important that you know why we use certain words in the emails. Now we'll go into this by using a real example. So here's a cold email I received yesterday. Okay, I'm going to try and zoom in for you. This one was okay. It was okay. I'm not here to roast anybody's cold emails today. Okay, it's Sunday. We're gonna be nice today. Okay. So this one says Pablo. The subject line says regarding Pablo. Terrible subject line, by the way. But hey, the subject line's only purpose, like we've mentioned time and time again on the channel, is to get someone to open the email. That's it. A lot of the times, there's a few of these elements in these emails whose only purpose is to get the person to the next part. Subject line is one of those. And then the relevance line is one of those as well. So Pablo, saw your LinkedIn profile and your agency. Terrible relevance line, but I'm still reading the email clearly, okay? So Pablo, saw your LinkedIn profile and your agency. Most agency founders I speak with are trapped in client acquisition hell, while their competitors build authority and attract clients automatically. We'd build a complete inbound engine for Vintascale, my agency, that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund, plus we work for free until you get them. Should I send over details on how this works? Best, James, co-founder, kept anonymous. So, what's wrong with this cold email? If you've been watching my channel, just take a second and think to yourself, what's wrong with this cold email? What do you notice? What do you notice? So, let me help you out. So besides the fact that they're informing me of things, right? You see in that second line where they say most agency founders I speak with are trapped in client acquisition hell while their competitors build authority and attract clients. He, she, or they. It's James. James is trying to inform me of things. By the way, I think this was like a genuine cold email. I don't think James actually watches me on here, but he might. Who knows? He might. Doesn't matter. Shout out to you, James. So besides the fact that they're informing me of things, and by the way, I've said this a few times before, but don't inform the recipient of everything. Don't inform your prospect of anything. Don't teach them. Don't teach them anything. We're not here to tell them about our observations or anything like that. Okay, we can do that once we're friends, once there's a bit of a relationship on a coffee date or we're on a Zoom call or whatever. Even on Zoom calls, I don't inform people of things. Rarely, very, 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 very rarely. I ask questions. I'm really good at, this is not about me, but I'm really good at sales. I got really good at sales when I just learned to ask questions and stop trying to do the word vomit thing, okay? The convincing thing. Don't convince people. Same thing in your emails. This is copywriting. Copywriting is the written version of sales, okay? So don't inform the recipient of anything. Don't teach them. That's a cardinal sin, and it will make your campaigns flop. You'll end up in spam. I was nice enough not to put you in spam, James. You will burn your inboxes because you will end up in spam. And you will waste your time and money. Okay, so don't do that. Don't inform people of things. But anyway, what's wrong with this email? So besides the fact that they're informing me of things, and besides the fact that there's no opt-out line under James's name, and a couple of other little boo-boos, but I won't go over those because those are minor. Let's center on the single most important part of this cold email and any cold email ever, the offer statement. All right, so the offer statement is that third line right there where he's talking about what he's proposing. Okay, so the offer statement is, we'd build a complete inbound engine for Vintascale that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund, plus we work for free until you get them. What's wrong with this offer statement? If you can just take a second and think about this, if you've been on this channel for a little bit, sat through my copywriting workshop. So what's wrong with this? So besides the fact that this offer statement is not terrible, it's not terrible, but we're going to tweak it, and I'm here to make you great. You want to be good, you can go buy some little $9.97 course over there on copywriting or something like that. You want to be great from someone who's actually doing this, come hang out here, okay? For free. No charge, for free. We work when you're already good and you're up to speed, okay? But just get good on this channel here for free. So what's wrong with this offer statement? So besides the fact that it doesn't mention how they're going to get me the leads, so the tool or the vehicle, this offer statement also it comes off as very stale. Like when you write something, I want you to imagine saying it to someone on the street. This is what you're doing. This is like your script for door-to-door sales, pretty much. This is what a cold email is. So, and this is how much time you have to capture people's attention, right? So imagine being on the street and saying, we'd build excuse me, sir, Pablo, found your agency on LinkedIn. We'd build a complete inbound engine for Vintascale that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund, plus we work for free until you get them. So I know we're probably we're probably focusing on different things, but the offer statement comes off as very stale, very bland. I'll tell you what I mean by that exactly. It comes off as something I've seen before. There's no intrigue here whatsoever. Remember, the whole concept that we're learning today is demand capture versus demand generation, right? There's no intrigue here. Remember the window cleaning example, right? By the way, I don't know what a complete inbound engine is at all, right? But it doesn't mention how they'll get me the leads. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff wrong with this. Let's dissect. Let's dissect so you can see what causes someone to conclude that this is garbage. What causes someone to, no offense, James, what causes someone to conclude that this is not worth responding to. That's a better way to say it. So let's dissect this. But there's no real effort to generate interest from me whatsoever. But anyway, let's dissect this. So first part says, we'd build a complete inbound engine for Vintascale. Is there anything special about this? A complete inbound engine? Personally, I have no idea what a complete, I mean, I do, but I don't know what, I don't think that person and I are on the same page about what a complete inbound engine is. You know what I mean? Like, are they handling it end to end and through what platform? And how much work is it going to take from me? You're going to build it? Are you going to manage it too? Right? So I'm asking all these questions, and these can be answered with very particular verbiage, which is where the copywriting skill comes from. And I'll show you exactly how I would write this out in like 2 or 3 different ways to make it, no joke, 100 times better. Like my version will, you can James, if you're watching this, you can A/B test my version. Okay. I'm doing this for you for free. Okay. Just hold on for a minute or two here. So is there anything special about we'd build a complete inbound engine for Vintascale? Is there anything special about this? Not really. Like there's no fireworks around this, right? Is there anything that would make you pay attention even a little bit? Just be honest. Maybe the fact that it's like an engine, like engine is kind of interesting, but I don't know what that means, right? So would your mom understand this? And I'm not saying that to be offensive. That's something that's really what I think about is would my mother understand this before I send an email? So I have recommended this to you guys before. Hemingway app. I'm not endorsed by Hemingway. I have no affiliate partnership or relationship with Hemingway. But you can use Hemingway. You can't see it. You can use Hemingway. There. See where it says grade 8 readability on the top right? So it shows you the grade level of your writing. And it's not something you should be relying on, but it's nice to check. Look, this is a grade 14. It's too complicated. It should be at like a grade 3 or a grade 4. Maybe a grade 5, okay? I used to use this a lot at the beginning, and then now it's just second nature. But look, this is too much. It's a grade 14. Probably because Inbound Engine is there. Okay. Look, now it's down to a grade 12, and it's too long of a sentence. There, down to a grade 6. See, those two changes immediately made it simple. It's a run-on sentence, and I took out like that weird Inbound Engine verbiage. Anyway, so let's get back to the nitty-gritty. I hope I wasn't blocking that the whole time. Anyway, so besides the fact that it doesn't mention how, this is probably my biggest gripe with this. It makes no effort to really generate interest. So let's proceed. So what do I mean by that? Because I know how abstract this can sound. I know. So we'd build a complete, by the way, if you want to get really good at copywriting, I've said this before, but just binge good cold emails. I've given you guys my entire swipe file. My entire one. It's on my Gumroad. So further on, the offer statement says we'd build a complete inbound engine for Vint to Scale that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days. It's a good claim. It's a big claim. And oftentimes a big claim is good for generating demand on its own. I'll talk about that later when we talk about copywriting stuff. However, where was I? However, it still fails to generate demand because of who I am and as a business owner. In other words, where I am in my journey as a business owner. So in other words, if I was like a really green, fresh rookie business owner and it was my first time building a business, I might be intrigued by that really big claim. Oh my God, 100 leads, right? But I'm not. Simply because, I know what deal flow kind of looks like with my agency, where I'm at, so on and so forth, right? With the client acquisition systems I have, inbound YouTube is a huge inbound engine for me. And then I have cold email, of course. LinkedIn as well, but I'm not too active on LinkedIn. So this is not for me, which is where targeting comes from. And that's okay. You're not going to shoot 10 for 10, 100%. That's fine. But I don't think, James, the targeting was on point here because it sounds like you're targeting any agency. Because if you look at the relevance line, it says saw your LinkedIn profile and your agency. If you look at the offer statement, if you look at the second line, the where you're teaching me stuff, it says most agency founders I speak with are tracked in client acquisition. I don't know what kind of agency you're going after, right? So now I don't know what tool you're using. Are you using cold email? Because I already do cold email. Are you using YouTube? Because I'm going to say no, because 3, 4, 5 YouTube content agencies hit me up every single day, and I'm okay. It's not a problem. It's just I'm good. So in this case, the offer failed to generate demand because it's not believable for me. Why is it not believable? To summarize, number one, they have made no effort to state how it's done. How are you getting 100 qualified leads in 90 days? How? Not that that's impossible. It's actually very possible. It's just I'm curious to know how you're doing it and how much involvement it's going to take from me, because that's another thing I'm really concerned about. Business owners are time crunched. And again, I will show you how to communicate and navigate around all these different emotions in one very concise sentence in a second. So this offer statement would have done a lot better if I had at least known if it was using LinkedIn, or using YouTube. How are you planning on getting these 100 qualified leads in 90 days? Don't make the recipient have to guess. Don't make the recipient have to wait for a follow-up email to find out. Business owners are busy running a business. Make their life convenient from the start if you can, just by providing them all the necessary information, okay? Number 2, as to why this is not believable for me. It sounds like something they don't already do. And people pick up on this subconsciously. They don't know why, but I'll tell you why, because I'm a good copywriter and I do this for a living. So it's not like they're saying we help X companies do Y thing via Z mechanism. They say we would help X companies do Y thing via Z mechanism. So it sounds like theory, right? We would build a complete engine. We'd build like it's something you would do in theory if you had the opportunity, but it doesn't sound like something you do right now. Isn't, we help X companies do Y thing via Z mechanism. These little tiny subtle changes stack. And in the 5 to 7 seconds someone glances through your email, I'm telling you all the things that cause them to come to a certain conclusion or invoke a certain emotion, okay? Pay attention to these things. Now that I'm calling them out, now that I'm pointing them out, I hope that you will have an eye for them, because often we just have to see. Right? And I could do a whole week-long copywriting boot camp, man, and I'll turn you to a beast. No joke. You can go on YouTube and find me someone who gives you copywriting training this casually, that is this complex. I'm actually curious. I'm curious to know. Complex. There's a better word. It's not complex, but in depth. Granular. It's a synonym for granular. It's on the tip of my tongue. Granular. It starts with a C, maybe. Anyway, whatever. And number 3, as to why this is not believable. So the targeting was weak. We discussed that. Is this for any agency? Is this for marketing agencies? Note how the poor intro makes this entire statement collapse. Usually the relevance line and the line after that, which tends to be like a poke the bear question. Usually it's to set up the offer, right? So you got the relevance line right up here. And you got the ask a question, which usually is like poking the bear. And then you got the offer statement. So we help X company achieve Y result in Z time, so on and so forth. Okay. It's my cold email money printer blueprint, by the way. So he says, saw your LinkedIn profile and your agency, blah. Okay. Most agency founders I speak with are trapped in client acquisition hell while their competitors build authority and attract clients automatically. So again, this does nothing to enhance the offer. It's critical that you use these first 2 lines right here to generate demand, aka intrigue. This is where poke the bear question stuff can come in, which is for previous videos and another video. So I, as a founder of a very particularly structured agency, don't even get 100 qualified leads in 90 days. I don't even do that. And I'm in the business of getting leads. I don't do that for my clients, and I don't get that for myself. I don't get 100 qualified leads in 90 days. Because my clientele is so specific, number one. We're saying qualified leads, okay? Not just leads in general, but qualified leads. Why is this all the way over here? Hold on. Qualified leads. Because my clientele is so specific. Remember, I'm working with, businesses doing over a certain revenue amount, a certain revenue threshold, so on and so forth. They're B2B businesses, blah, 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 right? Case study. They got to have case studies. They got to have X, Y, and Z. So because my clientele is so specific, and also for my clients, look, I don't need to be getting them 100 clients in 90 days sort of thing, right? Now that's a bad thing. It's just not how we operate. The nature of the industries we play in. So I don't need 100 qualified leads, to be honest with you. I don't want it. So because of a lack of real targeting, and because of a lack of making the offer specific to a certain kind of agency owner, meaning you didn't specifically state who this is for. Is it boutique marketing agencies, for example? Cold email marketing agencies? And you didn't state how you do it. So is this LinkedIn automation? Is this a YouTube content agency? Whatever it is. Are you handling cold calls? Because you lack those things, you've defaulted to just being to relying on demand capture. You've defaulted to this offer being a demand capture offer, kind of like going door to door with your window cleaning offer, which is okay. right? You've defaulted to demand capture, hoping to capture anyone who's in market for just a lot of leads in general, no matter what kind of lead or no matter what value, right? You just got to make sure that you're targeting a certain kind of geographic region or a certain kind of industry or a certain company size to where they're really thirsty for something. And so there's a lot more folks than usual in market for the offer. Doesn't mean demand capture is bad. It just means you have to adjust your targeting. So at the very least, they followed the offer statement framework of we will get you X and Y time frame. Right? It's just they say we would instead of we currently do it. Like, this is what we do, right? So be honest, did the word guarantees make you feel any safer about this? Right? Did the word guarantee, right? Like, where is it? We build a complete inbound engine for VintaScale that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund. Plus we work for free until you get them. Like, did the word guarantee make you feel any safer? And I've cited this before, but see how it comes across. They guarantee 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund. Plus we work for free until you get, like, it's just like it overdoes the, like, it overcompensates with this stuff of what will happen if you don't get it. It makes it sound like you're not that confident, but it's okay. We will fix this, right? So because all these things are off, to summarize, because all these things are off the mark, it comes off as very templated. There was no real effort to generate interest, okay? So now, I understand that perhaps you might not know how to generate interest. So let's talk about how to generate demand and when you want to generate demand, okay? Again, you want to generate demand when you're dealing with a really saturated offer, because if you're sending out a saturated offer like lead gen, for example, one of the ways that you get an edge and compete, and the edge is built in like 1% advantages over the other agency. I get a 2% reply rate, they get a 1% reply rate, we have an edge. Now we stack that with our success multipliers, we stack that with whatever, our targeting, our sales call process, so on and so forth. Like, we get the edge in little 1% optimizations. That's it. Don't pay attention to the folks on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever it is who are posting like their campaign stats. This is why I don't parade my campaign stats. I said this before. They're posting their campaign stats screenshots with like 5-7% reply rates. They're not telling you that was for a very, very hyper specific offer that they can't scale or do again across multiple clients, or that is for a lead magnet, which is incredibly easy to say yes to, or they're just faking their stats, whatever it might be. Anyway, generating demand. So the first thing you should do, this is your homework, is read Take Their Money. This is by Kyle Milligan, okay? Read Take Their Money. It's the best book on copywriting that I've ever read. I've read a bunch of them. This is the one. It's short, it's clear, concise, to the point. If you've read it once, you haven't read it enough times. You need to keep reading this thing, okay? And there's like a Inception. You ever watch the movie Inception? There's like an Inception part of Take Their Money. I got to sit down and interview Kyle one day to ask if he meant to do this. I'm not going to spoil it here, though. Take Their Money, Inception. Got to write that down. So this should be mandatory reading, and it is mandatory reading for anybody in Spectre. Okay, Spectre is my private accelerator mentorship program. Anyway, so here's a screenshot. Oh, we'll talk about that later. Here's a screenshot from the cold email money printer blueprint. Key things. To generate demand, you want to have elements in the offer statement and the email itself of new, easy, safe, and big. This opportunity, this offer you're presenting is something new or novel. Even better, it's the only thing, you're the only person they can get this from. This offer is easy. I'm going to show you how I make this easy on you. So you can use words like done for you, right? Anybody can do it. Safe, it's very safe, and that's part of why they try to include the word guarantee. But even better than safe is predictable. You know, we did this for X company last quarter and they saw Y result, or, this has, we've been getting this result for the last 3-4 months in a row. I've been generating $250,000 in deal flow for the last, 3-4 months in a row. So the next company I sign on, if I send that in a cold email, it's predictable results, right? Big results, 100 leads in 90 days, fast, 90 days sort of thing, right? But you gotta kind of use these in like a believable and sensible way. So what we're gonna do is let's revisit the offer statement on this email, because again, the best way to get good at cold emails is just to see good cold emails, okay? So let's revisit the offer statement on this email, and I'll show you how I would have fixed this offer statement and this email in general to boost reply rates and conversions. Screw reply rates, we want actual conversions. It'll be pretty obvious why this will work better. And James, if you're watching this, feel free to A/B test this, okay? I mean well. I doubt he's watching this, but... So, old statement is right here. We'd build a complete inbound engine for Ventiscale that guarantees 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund, plus we work for free until you get them. New statement, and I gave you 3 versions, okay? So, hey, Pablo, relevant sign right here. Ventiscale popped up while we were looking at cold email agencies. Figure this might be relevant. By the way, Spectre, folks, remind me, I have a custom GPT I'll give you guys access to, okay? I write my cold emails and I pop them in there. Gives you a better version. I take that and I modify it and I just bounce back and forth like ping pong until I'm satisfied. But anyway, so this is the my jaw. This is the relevant sign. Hey Pablo, Ventiscale popped up while we were looking at cold email agencies. Figure this might be relevant. Would you be interested in an inbound client acquisition system? I don't even like inbound, whatever. Would you be interested in a tool, just use that word, that connects you with X client on autopilot? So for example, manufacturing plants on autopilot. We build and manage YouTube content agencies for boutique marketing agencies. We build and manage YouTube content engines for boutique marketing agencies. Right? The word manage implies easy. Boutique marketing agencies, specific client. Now it sounds like you're really speaking to me, okay? We worked with Walmart, another AI marketing agency, and booked them 100 calls last quarter. It's predictable, right? Notice how I broke up the sentence, and I'm not spamming the guarantee, right? Would it help if I sent over a 2-minute loom going over results, case studies, and how we guarantee results? Or going over how it works, case studies, and how we guarantee results. So notice these little subtleties. I don't say we would build you. I say this is what we do. We build and manage YouTube content agencies for who specifically, right? Now it sounds like you really looked me up. Ventiscale popped up while we were looking at cold email agencies or AI marketing agencies. Very specific, right? I'm not a cold email agency, but very really specific. Okay. You can even delete this stuff right here, but I'm just, you can condense this even more. You can chop this up a lot. You're starting to see where I'm going with this specific tool. Now, how exactly am I generating demand here? Instead of we build and then leave me to do all the rest of the work as a busy founder, you say you build and manage. It's easy. Okay. It's easy. YouTube content agencies. So now I know the tool. I don't have to ask you for a follow-up. For boutique marketing agency specific, we worked with Walmart, another AI marketing agency, and booked them 100 calls last quarter. So you cited another company, not just another random company, but another company that you made sure to let me know was a company exactly like mine, and you got them X result. So it's safe. It feels predictable. You've done it before. It was last quarter. See that? So sprinkling in these elements here and there with these words. It's not the words it's what you're communicating. You guys see how see the difference? Right? You see the difference? This line right here, safe. Notice how I didn't say like, we guarantee 100 qualified leads in 90 days or full refund, plus we work for free, and plus we'll do this, and plus we'll say sorry. No, man. This is what we do. We build and manage YouTube content engines. I don't even like content engine. I just like, I'd rather you say we record YouTube video. We do done for you high converting YouTube videos. Like, let your mom has to be able to understand this. Okay. I don't want to ever have to ask what a YouTube content engine is, but I can go all day in making this better. Okay. And then notice my call to action. It's a bit long, but I'm being generous here. It's okay to try different things. This call to action is not going to fail. It's actually going to do really well if your offer is structured right. Would it help if I sent over a 2-minute loom going over how it works, case studies, and how we guarantee results? That sounds a lot more sure of yourself there. Okay. Act like you already do this thing. Even if you don't, just act like it. Talk like it. All right. If you don't have any case studies, use your own internal case studies. We've talked about this before. Another version. This is a one-punch offer statement. So there used to be this really popular thing. I forget who popularized it. I don't remember. Like a 1-2 punch campaign. That's a conversation for another day. But this is just like a one shot sort of thing. Very clear, concise, condensed. So it would go like this. Pablo, or first name. If we could set up and manage a YouTube content engine for you, completely done for you, that gets you calls with manufacturing plant founders on autopilot, would you be interested in speaking? So let's take a look at how we generated demand here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this new, easy, safe, big, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, I'm gonna put a divider in here. So completely done for you, easy. No stress on me as a founder. Okay, set up and manage. Oh, even better. You do the setup and you manage it. You're not dumping me with stuff. This is why I don't do build and release anymore, by the way. Mainly it was because I was so tired. I couldn't bring myself to record a whole SOP on how they'd use the thing after we release. It's just so much work. It's like hour-long SOP walk. I got to teach them clay. I got to teach them scraping. I got to teach them copywriting. I got to teach them this. It was so much. It was too much. So makes it really easy. Okay, makes it really easy. And the fact that I'm not including any social proof line right here, you can use a PS line, but the lack of social proof, sometimes it works in your favor. Okay, a specific client does not demand generation related, but just helps you out on autopilot. Another element of easy. Another element of easy. So you set up and manage. Completely done for you on autopilot. It's like 3 stack. If you read Kyle Milligan's book, it'll tell you all the words that communicate a certain emotion. They're just in memory now. But this is just, see how this is like, this as a busy founder, this is intriguing now. Okay. And then if we do all that, would you be interested in speaking? I've used this exact template before for accountants. Not that the industry matters. This I would test something like this wherever. And it's really nice because it's really low on AI resources. As you can see, there's not much hyper personalization except for this right here. Your specific client, you need an agent to go probably scrape their website, figure out who exactly they serve. But that's it. It's really it's not resource intensive at all. Anyway, I would also use the PS line to clarify further. Like, you got to go big on like 2 of these. You got to go big on 2 of these. So here I went really big on easy. On easy. And I went big on new because YouTube content agencies is still rather new. Okay. So yeah, you gotta try and you gotta go big on 1. You gotta include 2 there. Don't think too much about this. Okay, just don't. With my templates and stuff, and as you read good cold emails, this will naturally come out. I've never once had to overthink this stuff. Actually, I have. That's a lot. That's fine. Anyway, you can use the PS line to clarify further, to add. The PS line is kind of like a cheat code, okay? You can throw a few extra stuff in there. So use the PS line to clarify anything you need to clarify further. Do it there. And to remove the need for a second email as much as possible. You want to remove the need for a second email as much as possible. So I would say something like, notice I have no social proof in this initial text. So I might say in the PS line, I might say something like, PS, we worked with X company. So we worked with Walmart, another AI marketing agency. Don't just say Walmart. Don't just say like, we worked with Fire Trucks Online. Like we worked with Vintago. What is Vintago? Vintago, another AI marketing agency. Okay. So cite the specific type of firm. We talked about this in the cold email money printer. We talked about this right here. Okay. We talked about this. I don't leave you guys hanging. P.S. We worked with Walmart, another AI marketing agency, and booked them 100 calls last quarter. There you can say what you did, not what you would do. Okay. Because it might differ from what you can get me. But it still sounds good. It sounds like you did something, okay? You've tried this before. Here's another version. So this would be version 3 for you. So this is a super short. I like sending out super short campaigns. Have fun with it. Test a bunch of stuff. I might do another. This might be for another video. Let me write this down. Show different campaign tests. I might just show you the different, like, how I crack an industry. That might be more for my Spectre folks. Anyway, I test a bunch of different things. I test super short campaigns. I test longer emails. This one says, Pablo, would you be interested in a completely done for you YouTube client acquisition? Or would you be interested in completely done for you YouTube client acquisition? That is booking boutique marketing agencies calls with X client on autopilot. This is a mouthful. Would you be interested in done for you client acquisition through YouTube? That is booking boutique marketing agencies calls with X client on autopilot. It's a bit of a mouthful, but something like this, okay? Happy to send over a video showing how it works, testimonials, and how we guarantee results. James. Something like that. I don't know if you've ever worked, you watching this, I don't know if you've ever worked corporate, but if you've worked corporate, you know like how short, almost like douchey short corporate emails are, like internally. You want this to feel internal. Really short. Ideally, if you can, okay? The whole like spamming guarantees and stuff, I talked about this, but now you kind of see what I mean by it, how it kind of like reeks beginner. So here, in this version, we are sacrificing the social proof line, which can surprisingly work in your favor, okay? So wrapping up this video, we're 45 minutes in. I appreciate you watching this. Investing in yourself, investing in your craft, getting better. Investing in yourself with a skill that will never leave you. You can't get bad at copywriting. You can't. It's like riding a bike. You only get better, meaning you only make more money if you use it, if you actually send the emails, okay? Takeaways. Number 1, you want to test all these different offer positions, offer statements, right? Offer statements, you want to test them. Test the offer positions, test the email lengths, but really you should be testing the offer statements and positioning too, and also targeting and stuff like that, but don't worry. We'll get there. Paso a paso, one step at a time, okay? You want to test all these different offer positions. So the offer statements, right? Are you positioning it as easy? Are you positioning it as something novel? Are you positioning it as something big, something safe, something you're all these different things we talked about here, the new, easy, safe, big, they're positioning, okay? Number 2, if the offer is clearly saturated or it's clearly just been going around the market, YouTube content agencies, that's about to be you, and like You got about a quarter left. You got until the end of the year before your offer is completely saturated. I know because I get a bunch of them I've shown on this channel. If the offer is clearly saturated or going around the market, you want to keep trying to make it skew towards demand generation by integrating some of these words here, right? Like completely done for you, so on and so forth. Think of the window cleaning example. If this escapes your memory after you watch this video, just think of the window cleaning example. All right. Just straight up asking if people need their windows cleaned. That's demand capture. You're capturing anyone who's praying that a window cleaner knocks at their door. Knocking on someone's door and talking about like how efficiently you can do it or how cheap you can do it, or the different coding you use or whatever it is, or how long it lasts after you do it. That's demand generation. You're generating demand. You're trying to get them on the edge of their seat. Okay. And so the offer's been around for a long time, like window cleaning. You want to try and make it demand generation. So why? So you can sell more. so you can convert more. It's not that people are completely not interested. It's just they're not interested. You know what I mean? It's not that they're unwilling to buy under any circumstances. It's just you just haven't generated enough interest. Okay. And then number 3, never stop trying to optimize your campaigns. Like these are initial campaigns. I'm always I'll duplicate these or out of version C or whatever it is, and then I'll change something. And we're always trying to optimize. Always, whether it's with YouTube content titles, you guys might have seen this. Like I'll throw up a YouTube video. Then I might, in like 6 or 12 hours, I might adjust the title with one word. I'm always optimizing and observing. Okay. Now, homework, again, read Take Their Money. You can find it somewhere on the internet, but I included a little link to Kyle's website. It has like the basics of what we talked about today, okay? Copywriting 101, the basics of writing good copy.
What's up, Pablo?
Anthony, you guys good?
Yup.
All right, dive right into this, okay?
So,
let your note taker. Beautiful. All right, fire away. You came with questions?
Yep.
yeah.
Fire away.
How many, and we should be shooting, like how many emails should we be shooting for her? Like 1,000 a day or?
Mm-hmm. That's ideal. Of course, when you're first figuring it out, let's be honest, like it's, and the fact that you guys are still fresh into this, we're not going to be at 1,000 emails a day right away.
Yeah.
At the very least, you should be going for at least 500 emails a day. That will be rather easy for you guys. The only case in which it won't be easy is if she's super hyper niche, and we can talk about like the red flags to look for before we even decide taking her on as a client. But if she's hyper niche, like she does, like she sells, I don't know, laser eye surgery to whoever, like something super niche, or med spas to neurosurgeons, something like. There's only so many of those people, and that means we won't be able to send 500 emails a day. It'll be like 70, and you won't be able to get them results.
Yeah, she basically does like law firm. She
has like her own recruiting firm, and then she hires for like law firms and accounting, law and accounting.
Accounting, maybe law will be tough.
Yeah,
it'll be tough.
Yeah, law will be tough. So she does any does she specifically say she does like executive search, or no, she didn't mention?
Can we send you like her LinkedIn?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pull it up.
Okay.
And she seems like relatively smaller. I mean, we have like, another thing is too, I was gonna ask you this at the end because it's a little off topic, but like we maxed out our LinkedIn outreach for like the month. And so like now we're just waiting for our inboxes, so we don't even know like how can we maximize our outbound process to help us keep signing clients. I mean, we have like 4 calls in the works, 2 actually booked in.
Yeah, right here. Should I just share I'll share my screen with you.
And when you talk about the LinkedIn stuff, are you using your regular accounts or Sales Navigator?
We're using our regular accounts, and then we bought the premium plan. Literally just like it nerfed us, right? Like I can't send messages until next month, and I can't send any more notes with my connections until like next week. And then by that time on Monday, we'll have so we could just start sending emails for outreach.
Let's see if we can get you Sales Navigator. There should be, I don't know if they still do this. They should. I'll ask someone in the group. Someone said that they still do a 3-month free trial, something like that. You can just fire away.
Okay, perfect. That's good.
Remind me, okay? LinkedIn Sales Navigator. That is what we need. If we can get our hands on that, you guys will be we will be well taken care of for the next few days. All right. So I open up this website, and I'm going to narrate exactly what catches my eye. Okay. Staffing and consulting, don't care. Our services, talent solutions, experts, don't care. It's just recruitment. Staffing and consulting, don't care. What our clients say, hey, they got a couple case studies, green flag. Other than that, don't care to read them. What industry is very important. Healthcare, we're not going to go after. Won't get the results. It's too hyper niche. Every hospital, every clinic uses a different software. Everybody is expecting, oh, you did 4 years in med school in California. We want someone who did 4 years in med school in New York. It's a headache. So we're going to avoid healthcare. Tech, beautiful, bang, every time, results. Finance, it's a good second place. Cool. So this is a green flag right here. We're just going to ignore the fact that they said healthcare. If she wants to push healthcare, well, I'll tell you what to ask. But one of the questions is, what are the main jobs that she recruits for, or what are the main industries? We're going to keep our ears open. If it's healthcare, tech, finance, great. We're not going. We know in our heads we're not going to go after healthcare. But if the only thing she recruits for, or the only thing she goes after is healthcare, we're going to be honest. We're going to say, we're going to ask, are you open to any other industries? No? Okay, well, sorry, I don't think we'd be able to get your results. Honest business wins every time. In the best case scenario, she'll say, oh, well, actually, right. All right, so that's all I look for. The main thing I'm looking for is some case studies. Cool, she's not a complete rookie. Great, because we can't build this business from scratch. Otherwise, you're building velocity flow and you're building impact staffing at the same time. Very difficult.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that she has some traction. One of the questions we're going to ask is how many deals is she closing a month? She can't give you a straight up answer, a red flag. Or she can at least give you a range, 1 to 2 deals. If she goes, not a lot, what's not a lot?
Yep.
Because they lie. People lie.
Yeah.
Healthcare and it's a very human thing to know and to admit that we can't get everybody results. That's fine. But when someone tells us, they got something going on, but they really don't, right? Sometimes we can't get them results because they're a bad client. They're not truthful. Anyway, that's besides the point. So this is good. I'm looking for results, some case studies, and I'm looking for niches. We've got some good niches. Great. Other than that, the process is always the same. Staffing and recruitment companies try and say they're all different. Oh, we're not a regular staffing company. That's like it's overplayed. They all work the same. So this is good. Let's look at the about page. Oh, this is all on one page. Great. Contact. Cool. All right. Our partners. At this point, I'm just looking around, but I'm not looking for anything specific. Cool. Direct hire, staff, and leadership coaching, yada, 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 yada. All right. So that's about it. What other questions do you have? I got some stuff I can coach you guys on, but I don't know if you have any top of mind questions that you absolutely want to get answered first.
I guess on LinkedIn, what's the main things that catches your eye? Okay, just off. I mean, obviously you're more trained, but what do you see that's okay, this is what I'm looking for? And
cool. Go ahead.
My bad. Can I, so we also booked in this call. Do you think you could review this website and say if it's bad or good and kind of tell us what, just to give us an example of what we're looking for?
Absolutely.
I'm going to share this to you on your LinkedIn.
Absolutely. Yeah. DM me the, either here on the Google Meets, send me the URL.
Okay.
Anthony, I'll tell you what I spot as a red flag, and then I'll pull up a profile or website that's a green flag while Jaden's doing his thing. Red flag is she's in staffing and recruitment. She has no profile picture.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
That is something you don't want to ignore. You take the hint, 2026, we got to take the hint, take the hint. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's a flaw here, there's probably flaws elsewhere. I learned that the hard way. I took on some really bad clients, and it slowed me down early on in my days. No profile picture, no real. This looks like she made it yesterday. This profile, red flag. Anyway, green flag. let's go. We can look at websites too in a moment, but like this was an ex-client of mine. Profile picture, like this is just clearly well thought out. I mean, there's substance. Like, it's not just like one line. It's substance. You know, I don't necessarily care about what it says or to go through the about section, but I'm looking for some in-depth experience as like you've been doing this for a while, right? You've been doing this for longer than a year, so I can come in as a marketer. You and Jaden can come in as marketers and help scale what's already working. That's really how I'm looking at it. Clearly, I'm not reading anything specific. And then I'll go to their website and just make sure that they're in a niche. Most important thing is the niche. For staffing and recruitment, it's the niche that they recruit for. This guy does sales. But on this call, we were open to, unfortunately, I don't have my onboarding call recorded. Maybe I do. I don't know. I got to look. I'll look at what niches he caters to. And this guy, he only did sales. I asked him if he was open to other roles because, you know, sales roles can come far in between, right? Look at me. I literally asked you guys, and you guys know any closers, you know. He was open to tech. We start going, you know. Anyway, Jada, did you pull that thing up? Did you find it?
Yeah. Dropped in the chat.
Nice.
This is the one who booked in on.
Yeah, no,
Monday?
this is just his company website, basically. So he's the co-founder. We set up a call with his business partner on the 19th.
Oh, whoops. This is good. You guys are getting some really bites, which is nice. Are these all through LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just his company one. His company LinkedIn. But I reached out to his personal one.
So the moment I open this up, the first thing I'm looking for is what niche. Clearly, I can see their staffing and recruiting, but like, what industries do they do deals in? Do they recruit for? Right. So I can't find that. So now I'm looking for a company website. 3 core talent right here. I haven't even bothered reading this, to be honest. They probably would have given me my answer, but I'm just straight up going for the website. All right, here. Again, I'm still looking for that same thing. I need to get this out of the way. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah.
Great. Looking for the niche. I'm looking for the niche. Okay. The Department of Defense, aerospace, definitely not going to work. Finance, architecture is not going to work. Engineering, maybe. Construction, tough. Tech, boom. I'll focus on this and I'll focus on this. This is where we're going to zero in.
Perfect.
This is where we're going to zero in. That's exactly what I'm looking for in real time when I open up their website. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now that I got the niche, next thing I'm looking for is case studies. Sometimes I'm looking for, like, if they recruit only executive search, because people are really prideful and they're like, oh, we only do deals with CEOs and we only place CEOs, and that's what we don't want to do.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know, how often do CEOs leave their jobs and enter the job market? Very rarely, right?
Yeah.
Executive search, direct placement. So if it was only executive search, their whole brand would be, we do executive search. But it looks like they do a bunch more things. Specifically, I'm looking at this right here, direct placement. That's a sign that they recruit for all levels, right? Junior analysts, you know, high ticket closers, for example, add CROs or whatever it is, right? So that's good. Now I'm looking for some case studies. Ideally, if there is some kind of social proof, because like they're looking at social proof for us, but we're also looking at if they have social proof. I can't find anything. One thing to keep in mind is they need you. They need you. That's why they're getting on the call here. So don't let them see through their mask, you know. About us, job seekers. Still haven't found any case studies. And if I can't find any case studies, this is one of the things I'm going to ask them about. Like, do they have any notable case studies, or do they, you know, anything that they can supply us with? Why do you want to know, Pablo? Well, because this will really help us in getting your results.
Yeah.
Straight up, it's good for building trust. Cool. 2 decades, great. Cool.
And that's who I reached out to, Brian there.
Brian, cool.
Yeah.
So Brian and Vanessa are co-founders. Great. So, I mean, clearly there's some skin in the game. They don't have a bunch of case studies that are like visible, but I'm sure they have some. So not a make or break. I just want to make sure they didn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
It's easier for us to win starting yesterday. Like we can start a marketing agency yesterday and then grow really quickly, but staffing and recruitment, it can be tough. Okay, so that's my thinking. Again, the case study thing is fine. I'm not going to be super strict with that. Reason being is because they clearly have some years in the game. Great. Cool. So that's really.
Is that considered like a case study there?
This right here? I guess. Yeah. Actually, I totally missed this. Yeah. Cleared IT contract. Aerospace department. Now, if they're so now what I'm seeing, the ones that they're highlighting is like government consulting firms, whatever the heck that is. This IT, aerospace, Department of Defense, another government thing, federal, so another government thing. If they lose, like we only do government jobs, like if that's their thing, I would decline.
Okay.
It sounds like this is not our area of expertise. I'll be very honest about it.
Perfect.
Thanks for letting me know. I have a good understanding of where you guys are at and what you guys do. I'll be totally transparent and saying this isn't my expertise. I'm not going to be able to get you results. This would probably be a better fit for another agency, but we wouldn't be able to move forward. I think we should stop this here. That's exactly what I would say, and they would respect you a lot for that. So you guys know sales. You know a good closing rate, 20, 25, 30%, depending on how warm the lead is or whatever it is. But point being, we're going to be rejecting more people than we take on. This is how you get really good results really quickly. It's by picking the right client in the first place. Cool.
Yep.
Perfect.
So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What other questions you got?
So I mean, from what I've noticed, the biggest things is like tech, financial, as far as like those are.
Yep.
Yeah, tech is always number one. Reason being is because there's so many tech jobs and sub niches. There's like 5,000-10,000 plus. That's even a conservative estimate, but like new jobs every day.
Perfect.
Right. So it's free for all. You get like it's so easy. That being said, do you have an idea of how you're going to take the sales call and how you're going to approach her? Or would you like my feedback on this?
I have an idea. I went over the script, and then obviously, I mean, I take calls all day, so I mean, it's just kind of adjusting. But if you could just kind of briefly like walk me through, that would be great too.
Great. So obviously, I'm not going to micromanage you on this. You guys have more skin in the game when it comes to sales than most people. That being said, some small banter at the start. We'll keep it very, very brief. Where are you from? Great, cool. Mind if we dive straight in? Dive straight. Like I'd like getting straight into this. And then the main thing here is just knowing what questions to ask. Right? Because Jaden, this feeds into the onboarding thing. Like let's say they're in a good case scenario, we're going to take them on as a client. We're going to do a deal. It's best to get all the information up front than to wait till the onboarding call and realize, oh, we only do one deal a quarter. So it's best that we just ask these questions up front. So knowing the right questions to ask, you really don't need a script if you just know the questions to ask and then just trust your gut from there. You guys have very sharp intuitions, that I can say, right? It's not like you guys are frantic and nervous on calls. Just physically lean back and just ask the right questions. So in terms of what are the right questions to ask, so talk to me about your firm, what niches do you operate in? So you're staffing and recruitment, like just get the very basic outline. So you're a staffing and recruitment firm, correct? Great, right? If not, just literally ask them, okay, what are they? But they are. So now that they're staffing and recruitment firm, what niches do they recruit in? Let's keep our ears open for that tech or the finance. So what niches? Cool. And then just double confirm that, right? So if they say we only do healthcare, okay, and just to be clear, you don't do anything else, or just to be clear, you only do healthcare. Like just ask that same question again, right? Because people omit things or sometimes they forget things genuinely. Cool. That's a hard stop right there. If it's an industry that you can't get results in, go only for tech, only for finance. If you are unsure, let them know that you'll get back to them, and then we can discuss after the call. Cool. You don't feel pressured to close this call right now.
Yeah.
Like you can cop out and say, okay, cool, we'll review the information and then we'll send a proposal and get back to you.
Yeah.
And then we can chop it up. Cool.
Yeah.
You need to know how many deals they're doing on a monthly basis. Concrete. Like this can't be a lot. What's a lot? Like
Yeah.
A lot can mean a bunch of different things. I say that respectfully, Mr. Client, but like what's a lot? North of, at least get something, like at least get north of, right? So they should, so there's a difference here between engagements, right? Like how many engagements, how many jobs are you recruiting for every month? That's like leads, right? Like how many leads are you getting? So how many jobs are you recruiting for? How many contracts are you getting every month? And then how many are you closing? How many deals are you closing every month? You got to ask both of those. Distinctly. Cool. If they vibe, I hate cliche, but like use your sixth sense here. Like vibe this out. If they if they can't answer that concretely, or if they can't, like if it sounds like they're new to the game, respectfully start to withdraw. Cool. You can start to cut that call short. Right? You'll know. Like don't ignore yourself. Cool. So how many leads they're getting a month, or how many contracts they're getting a month, how many they're closing. We got niches. Cool. And how are they currently getting leads? Big one. How are you guys currently getting these contracts? Like, is this just your network? Is this referrals? Is this cold calling? Talk to me about that.
Yeah.
Cold email, right? How are they currently getting traction? How are they currently getting leads? Right. Don't worry so much about the wording, like how you word it, but that's the general question we want to ask. Cool. So you're getting 5 leads a month. Cool. Okay, great. How are you getting them?
And what answer are we specifically like looking for there?
Right. Great question. So we are cold email specialists, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So they're either doing cold email or they're not.
Yeah.
If they're not doing, and it's different, like this is like a 1-2 punch combo, depending on, like we're gonna change our counterattacks, just like sales. It is sales, right?
Yeah.
So if they say they're not doing cold email, great. This is a great opportunity for us to come in and help you. This is what we do. Mm-hmm. You're not doing cold email, you need to be.
Yeah.
In 2026, like I don't know how, like it's impossible to move at the pace you want to and scale at the rate you want to for, it's not impossible unless you're using cold email. So this would be a great fit. If the niche is good, that's when we attack straight in. You're not doing cold email? Okay, great. Well, it sounds like we can come in and add some immediate value right there. This is something you're not doing that we can come in and do for free, by the way. Is it performance-based or just completely free?
Just completely free, because it's our first one. We're just looking to,
Easy. So if they're not doing cold email, great. Here's another channel for getting clients. You're going to say no, right? That's why this call is so much in your favor. You guys have so much leverage. Don't ever there's no need to convince them of your value, because you're literally doing this for free. So that's if they don't do cold email. Cool. Well, we'll help you get more clients with cold email. Something you're not doing, right? If they are doing cold email, okay, great. Well, we can do this better.
Yep.
Right? Would you like the pros to handle it? Yeah. So how we're not going to accuse them. We ask questions that lead them there anyway. So how's that going for you? Great. It's going well. Okay. Well, why'd you jump on the call?
Yeah. Absolutely the same thing. You're just pre-handling. So
pre-handling all the.
Yeah. So in the script, I saw too, like if they haven't done cold email, you would ask them like what prevented them from actually trying cold email in the past. Do you go that route too, or?
Yeah. Depending on how deep I want to go with it, like you can ask
Yeah,
this
yeah.
question.
It's free, right? So it's just like, okay, like we can help. Like it's not, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like have you tried cold email in the past? No, okay. Have you thought of it? No, okay. Like like there's only so far I'll go down an angle.
Yeah,
They say they've tried cold email in the past. Okay, cool. Just out of curiosity, why'd you stop? End of the day, it comes back to us being able to do it better than them, or they're not doing it, so they should be doing it. Let us handle it, right? If they're doing it, how's it going for you? Not going well? Okay, we'll take care of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. I got your back, right? They want to feel like we're about to go to war for them. That's what we want. Like we're service providers, we're their agency, right? We're their agent. We're going out into the marketplace, representing them. So it's to make them feel like that, right? You didn't get results, cold email. Don't worry, Mr. Client, I got your back. This is what we do.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Cool. So just basically getting a grasp of how they're doing things, obviously just collecting data, making sure like we can actually help them.
Yeah.
And then I just want to see too, like what would your pitch kind of look like? What would that sound like?
Absolutely. So we're going to assume they're a good fit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So Mr. and Mrs. Client, everything you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. And it sounds like a great fit, but I'd like to actually just walk you through how we might be able to help you. Would you want to hear that? So sounds like a great fit. Sounds like something we can really help you out with. I want to show you how I can add value. Are you down to hear me out? They'll say yeah, obviously, because they're on the call. Cool. So essentially what we do is we handle the entire outreach process for you. I don't go into the tactics of like deliver it. No. Grade 3 level, right? Just like you guys would explain it, just how Kobe might have explained it to you, or you explain, right? So essentially what we do is we handle all of your outreach for you using cold email. Right? I don't get to the specifics of AI or whatever it is. We handle all of your outreach for you with cold email. And we go out there and source these deals for you. We go out there and get clients that you specifically want to meet with. We go out there, we do that. We find them. We do the outreach for them. We handle the campaigns, and then we set them up in your calendar based on your availability. We'll run them by you to make sure you actually want to meet them. I don't worry about if I mess this pitch up because I'm passionate. Like, so it's more the conviction that I have in the process.
Yeah, for sure.
So that prevents me from like stumbling over my words. Even if I do stumble over my words, I know this process works. And what you two should know is that even if you don't feel all the way comfortable right now in fulfilling for a client, you know that you can reach out to me, and I will make sure that you're supported. So you will get them results if they're a good fit.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, so I just want you to just go into the conversation knowing that. Cool. But anyway, so here's how we can help you out. So what we do is we essentially handle the entire outreach process for you. It's completely hands off for you. It's completely done for you. It's the easiest thing in the world for you. What we do is we take note of the people you actually want to meet with. And then we go out there and put together a lead list of all these decision makers, right? The thousands of them. And then we go out there and do the outreach for them, make sure that if they are someone you want to meet with, that we go and put them in your calendar. That's it. That pitch might be 15 to 30 seconds, right? Yeah. And so one of those deals, Mr. and Mrs. Client, you and I both know can be worth tens of thousands of dollars for you, right? We should also ask them what their closing rate is as well. I forgot to mention. What's their closing rate on these deals? One of these deals can, I don't need to tell you, Mr. and Mrs. Client, but one of those deals can be worth tens of thousands of dollars for you, right? It's quite common for us to get these deals and put them on your calendar. It's saving you a ton of time. And again, the only thing we're looking for is a case study. Would that be something of interest to you? Would you want our help with this? Right. So I didn't go whole like AK-47. Yeah. You warm up. We're going to do this. 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 Pre-book, clay tables. Literally.
Yeah, it was super.
So we're just going to chop it up with this one.
Yeah. Okay. And so if they do say yes, it sounds good on her end, and that's like when you go like the proposal route, you send that over and everything.
Through Gamma, like the slides, and then you send that same day, obviously, and then she can review it. And that's when you drop the contract, have her sign it or edit, if anything, and then that's when we do our kickoff call after that. And then, yeah, that sounds.
So yeah, so I like at the end of that pitch, I'd be like, and so yeah, we handle the whole outreach process for you. There's nothing you have to do. We're just going to make sure that these are people you want to meet with. We'll be on the same page with that. We're not going to even argue about it. We're going to make it crystal clear, and we'll run these people by you before we even book them in. But it's completely hands off for you, and we fully expect that this will help you scale your business. The only thing we're looking for is a case study. Does that make sense? Whatever name it is, Shanae or Brian. Yeah, cool. Or no. Okay, well, what questions do you have? Just answer them honestly.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like if we can't help them, we can't help them. Boom, I'm out. Sorry. Nice to meet you. But does that make sense? Yes. Cool. Would you be opposed to moving forward? And would it be something you want to try out? Yeah. Okay, cool. So next steps, we're just going to go back and we're going to review all the information we discussed today, and we'll put this together in a proposal for you to review. Right? Take a look at it. Make sure you're in agreement with everything. Like make them feel safe. Let them know that this isn't like, we're not trying to close them on on one of these normal high ticket calls, right? We're just going to send you the proposal and let you review it.
Yeah. Let
you take your time with it. If you like what you see, and we can talk about next steps, onboarding, so on and so forth. In the onboarding call, Jaden and Anthony, we can talk more about that if you want my help. Cool. That's all you need to do to close that call.
Okay, cool. And then one more question that comes to mind. You're also asking her, like in kind of the discovery, who she wants to target, like her ideal, like you're making sure that you get that data as well, right?
1000%. Yeah. So here, I should give you guys one. You guys should ask all these questions on the call. No particular order. No particular order. But just ask those questions. And like how I like to frame these calls, because people blab. You guys know, you guys are taking tons of calls. People talk.
Yeah.
At the start of the call, I'm just like, okay, cool. So, how these calls typically work is I'm just going to get an idea of where you're at and see if I may be able to help. And then if I can, we'll talk about next steps, but I'll just keep it all the way transparent. Cool. All right. So I'm just going to start with some rapid fire questions. We'll keep this concise. This is just to help me paint a picture. And they still yap anyway, but
yeah,
sometimes it helps. You should ask those questions. That'll keep you safe.
Perfect. And then another thing is too, the onboarding form that you just sent, should we integrate that with our VSL to have them do that before booking in a call?
No, okay. Not right now. Let's reduce the amount of friction.
Okay.
When we're getting some leads, your content's picking up, then we can introduce that stuff. I just want you guys to get your feet wet primarily.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Any other questions?
No, that was very helpful.
That's everything essentially. So just kind of a little run through, just obviously hopping on the call, just literally collecting data, making sure we could help her. Just the basic questions, what niche she's targeting, who she wants to target,
right.
Make sure that we could help her. Then obviously just propose what we have, very simple. And then if she agrees, send over the proposal, let her have time to review it, and just go from there.
Absolutely, yeah. The main thing here is like none of these people were set, like they weren't pre-qualified by setters or a type form or anything like that. So that's really the bulk of our job today.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's easy because there's no financial exchange. So there's like half the objections people come with are not going to be present here. If they ask, have you ever done this before? You can absolutely say
that's a good one too.
We're a young agency. We're out of the market trying to build some case studies. We don't have any substantial achievements, and I'll be honest about that, Mr. and Mrs. Client, but we're really hungry. And so that's part of why we're not demanding any sort of payment. I just be straight up.
Yeah. So if you ask like, oh, am I your guys' first client? It's like, yeah,
absolutely. Like go into it head on, right? And that'll diffuse. She's expecting you to lie. He or she. They're expecting you to BS them. Just go straight for it. Be like, yeah, absolutely. we're a young agency. We have the process down pat. That being said, that's the reason why we're not asking for any sort of financial exchange today. Okay, what's the worst that can happen?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
At the end of the day, she needs us if we get to that point in the call anyway. So
right. Like listen, like this, like you guys are not idiots. You guys are far from stupid. You can this is something that we're really passionate about. This is something that we've studied immensely. We're very deeply immersed into this. Like this is what we do, and we're now doing this for ourselves. Like we're building our own firm now, and we're out there gathering social proof, right, and showing people how well we can do what we do, right. So just have a lot of conviction in your process, because again, like she doesn't know who you're being supported by, right?
Yeah.
But she doesn't know the fact that you have already have a pre-built bulletproof process that's been tested literally hundreds of times.
Yeah.
So just have that in the back of your head. Cool.
Yep. So the main thing is we're looking for with niches is tech and finance, correct? Is what okay.
And like just think about like how many people do you know who work for the Department of Defense? Not a lot.
Yeah.
Right. But we all know someone who like knows how to code, or let's go for like the bigger, more pop culture niches, right? Tech, finance.
Yep. Cool.
So yeah, how are you feeling about, I mean, calls are not new to you guys, but are you feeling okay?
Yeah, not for
confident.
Sure. Yeah.
Overly relax. Like I would physically take the call up like this. I'm not going for the kill. This isn't like a 15 grand deal. This is like, do you want this?
Yeah. Sure.
Like let me know. Like, can I help? So we're just filtering. We're just asking questions to weed them out. Is this our person? No? Bye.
Yeah. I'm curious as well, how long do your calls like usually last?
Depends on how much they yap. But like I had a yapper. If they really yap, it'll take like 45 minutes. I'm not as hardball as it probably should be. You can get in and out in like half an hour tops. Yeah. Especially if you're framing it and you're politely interrupting them. You can get out in half an hour. 45 minutes is what I set all my calls for. 45 minutes, whatever it was. If I really like you, then I'll give you an hour.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Makes sense.
Perfect.
Yeah. This one's trust your gut.
Yeah.
Like you both know what you're doing. You can tell, like if it's a boomer, like there's obvious red flags, right? There's obvious, like if they're a boomer and they're like, or they say like, oh, we only do deals in California. Something that just makes you kind of like, at the end of the day, again, if you're not totally sure, you got the cop out. Cool. We'll review the information. We're not going to make you any promises right now, but we'll review the information and we'll get back to you with next steps or perhaps a proposal. Let's leave it in the air. Cool. Yeah. If they're great fit, same thing. Sounds good. So in terms of next steps, what we'll do is we'll review the information and then we'll put together a proposal and we'll send it over to you. What we don't want to do is make them a ton of promises on the call, and then you and I will discuss about how the call went, or I'll reach out to you, or you'll reach out to me, and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, they said da 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 da," and by the way, they da da da, and I'm like, "Oh shoot, that's a red flag." So let's just not make them any promises. And you guys will be more than fine.
Cool.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think that was everything we have.
Sweet. The pitch, third grader language. Just like you're explaining it to someone in passing.
Yeah.
So what we do is we help people, just like we mentioned in the email. Like we help companies like yours, staffing and recruitment companies, however they describe their company, because they're particular about it. So just use our language. That tactic you guys know. But we help companies like yours get more clients. Right? The way we do that is by handling the outreach process with cold email. So it's completely hands-off for you. And what we're going to do, if there is a second conversation, And also with what we're talking about today is we'll just make sure that we're in agreement about who you want to meet with. We'll make sure that we know exactly who you want to meet with. We'll go out and find these people. We'll make it really easy for you. Cool. And obviously there's no cost to you, right? Is that something you'd be interested in? Would you like more clients? Right. Are you guys doing this on behalf of our firm? You know, whose company you're going to use in the signature? That's totally up to you. We can bend the process around you.
Yeah.
Just cater to them. Just cater to them. Just cater to tell them what they want to hear. Yeah, it's totally up to you. You know, if you want to set up a LinkedIn profile on your company, we can do that. If you want us to do it with our company name, we can do that. None of this is going to make or break. So if they get particular about it, just be like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you prefer? Yeah. What do you want to do I get to review all the emails before you send them out? Would you like to? Would that help you feel better? Yeah. Sure. You know, most of our clients allow, or most of the people we work with, or most of the outreach we do, right? If you don't have clients and that's been established, like if that's been established, most of the outreach we do, we just handle it ourselves. The idea is for this to be hands off for you. But if that would help you feel better, absolutely, we're in this for you. We're here to get you results.
Yeah, for sure.
Just like this one-on-one call, right? Anthony reached out to me yesterday. I'm like, in my head, the first thing I think about is what would help them get results.
Yeah.
Right. Like the reason why I've been to scale, was able to grow like this, and why Velocity Flow will grow like this is because I'm willing to go the extra mile for my clients. Right? I'm willing to go the extra mile for you guys if you need help, if it means you're going to get results. Right? Just go the extra mile for them. Right? Can you help us meet with CEOs? Would you like to? Sure, we can definitely do some outreach to them. Obviously, I'm not going to make any promises and say that every person you meet with is a CEO. Right? We both know that they're busy people, but of course, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you're 100% satisfied throughout this entire process. I got your back. I will literally say that verbatim. Cool. That's all it is. I'm telling you guys a lot of things you already know, but the main thing is like what I'm trying to do with Spectre and why I'm trying to roll up my sleeves and help you guys like this, not you guys specifically, but like everybody. Is because sometimes there's some nervousness about like our ability to fulfill. So we don't know if we can get them results or not. If they remotely seem like someone halfway decent, trust and believe that we will get them results. Cool. Like it would be very unreasonable for us to not get them results. Cool. You don't got to tell them that, you're in a group of 20 other people who are doing this thing at a very high level, but just know that like, you guys will be just fine.
Yep.
And then in the onboarding call, we'll Jaden, which we can have another conversation about.
Yep.
It's at that point that we will let them know how long it typically takes for them to see results. If they ask in this call, it typically takes up to 90 days to see the full results of campaigns. That being said, I'm not going to say it's going to take 90 days. That's the time window for us to see the full results of all our campaigns. But obviously our goal is to make this happen as soon as possible. Right? How long were you looking? How long were you expecting to see results? Like how soon were you expecting to see results? Tomorrow? Can't promise that. Not going to say I'm not going to try. Yeah. Pretty simple stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's just regular, it's just regular, just banter.
Yeah, and obviously we let them know it takes 14 days for the email boxes to even warm up in the first place, and everything like that. They get them into the Slack channel. I already have she sent me her personal number, so I'm already in contact with her there. But yeah.
And I have a quick question. As far as booking a qualified lead on her calendar, is it as simple as just sending just say we get a bite on an email? It's just as simple as sending them the Google Calendar and booking it. They'll book on her calendar. Yeah,
typically. So again, if they ask that, I'll say we can operate around whatever you want to do, Mr. and Mrs. Client. But Anthony, my personal process is I'll usually just make a Calendly for them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And in the onboarding call, I'll straight up just go to Calendly, make a new account or whatever it is, or and then with their company name. and then ask them what their hours of availability are. Right.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm doing this, Mr. Versus Client, is of course I'm going to check in with you to make sure that you're available to meet with these people. Like I'm going to reach out to you, right, when there's a bite. That being said, sometimes, time is of the essence. So sometimes it's better for us to just send the calendar link to them on your behalf. And then you can cancel the call or reschedule if it's not the right timing for you. But yeah, that's what I do. And then I just send them a calendar link, or I make a calendar link, and then I send that to people.
Perfect.
Makes sense.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty. Oh, and then we are obviously asking her too, like what type of people she wants them to meet with. Craig, well, from your experience, what do you like for like what we reviewed with her? What's going to be like the main thing main type of people she would want to have on her calendar?
Yeah, if she's talking accounting/finance, again, feel free to go through that form if you want to know how to word the questions. But in terms of like what answers we want to hear, so we've confirmed the niche, right? That's one of the first things I do is I'm okay, because we know they're staffing firm. So it's like, okay, so what niches do you guys that's usually my first question. I'm like, okay, so what niches do you specialize in? Like what niches do you recruit for? Accounting, finance, anything else? Oh, some tech, some law. Okay, talk to me about the roles that are most common that you recruit for. Like what roles do you most commonly recruit for? They'll have ones that are top of mind. She'll literally tell you out her own mouth which roles she recruits for, right? So I'm ignoring anything about law and legal. I'm straight up acting like it's going in one ear and out the other. If that's all she's fixated on, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to be honest. What her name is? Shanae? Whatever her name is?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, Shanae. I'm not confident in my ability to get you results when it comes to law, right? Reason, and I'll say it just like that. Like I have no shame. The reason being is because from our experience and from what we're seeing in the marketplace right now, these are quite difficult for us to source for, especially through cold email. Like if we're not going through some university or some referral network, right? So seriously, I don't think I can get you results, right? If we're talking now, are you open to any other niches? I'll ask her one final time. Are you open to any other niches? Right? She says yes. Okay, let's start talking about accounting and finance. Accounting and finance, I'm looking for things like anything from like a junior accountant, a junior financial analyst, or just a straight up accountant, a straight up financial analyst, all the way up to a controller, which is a higher level. It's like almost like a chief accountant. And then we'll talk like CFOs and stuff like that. It's typically in one ear and out the other, because again, how often are CFOs looking for a new job? They're almost always employed, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking for anything like financial analyst, investment analyst, anything analyst, anything accountant, director level, so on and so forth. If she's like, I only recruit for CFOs, red flag. Anytime they say only,
That's what. Yeah.
you're going to make our life difficult. This is why they're not getting any results.
Yeah.
They're too prideful. Well, does that answer your question, Anthony? About like what roles are?
Yeah, that does. So obviously the CFO is going to be like way higher up. So the chances of even getting her results with something like that. So and then what about tech? Is it like the same thing? Like what's like the hot, like a
Tech is great. Tech, like if they're in tech, they're 1000% recruiting for software developers, software engineers. Like it'll be some kind of developer, some kind of engineer. Like those are the most popular roles. And then we can ask them at all levels, like junior to all the way to senior level. We can just straight up ask them. Let's keep it very third grader. Like what are the most common roles you recruit for? Let them tell you, right? And then all levels, junior all the way up to like, or another way you can ask this is, what's the minimum? You should actually ask this: is there a minimum salary that you like have recruit for? Like, do you go for roles only over a certain amount, right? Anything like that's fine. Just be open to whatever she says, so long as she's like, oh, we don't only go after, or we only go after chief technology officers or whatever it is. Okay, all right. we only go after director level and up. You're going to run into some issues there.
Yeah.
Because software engineers, they pay 200 grand, 250 grand, depending on where they're at. But they're always on the market.
Yeah.
Right. Those are easy, huge deals for you too. Right. There's no reason for her to be saying, oh, we only do director level and up, or we only do CEO level and up. No. Drop the ego a little bit. Yeah. Cool. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah. So just ask questions. You may not be able to get obviously all your questions answered because again, people yap, or you might forget to ask a question. That's fine. Record the call. Let's review it. Reach out to me with your feedback.
Yep.
And then I'll help you make a decision from there, just so that you don't feel forced to make any sort of commitment or promises.
Yeah. Only if I'm super confident, right? Then obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Purposely leave it up in the air, and then we'll talk about it. Cool.
Perfect.
All right. You guys feeling good?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. We'll talk further. I gotta jump in my one-on-one with Marita. But you guys will be just fine. This is just getting your feet wet. This is just sparring.
Yeah.
It's just sparring. That's it. Cool.
Yep. Cool.
Right.
Cool. Thank you, Paulo.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime. What, the afternoon right now?
No, it's 8 p.m. in the evening.
Sounds good. Well, we'll be efficient today. So, Rishab, if you don't mind, we'll just dive straight into it.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good. So how this call typically goes, I'm just going to rapid fire ask you some questions about where your business is at and where you're starting from. And then we'll just keep it very straight to the point. And then from there, I'll see if I can help you out, if I can get you results, if I can diagnose your problem. Okay.
Exactly.
Cool. Sounds good. So talk to me about what you sell, who you sell it to, what's the price point?
Okay, so we are selling outbound done for you appointments, mostly to agency owners, SaaS companies, and sometimes I tried healthcare, but it didn't work for me for some reason.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty open to test out different niches, unless until it's working for us. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. So it's setting appointments, great, getting them leads. Cool.
Yeah.
Healthcare is a tough one, no matter where you go. Healthcare is tough. Absolutely. So that's good. I actually built up my own lead generation agency. I don't know if you saw on the page, but so we grew it to quite a big size. So I have a lot of experience in helping other people do that. So that's good. And what's the price? What's the price point?
Normally we also are struggling with selling very high ticket. Like normally we are able to get like $1,500, $2,000 deals, but we're not able to get, for some reason, we are not able to get 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 deals at a time, like in ticket size. Yeah.
Are you selling to North America or India or UK?
No, we are barely selling to US based companies.
Okay, good. So they have money. It's just we got to structure the offer a little bit. We can talk more about that. That's no problem. That's what we do. Cool. Okay, so 1,500 to 2,000 is not a bad starting point. And do you have how much is the business making right now a month?
Let's say I've been making like 3K, 4K, something like that. We are stuck. Yeah.
Good. Okay, cool. And how long have you been doing it?
Also, yeah. We have been doing it for the last 3 months, and of course we are making 3K, 4K in cash collected. And the problem is, of course, with getting the results for the clients. So we are not able to get the results, and let's say we are charging 50% upfront, and we are not able to get the results from them. So my offer generally contains that I extend my services if I'm not able to get results, right? So normally it's going in losses for us.
Got it. So do you have to do refunds? Is it?
No, not refunds, but let's say if I have 50 mailboxes purchased and I can use it for some other client or for me specifically, but I'm not able to use because I have to extend my services for the existing clients.
Got it. So you're doing cold email?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing else, just cold email?
Yeah, just cold emails, yeah.
Okay. And so first off, making 3-4K and you've only been doing this for 3 months is really good. So you should be proud of yourself. Fulfillment is always the hardest part. Right, it's always the hardest part. Getting clients is easy. Hence my offer. I get people clients, but where we also really like the reason why I have built a name is because I have been able to get people serious results, and I can help people do that. Right. So that's no problem. We'll talk about your cold email process in a second, but it's just very minor tweaks. Cool. So 3 to 4K a month is great. Is it just you, or do you have a partner?
Okay. I have partners. Like there's someone, but I am the core decision maker here.
Great. Okay. Do you have any other employees that you're paying?
Yeah, we have employees. Like I have 2 virtual assistants, but like it doesn't cost like more than 20% of what we are making like in cash collector. So
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, that's beautiful. That's good. So it sounds like you guys are off to a good start, and I'm glad you're exploring options to scale
Yeah.
now and not later when it gets to be too messy. So this is good. Cool. So you're doing cold email. It's just we can get clients. We're just having some issues fulfilling. How many new clients are you getting a month? If you could just guess.
Okay, let's say 2 clients, sometimes I think 1 or 2 clients every single month.
Great.
Yeah.
Always 50% upfront.
Yeah, mostly we charge 50% upfront. Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah. And so what's the most expensive price point? Like, what are you selling at right now? Is it 2,000? Is it 1,500 or
It's 2,000 and 2,500 something.
2,000 or 2,500?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good place to start. Don't go less than that. That's good. That's good. So 10 clients at $2,500, assuming that you recoup the other 50%. So the whole $2,500, 10 clients, $25,000 in new revenue for your agency.
Yeah.
Right. Got it. I'm just thinking of what we offer people is 10 to 30 paid clients that we will help you secure. So that's a minimum of $25,000. On the high end, if you just charge $2,500, which will get you higher, but that's 20,000 to, or if you do 2,500, that's $25,000 to $75,000 in new revenue for your agency. Great, cool. Those are good numbers.
Exactly.
Cool. All right, so let's talk about cold email. So what do you need? What do you need help with? What are you not able to do on your own?
Okay. I believe sometimes it's about I'm not able to position myself somehow in a bracket where I can sell super high ticket. Also, if I've been serving like 3 clients or 4 clients at a time, it gets very hectic lots of times, like very hectic to onboard new clients. Like I'm not able to give my team a direction, so I can just focus on sales, and people from my team can just focus on fulfillment or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like I am switching the roles every single time.
Mm.
Also, I didn't tell you this, but some of our old clients, like let's say even now, let's say if I'm trying to position my $2,500 offer, sometimes it happens that people are somehow able to negotiate up to $500 or like $1,000, and because I don't have a lot of deals in pipeline, I just have to go for that.
I understand. So there's an issue with just sounds like structure. So structure about the sales process. So when I say structure in the sales process, it means like making sure that the offer is structured in a way and presented in a way that people see you, like they recognize the value, right? Like if you pitch a $5,000 offer or even a $10,000 offer, I don't know if you saw or like people understand why it's 10,000 and they see the ROI. So they're negotiating. It's just pay me 10K, 5K up front, 5K on the back end. This is an example. But there's structure around the offer, number one. And then number two, in terms of the actual agency, it sounds like the agency, we need some structure in place now. So why do you find that you're not able to give direction? Is it just like the fulfillment process is custom for each client? It changes or talk to me about?
Okay. A lot of times we are onboarding clients we are not very sure about, and we have to figure it out later on how to fulfill them, right? So it takes a lot of time.
Got it. So you're going into SaaS, you're going into agency owners, and then we were experimenting with healthcare. Are there any other niches?
Actually, I have worked with there's one niche called SBA. SBA loans in the US. I worked with them. I've also worked with private bankers in Australia. But I used to onboard them and then used to think how to deliver them. I never had an idea about how to do it. Okay,
so this is the very first thing. So we're gonna niche down, right? What do you want to scale up to on a monthly basis? What's your goal? 30K, 50K, 100K?
Like 100K, of course.
Okay, cool. So we can get to at least $1 million a year, which is 80K, not 1.2, so about 100K, just niching down.
Okay.
So the reason why I'm going to recommend you niche down. I know, we have templates, specific email copy scripts that we'll just give you for the niche. So it's not like you got to make. But the thing is, like, why you're seeing all those results on the landing page when you book the calls, because all those people are in a niche that we chose for them or that we recommended they stick to. So what happens is your email templates are all the same. So now if you have someone who's doing your inbox management or your campaign, like your go-to-market stuff, it's the same every time. So, it's not like you got to change it for a different niche. The fulfillment is the same process every time. The offer is the same price every time. Same
Got it.
price, right? So the niche removes 80% of the headache that's happening here. And when you say that, of course you can change it per call. Like you can get on the call with a SaaS company or an agency owner, a marketing agency owner, but we don't want to do more than 1 or 2, right? The good thing is we know where we know where the money's at. It's not like you got to experiment with 10 different niches before we find the right one that works for you. No, there's a few different niches that will work for you, Rashab, and this is how you start charging 3 or 5K up front, if that's what you want, right? Yeah, so if you want to hit 100K a month, that's 20 of those. That's not that bad on a monthly basis. I have 30 plus million companies in the US. I wouldn't do any loans or debt or investment companies. If you're going to do financial services, let it be something like corporate accounting firms, fintech, or even that SaaS. I would go for we'll help you with this. This is the easy part. The point being, everything starts with having focus in one direction. If we can focus in one direction, we can justify price, right?
Got it.
Yeah. So that's how we were able to scale so quickly. Like all the folks you see on the I'll this is a bit much, but I just want to emphasize my point, right? Like here, like this offer is for, just so we practice what we preach, is for B2B agency owners, right? Even that's a little broad, but Christian goes after a very specific niche, and this is how he started getting the 20K deals, right?
Yeah.
Brett, we just told him to go after recruitment agencies, for example, right? And that's how you start closing 4K deals. Like all these guys are niche down. You know what I mean? So that's the very first thing is that solves your whole delegation problem right there.
Okay.
Right. So it's not like you gotta train your team on fulfill, and it's the same process.
I have an issue here. Like, let's say for an example, if you're targeting a particular niche, doesn't it happen that your total addressable market is over and you don't know what to do after that?
Yeah. So we can experiment with more than one niche. Like we'll go for agencies, and there's a bunch of sub niches under agencies, and then we'll experiment with SaaS. But we don't, like I said, we don't want to do more than two max 3, because then that's when we have to reinvent the new fulfillment process every time. Are you using Clay?
I'm not using Clay, but I built my internal processes that are pretty much as efficient as Clay. I would say it's not very efficient, but it's code-based process. We have written Python codes for that, and those are like decent. But I wanted to shift to Clay.
Okay. I mean, if what you're doing is working, that's fine. Like if that's not the bottleneck, let's leave it alone. Yeah. If you did want to use Clay, we would just give you our pre-built Clay workflow. So just works. You can save time on that. But yeah, what's happening right now is you're doing a lot of hard work for this 3K. This like 3 to 30K should be really easy. It should just be one offer, ideally one ICP, ideally one marketing channel, which is cold email. We just got to give it some focus, because right now we're spread out like this. We're chasing every deal we can get, and they sense that.
Exactly.
Right. They sense it. So it's these minor tweaks, which is really easy fix if you know what to do. Cool. So how about your deliverability, the copy, the targeting, the work, like that's all okay?
I think sometimes it takes a lot of time for us to write the copy specifically because I told you I've been targeting like 10 different niches, and every time I'm onboarding a client, it takes a lot of time in writing the copy. In terms of deliverability, I have studied a lot about Google Workspaces, but I don't have any idea about I would say SMTP and Microsoft Workspace, Microsoft Outlook accounts.
Where are you getting your inbox is set up? Is it an SMTP?
No, it's Google Workspace. There are a few Bangladeshi vendors. I've been in contact with them, and they are providing it for, I believe, $3 per mailbox or something. And yeah, we have been using them.
They're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like they're decent enough.
Okay, good. So if that's good, then that's good. So I'm just doing some quick mental math, because my job is to help you get an actual ROI that you're happy with, right? So if we just do some quick math, $2,500 is about the most that we're charging right now. If we can just increase that to $4,000, excuse me. So number one, we help you with the fulfillment, and that will be solved, right? But we go ahead.
So like there was one more issue, like that's a very big one for us. After we have received the replies from the prospects, we don't have the speed to lead. Like, I'm not sure how to build it. Like, should I be hiring full-time employees and they should be responding to the mails whole day, or how does it look like?
Yeah. So are you able to take care of that yourself? Are you able to do the response handling yourself?
No, like literally, it's 6 hours, 10 hours delay per minute.
Yeah, and this is just inbox management, right? Like just responding to cold emails.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would see if I could do that myself, but if I can't, like as a founder, we all had to go through this, you know, everyone who started an agency. So I was doing it for myself as long as possible. If it's getting to the point where it's over 15 minutes, like that's the max. If your response time is over 15 minutes, then yeah, you should delegate that to one of the folks on your team. You need to be closing deals.
Exactly. So how should I do that? Like, should I be hiring someone specifically for this? And if yes, where should be the ideal place for it?
Yeah. So we'll talk more about this later, but you should definitely be hiring. I mean, if you have someone with capacity, so an extra an hour or two a day on your team, don't go hire someone totally new. Just add to the job description. That's what I would do. Yeah. And then maybe give them some compensation if they actually convert them into a meeting. Yeah, we can help you out with the meeting conversion process. Like you should be converting at least 50%, like 30, let's just say 50% of all your positive replies should turn into meetings. Cool. Okay. So if we're charging $2,500 right now, we just up to 4,000, right? So like Brett that I showed you on my landing page when I shared my screen. So he's charging. So when he first started, I told him don't charge anything less than $4,000. So now he hit 8K a month in his first month. That's where you should be, like at a minimum, right?
Okay.
So if you think about it, that's 2 $4,000 deals, right? But anyway, it's besides the point. I'm just happy because this is a really easy fix. Like you're going to be an easy case study. So if you go from $2,500 to 4,000,
okay.
So that's $1,500 profit per client that you're now making, right?
Yep.
If you go from $2,500 to 4,000, right? So $1,500, which is great. You can do a lot with that. This is how you scale.
Exactly.
15, and we're gonna get them results because we're gonna focus on niches that we can get results for, and we're gonna work on our sales process so that we don't take on any clients we can't get results for, right?
Yeah.
Right. So 1,500 times 10 clients paid. That's 15,000 on the profit. On the low end, we're not even talking revenue. If we're talking revenue on the low end, 4K per client times 10, that's 40 grand in your pocket revenue. You see why this offer is so popular and why you saw my ad?
Yeah, like I've seen your ad also. I've seen your YouTube videos about that.
Yes.
And also, like people in my team, I literally recommend them your channel.
Oh, wow.
I have also one more thing. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
I have been discussing with your project, like it is all your videos, like literally all your YouTube videos. Everyone in my team, they just keep. It's really good. Like
beautiful. So you came across my channel before you saw my ad.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. How can I go to 30K a month? That's fine. That's fine.
And it will explain me everything, like a lot of things.
Yeah. Let's see how accurate it is.
You can verify this. I'm not sure.
10 to 12 client. Yeah. So okay, so we'll break down your offer a little bit more. I'm sure it can use some structure, but hey, Rishabh, this is what we do. The system is so refined. It's so bulletproof. In the last 8 weeks, we've added, like we're talking all the numbers we would add for your agency. What's your agency called?
It's
okay, just like the
our website is in you can say is in progress right now because we just revamped our website, so you'll not be able to find it online.
Okay. Yeah. So like, you know, this offer in the last 8 weeks, we've added over $100,000 in new revenue for the agencies we're working with. You know, it's just because of everything we're taught. Like we know where to fix the leaks. You hit 3 to 4K a month in 3 months with no guidance, and that's just hard work. You know, just wanting really badly. Imagine if you knew exactly what you were doing in a blueprint. And also that, like, we guarantee it. We double guarantee it, you know. So there's that. Anyway, so let's see. So yeah, so if you like, listen, like if you there's 2 or 3 points where Yellow Tribe is just gonna scale really quickly. Number one is if you get your offer down pat. That's the biggest thing, right?
Yep.
So price, but also like the deliverables, making sure that it's easy to fulfill, because it should be easy, right?
Exactly.
If you, like we just did the math, if you get your offer from 2,500 to 4,000, that's
Mhm.
$1,500 profit. Now, more you're making, and over 10 clients, which is what we guarantee, minimum 10 to 30, that's $15,000 right there. So do you see how you can scale? I mean,
Right.
$1,500 divided by 2,500, you're scaling 60% further per deal. Does that make sense? Does that math make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So just fixing the offer, you're scaling 60% further. So you're like you have a easy 10K, like 10K a month is a joke. Like you have an easy 10K, like you're gonna shoot past 10K a month.
Yep.
If you just fix the offer, like the math just speaks for itself, right? So that's the offer, and then your team, you may not even, like, how many employees do you have? People
Okay, it's like two. You can say two. Two are there with me, like
okay,
along three. Yeah.
yeah, like you won't need to hire anybody else, like, you know, which means your margins are going to go up, right? So it's more money with the same amount of people. It's just like this, the margin increases, right? So you're getting more profitable, you're making more money. You're probably going to make at least 10 clients over like at least 30 to 40K new revenue by the time we're done, right? And again, we double guarantee that, so it's not like I'm just pulling these numbers out of nowhere. You know, your copy will just give to you. You'll never have a problem with deliverability again, because we're partnered with, if you want to go that route, but I know you have your own
Okay.
boxes from Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Your sales script and process, if you want to know what to say to close these deals, we'll just give you the sales script word for word if you want that. If you want to use Clay, we have Clay tables that are pre-built for you. You don't have to touch a thing; they just work.
Got it.
And then fulfillment, we can help you. Like, I mean, the Clay tables, they're pre-built. We'll give you the copy for the niche. It's done. Right. So the whole goal is you get paid clients, and your easy case study for me and my team. You win. You hit 30K a month, whatever your goal is, 100K a
Yep.
month. And that's it. It's a very simple operation here. Do you have any questions so far?
No, I think it's clear. Like, in my
Sounds good. I'm really happy that you saw my videos. That makes me feel a little special. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So if we can solve, like, it sounds like the things that are keeping you up right now, keeping you up at night right now, are
Yeah.
number one, fulfillment. So how can we get the other 50% of every deal?
Yeah.
That's huge. Like, you're leaving half a month. Like, if we do that, you immediately go from 3 to 4K a month to 6 to 8K a month.
Exactly.
Push button. Like, we didn't change anything. We just help you with the fulfillment. Push button. Cool. So now you're at 6 to 8K a month. But then we take you from 2,500 to 4K, because you should be there. You know what you're doing now. It's not like you're starting from scratch.
Yep.
So there's that. So that takes you to, like, yeah, man, you're at least like, I don't see why you're doing anything less than 20 to 30 grand. I don't. You're in the exact position that Christian was in. Whereas, yeah, so you need an offer like this, like Brett, get you up to 4K. We just literally told him what to do, and he closed 2 of these in 10 days. That's where you should be, like, right away. So that would immediately, like I'm saying, I'm not pulling these numbers out of thin air. It's because this is what we do. So you immediately hit 8K a month just from fixing that offer, and then we'll get you the other 50% of those deals, and then also get you 10 to 30 paid clients guaranteed. If not, we'll give you double what you paid us, no questions asked. And so you're about the same place where Christian was at. Christian was working with us for 8 weeks, right, closing 2 20K deals, just using the templates, same script that I'm going to give you.
What niche?
Well, I can't speak on his
Niche.
but it's B2B. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll meet all these people if you decide that this is right for you.
Sorry.
You'll meet all these people. If you just, it's for you. Yeah. Cool. Any questions so far before we dive in?
No, I think it's decent enough. I've understood everything.
Sounds good. So here we are. Yeah. So this is I mean, do you want help with this? I should just ask you that.
It's definitely, I would love to have your guidance for me. right, for me and my team. And I know there are small bottlenecks that we wanted to fix, and someone like you would be the perfect one for us.
Mhm.
And yeah, and just one thing here, basically, don't like, you can take it as an objection or whatever, right? It's like right now I do have around 500, right, like right now to give you, and and it's like around 1,000 we are getting within next 1 week. So I can also give like 500 from that. So it's like part by part, something like that we can offer you. That's the only thing that I see as a bottleneck here. I'm not sure you would accept me as a student or not, but I really like to be the part of your closed community, meet all those new people and all. So yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so we can talk about that. Yeah. We can talk about that. So yeah, it's so these bottlenecks are really
Yeah.
really big bottlenecks. You know,
Exactly.
if you haven't been able to fulfill successfully yet for any of your clients, have you been able
No,
to?
no.
Right. So if we're charging $2,500, or
Yeah.
whatever, we're off the bat, if you're making 3 to 4K a month, you really should be losing. I mean, you really should be making 6 to 8K a month.
Yeah.
Does that mean right? Because we're collecting 3 to 4K a month.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
off of the upfront deposit. So it's just the back end that we're not able to get because we can't fulfill. So
Exactly.
so right now, not fixing these bottlenecks is costing you about 3 to 4K a month.
Yeah.
And that's before we even raise our price. You know, so it's these little, they're not little bottlenecks. They're actually really big if you think about how expensive they are. Like this is what takes you to 30K. This is what gets you to 30K a month like this.
Exactly.
Right. If you can tell, I've been doing this for a while, so this would be really easy for me. That being said, in terms of pricing, so we have a couple of options. Typically, typically we would need so it's a 24 here. Let me just go through it with you. So it's a 24-week program, right? 24-week program as exactly as advertised on the landing page.
Exactly.
Everything about the offer, the guarantee, so on and so forth is exactly on the like it was advertised on the landing page. That being said, it's 10 to 30 paid clients in 180 days, which is about 24 weeks, or we double what you paid us, right? Very easy to do. It's all done for you or done with you. Okay, so it's a 24-week program. So typically we require 8 weeks upfront of payment, right? So it's $625 a week. Right? $625 a week over 24 weeks. The idea is you start to make money as you go to cover the payment. That's typically what happens, right? So typically we require 8 weeks up front, which is 5K down to move forward, right?
Okay.
So you only have so you have about a week's worth available. So 500 and then 1,000 from next week. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's from the next week. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, this is so here's what we can do. I'll just present you this offer, right? I'll just present you this offer and then you can take it. If not, actually, this might work in your favor. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Might be able to work something out for you. Oh no, it doesn't work. All right. So here's what I'll do. I'll just make this really easy and propose this to you. We can do 625 a week, right?
Okay.
So it's 625 a week. So it's essentially pay as you go, right? We won't do the 8 weeks up front. But of course we would it's over the span of the entire program, right? So it's over the span of 24 weeks, right?
Got it.
So that guarantee is, we got to get you 10 to 30 paid clients over those 180 days, right?
Yeah.
which means you're going to have to, like, if you aren't able to complete this payment plan, we wouldn't be able to work the program. Does that make sense? And the guarantee,
Got it.
right? So is that something you want to move forward with, or no?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to start it.
Would you want to do the 625 a week?
Yeah, I
Or-
think it might work for us. Yeah, it might work for us.
All right. Are you ready to go now? Because I wouldn't be able to do it after this.
Okay, I think yes, I'm ready to go forward.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So here's what we'll do. Give me a quick second, and then I'll pass you. Okay.
Okay.
This is.
And how would it look like after onboarding? Like,
Yeah. So as soon as here, I'm making you a custom link. Give me 1 second. Okay. So I just made you a custom link. Okay. So I'm cutting you a bit of a break here. I won't ask for 8 weeks up front. We'll just do pay as you go. But like I said, that guarantee. So for us to fulfill on the guarantee, we're going to need 24 weeks. It's the program, right? Which means if you decide that this is, you're not able to continue or whatever it is, for whatever reason, you don't have to disclose to me. If you decide that you're not able to continue and it's before that 6 months, then we wouldn't be able to fulfill on the double your money back. Does that make sense?
got it.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so I just want to make that clear. So that's your link right there. So in terms of onboarding, so once that's put through, we will immediately, I'll just do it right now. I'll send you a link to the school community so I can you get in. And then Marita, who is your one-to-one customer success agent, she will send you an email to welcome you. We'll welcome you inside of the program, her and I. We'll get you your onboarding documents, and then we can get started right now.
I think the payment is completed.
Yeah, it looks good. So I'll send you the link right now. Yeah. So I'll let you in now. And what you're going to do, Rashab, is again, Marita and I will welcome you in. But what you're going to do, so you already have inboxes. So go through it step by step. Don't skip anything.
Sure.
And then you're going to be able to skip some of the stuff like infrastructure, right? Infrastructure. Other than that, you have everything you need to scale, to hit whatever your number is. We do this like clockwork. So just take your time and let's go for it.
I can guarantee you one thing, like I know I've been suffering from few bottlenecks in my mind. Most I believe it's mental barriers, right? So I'm definitely going to give you a very good testimonial in the next 15 days.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Or 21 days, that's the max I'll take. I have everything that that I can put in, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it. Why the next 50? Why are you so sure on the next 15, the next 21?
I don't know, like I just wanted to grind as hard as possible. Like,
let's do it. Hey, this is, it's the new year, right? There's a lot of momentum. Businesses are looking for new partners. They shut down for the holidays. They got their new budgets. This is a real thing. Now they're looking to partner with new service providers. So let's get you out there. Let's charge more, and then let's help you fulfill. One thing I can promise you is you won't be left behind. Okay.
Good. Dude, thank you for all the videos that you've been putting out. Really, really helpful.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know if it just goes into the abyss, like cyberspace, or if it's actually helping folks.
No, it's great. It's definitely helping me. Yeah.
I'm glad. So you're in LA.
I'm in LA. Yeah, I live in Hollywood.
Beautiful. Okay, so you're a couple hours behind me. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Toronto. So
Okay, very cool. Yeah, I've never been, but it's on the list.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's all right. Anyway, let's dive straight in, if you don't mind. Cool. All right. So you're running a real estate media business, and sometimes check out the website. Beautiful work, by the way. I genuinely mean that.
Thanks.
So you're hovering in the 5 to 10K a month range right now in terms of MRR, roughly?
Yeah. I have a document I could share with you that kind of breaks everything down. Or I could just read it off to you.
Yeah. Totally up to you if you have the ability to just
Yeah.
You know what?
Just content.
Do you want a screen share? Would that make your life easier?
I could, or I could just
Whatever.
here.
There we go. Okay, cool. So we got this open.
So that just breaks down kind of the numbers. I'm averaging 9,000 a month right now. Ran 13,000 last year.
Cool.
And there's just a little bit of contract labor. It's not too much. I think it's a little bit more than this actually.
Yeah.
In the subscriptions, and I do a lot of driving since I have to go to the property, so that's definitely an expense.
Yeah.
And then I have some of the things that I offer there, and I found you on TikTok,
Cool.
And I was already looking for something to do with cold email because I tried it in the past,
Yeah.
but I did it so wrong. Like I hired someone for $150 to teach me how to do like DMARC and all that kind of stuff. I had one domain. I used my own personal domain, which got completely screwed up. I sent 10,000 emails from my personal domain that ended up getting it like blacklisted. I can't even use my emails anymore because it just won't even go through. Completely screwed that up. So I kind of gave up after that. And then 2 years later now, I was like, I should really start getting back into cold email and do it right this time. So instead of learning from real estate photographers on YouTube how to do cold email, I was like, why am I wasting my time doing this? I just want to go to someone who already does this for a living so I could learn the right way this time.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, so these expenses, contract labor, gas, so on and so forth, that's on a monthly basis, just so on the same page.
That's on a yearly basis.
Okay. Well, I'm glad.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's really good. I think contract labor may be closer to $4,000 or $5,000, but that's just what my QuickBooks said for last year on a quick search.
Cool. Okay, cool. So then it looks like the margins are pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not worried about that at all. Yeah, I thought that was monthly, so I pulled out my calculator. I'm like, oh no.
No.
Cool. All right, so far so good. And one thing I didn't ask in the type form is which type of client is the juiciest? Which type of client pays you the most? Is it the construction?
Real estate agents. Yeah, construction is pretty good too. I only have 2 clients right now that are construction, and they're not very common that I get those. Maybe once every like 2 or 3 months. But it's the real estate agents that are doing high volume in good areas, and they don't really have time to think about exactly what they want from you. They just like want someone to go out and do it.
Yeah.
And I have one really good client like that. So she's great, and I want more like that.
Yeah.
So going through the cold email, I was setting everything up. I set up some inboxes. I'm in the middle of crafting my offer that I want to send out, which I sent a link there. That's my offer, and it gives out a visual of everything that's included.
Okay.
So that's $1,500. I don't know an offer that's higher than that to send out, and I haven't sent out any emails yet. So I don't know if that's good. I was going to test it with that and then go from there.
Yeah. Cool.
And then I came up with like a Loom script. And the way I did that Loom script was as a photographer. And since I read the Take Their Money, so I want to redo that whole Loom video again, but like do it in copyright form,
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good context. And do you have, if you could just ballpark this, do you know how many new clients you're getting on a monthly basis?
I'd say 1 or 2.
Okay, cool.
Just from word of mouth or like rarely social media.
Gotcha. And is that how you got that dream client of yours?
Yeah, word of mouth. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So good thing about word of mouth is the closing rate's so much higher because they're being
so much higher.
Thing is we can't predict it as you know already. So
right.
We need to, like, I'm not worried about the price. Like I'm actually surprised you're charging so little just after having looked at your website. Is that something you're pondering on already? Or?
No, I appreciate it. A lot of the outreach that I get, even from referrals, they'll reach out to me and be like, wow, these prices are so high. I can get someone to do it for $100. And it's like, I even know people that work in my industry that do these super cheap prices, and they're booked from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and they're just, all they do is just these really cheap shoots, and they're not happy with their lives. And I won't do that.
Yeah, and we just look at the expenses, right? Like your expense, like the contract, this better than I do, but the expenses that are involved with this, so the gas, the travel, your time, plus charging less is, so recipe, it's you're not getting to the levels that you want to get, the 30K plus a month. I just being genuine here, I think you can get there quite quickly. We actually maybe triple or quadruple the price, and I know that might be weird territory right now, but there's really simple ways. I'm very happy to develop this with you, like side by side with you, which is why I'm here. But really, especially with anything sort of remotely creative, I'm saying this because I've done it. So media related stuff, we got to figure out a way to quantify the value, which I can help you with. Like, I can get really specific in a different conversation, but quantify the value. It can be as simple as this house that we did the media for sold for X amount. Like, it can be that simple. We just directly attach what you do to like a numerical value, which makes it really easy for cold outreach. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because they're not judging you by like how they feel about your photos. You know, it's like there's a numerical association with your work, right? So that's how I go in really aggressive with cold traffic marketing for anything remotely creative, and it just works, you know. And so if we were going to sell a 50, I'll talk more about this later on, but if we were going to push this $100 offer, and it all starts with the messaging too, you know, but we want to be going after uh, real estate. So you said high volume real estate agents.
Yes.
They're not necessarily doing luxury real estate. They just might be doing anything, right?
But the ones I work with that do high volume are luxury real estate that are willing to pay the prices. The ones that are in the valley, they're selling like $500,000 homes. They wouldn't even have a conversation for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to make you restructure your whole business here, but we'll definitely. The beautiful thing about cold email is we can test multiple different messagings and positionings at the same time, which makes it really rather test data. So where I'm getting at with that, and I don't mean to bore you right now, is one thing about selling to. You live in LA, so you know this, but one thing about selling to higher ticket clients or luxury clients or premium clients is price psychology is a big factor, you know, and we never want to play in the middle. We either go super cheap or we go really expensive, you know, and that immediately we'll test this, you know. Like,
so you think I'm playing in the middle then?
Yeah, probably too cheap, but you're
too cheap. Okay, got it.
Yeah, but people die in the middle. You can make a business out of being too cheap if you're comfortable with like running around like a headless chicken and then hiring a bunch of people. But you can really scale. But to the numbers you're talking about, it becomes very easy to grasp, and when we're charging $4,500 to $6,000 a client, and that makes a lot more sense in their head to pay you that. Well, number one, they've seen that you've done it before, which you have. I mean, your stuff is amazing. So there's that, and then so the trust factor is automatically like that's solved, and then also price point. You know, it's like someone trying to sell me a Rolls Royce for $30,000. I'd be highly
skeptical. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So people don't get it until they do it. And the nice thing is I can always be wrong, but we're going to find a way to make it right by testing so many things at the same time. So it happens really quickly, right? So much of this is the wording too of what we're doing. And so one thing I do with my clients, I've worked with folks who do commercial real estate, but like in every aspect. So it's like developers, folks in real estate media as well. I've interacted with those folks. There's a lot of things that cold email is really simple, but there's a lot of moving pieces, and you get one of those things right and you crack the cold email campaign and it just works in your favor. But we're not going to get to 30K months charging 1,500 because we got to sell 20 of those a month. You know what I mean?
20 of those, that's a lot of work for me as well.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing about cold email is like I can set you up in a couple of days and you can start sending 1,000 emails a day. You know, and we get a fraction of that and a fraction of that fraction, and then we're booking you 10 calls a month. Just as an example, if your closing rate's 2%, you close 2 of those on a 5K offer, which is like the minimum I think you should be charging, to be honest. And that's at 1,000 emails a day. Like that's entry level, you know. And it takes the same amount of time to send 1,000 as it does to send 5,000. I will show you how to scrape these leads. You know, there's a reason why this offer is private, and I'll bring this back to you, is because I really want to work as close to a one-on-one with folks as possible. Directly be one-on-one, it'll be very tight-knit, however, but I'll make sure you're fine. But anyway, so you sell 4 of those or 6 of those. Now we're really where we want to be. Versus 20. Meaning if you're closing at 20, if you need 20 and you have a 20% closing rate, we're talking cold traffic now. Right? So if we're closing at 20%, which is very good, which is where I imagine you would be. I mean, you're gonna need, I don't know, 80 calls or something, some crazy number booked in. Say 30K a month, you know. So much of this, from what I gather though, is for the clients who are gonna pay you the money you want, like easily, blindly, they're out there and they want guys like you who present well. But your pricing is probably signaling, like it's probably shooting you in the foot. My thoughts, my
it makes sense.
Just my open thoughts, because the money's there. You're in LA, my friend.
yeah. I've shot $65 million homes before, so I know people have the money for it.
Yeah, and cold traffic marketing. Like I'm not going to say this happens next week, which is why I'll get more into the details of the program in a second. You know, but it's testing until it works. That's what any cold traffic marketing is. Ads, it's cold email, it's cold calling. You test it until it works. The beautiful thing is like the infrastructure cost is so low compared to anything else. But I don't think you lack anything else, but some some offer structure positioning of it, meaning like communicating it so that it's positioned as what we want it to be, a premium offer. And then you just need a real system for getting clients predictably, which is where the cold email would come in. Other than that, you're at 30 easy. But that's like for what you like. You have so much social proof. that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I have social proof, but I also compare myself to people that are in the space that are making like weekly videos with high production. They have a team of editors and getting themselves out there. They're bragging that they're charging, you know, $10,000 in Miami per video and like selling a course on the side. It's like, yeah, it looks really nice, you know, but yeah.
Is that where you want to be?
I don't know. I wanted to take this business as far as I could go with it being still manageable, but I also feel like there's a much larger reach if I can get good at cold email to start reaching out to like people within the United States to start doing all this work. And I have friends that have businesses. So I kind of thought to myself, like, does it make sense to keep going with this or use this business as a case study to then pitch my friends on cold email to then pitch other people on cold email?
Yeah, so sort of like either a marketing agency or education.
Marketing agency, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean
that's thinking way, you know,
that's it's totally fine to start positioning yourself accordingly. So that makes sense. I mean, either way, you're gonna learn the skill quite quickly, and then so much of it is just making sure that there's structure around everything we do. You know, like knowing how to just create, position, and sell a premium offer. Once you have the skill of cold email, you can just spin up an offer and launch it at any time. Like you're never going to be without the money you want. You know.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
The Spectre, right? Like I did a soft launch just to my newsletter, but I can just go scrape a bunch of agencies because this is geared towards B2B businesses, and I might just focus on agencies in a hypothetical scenario, and I just scrape a bunch of them. There's millions of them in Apollo, and I just say this is AI cold email training for agencies. It'll boost your revenue by X%, and
yeah.
So because I have that skill, and you'll get that, you'll learn that skill. I mean, you've probably already learned it through YouTube, but in a couple of weeks, side by side.
I think I learned a lot of it, but I think it'd be really fast tracking to work with you.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't say that to my own horn. I just say that because if I were to show you my profit and loss statement, it's like it'll make you throw up. You know, all the money
in a good way, right?
In a good way.
Cool.
With all the money I had spent, on the statement and stuff like that.
Right. That's
Okay. And are you against venturing outside of real estate agents to those construction companies, for example, if they're easier to find?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Construction, stagers, architects, stuff like that. I'm open to it.
Do you have a business partner, or is it just you?
Just me.
Just you. Okay. Cool. And is this your main thing, or are you working a different
main
job?
thing? Yeah, no, this is my main thing. I used to do a little bit of automotive work. Like I've worked with Ferrari, Lamborghini, all the big car companies, but they just don't. Maybe it was just my offer, but they weren't paying me what I wanted to get paid. They were just so cheap and hard to work with.
Yeah. Got you. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Mark. I'm kind of going off road for a second, but I think it's important. So I've started maybe 10 or a dozen businesses that amounted to nothing except for the most recent three. One was just an education business, educating folks on AI. And when ChatGPT first came around, made nothing significant of it. Last business was a coaching business in health and wellness, like high performance coaching, a lot of like mental stuff, borderline therapy work. And then there's this business, which is a marketing agency, very much like math-based, qualitative-based, like you let me get you clients and it makes you this much and then you pay me my cut sort of thing. Very math.
Numbers it makes sense. Yeah.
I've always had the most, I've had tremendous success in this business because not that I couldn't have had the same success in the last business, but because I realized that it's about bringing it down to the numbers, and especially when working with businesses and real estate agents who run their own book of business, I've had the most success being able to translate what I do in terms of like a numerical result. Like if you let me shoot your 4-bedroom house, for example, like previous houses we've done sold in this time, or previous houses we've done sold for this amount over at. Maybe we don't have access to that information. That's okay, but we'll find a way to tie it to some sort of numerical. That's always like the biggest. That's the thing that takes us from like a guessing game to, okay, we're going to clear X amount of money this month. We're going to clear 10K this month or 20K this month if we send this many emails, because we have it down to a science. And
Yeah.
what Spectre is about, I'll let you ask some questions in a second, is like the cold email stuff is easy. That's why my YouTube videos are there. But working very closely with folks to give their agency and what they do structure, like a very rinse and repeatable system. Like, here's our offer. This is why it's priced the way it is. This is how we justify it. Here's what we do to get people on calls. Here's what we do to warm them up before the call. Here's how we do our case studies. Here's how we include that in the cold. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
everything makes sense, not just in your head as to why you're charging this much, but to the prospects as well.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's what I've had the toughest time doing, is trying to translate my media being worth it for these prices for them. It's that's been difficult.
Yeah. Yes. So you're in the middle, because there's a price point closer to like the cheap end of the spectrum where it becomes like a no-brainer. It's like, oh, only $300 you should, yeah, sure, yeah, fine, yeah. And then you skip over to something like that almost makes you stutter, whatever that price range is or price point is. And then people start trying to justify a way to pay it. They're like, I need to know why this costs. And that happens like within 2 or 3 minutes of them on a sales call once you state the price. But then at that point, you've pulled up the deck. You're like, here are the clients we've worked with. This house sold in X time and Y time. So we relate it to take their money, right? We relate what you do to it speeding up their process, right? So perhaps their house or their listing sells faster. Maybe it's sold for a really big amount. And then we emphasize how easy we make it on them, right? So on and so forth. Like there are the copywriting is probably where I'll really have to come in and help, but we can really dial in this and then test all 3 or 4 of those messages in their own campaigns. And then, this might sound like a lot, but I promise you, I will help you out.
That's cool. Yeah, this is what I want to learn for sure.
And then that's when money, no matter what business you do, I don't really care what you do in 2 months or 3 months, you'll have this as a skill, and so get to a point where you can launch a marketing agency, fine. You know how to package premium offers. At 5K plus, you sell 2 of those, you're at 10K. Like, you can literally sit back and relax at that point. You know how to send cold emails. You already have the Instagram content done, so I'm not worried about that. And then we talk about how to market these case studies, how to really present them. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do, yeah. I don't post on there often, like old videos I used to make.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have your hands full, but if it got to the point where you wanted to really dial up the warm inbound client acquisition channels, that's something we could talk about as well. But anyway, any thoughts so far, concerns, questions before we get into more of the details?
No, I think we've gone. Yeah.
Okay. So let me go to your type form application, see if there's anything I missed. Have you had any recent success with construction companies?
I just shot for one yesterday, but that was like $750 for photos, video, and like a reel.
Yeah.
Like all super cheap stuff.
How long does that take you from start to finish?
I was there for 2 hours, and then I'll edit the video. I'll edit the video and photos myself because those are easy ones for me to edit. It'll take me about 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Okay, cool.
I just sent out a pitch to a construction company that I work with. He wanted content every single month. He wanted 22 deliverables a month, photo, video. He wanted me to come out either 4 times a month or 2 times a month. They were full day. I pitched it for $60 to $100 for 2 days a month and $7,500 for 4 days a month. And he said that was way out of his price range.
Yeah. Okay.
So
this was a construction company owner.
Construction company. Yeah. He has 17 ongoing projects right now, all new builds, new construction. So I know he's making millions of dollars, but for some reason he just didn't want to spend. So is that like a quality issue? Is that like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's difficult to say if it's just when it's just a one-off, right? Like I would ideally need a sample of like 10 people. Like we've talked to 10 construction owners, and then 5 of them said it was way out of the price range. 5 of them, and then we can accurately assess for the sake of answering your question, because I don't like to dance around things. That was my most answer. If we're not tying this back to the financial ROI, because he's a construction company owner. He buys wood or whatever he does for, tens of thousands of dollars
Yeah.
because of how much money he knows it's going to make him.
Right.
Um, so I don't know what kind of construction company owner he was or what specifically he did, like if he developed houses or I don't know, right?
New homes. Yeah.
New homes. Okay. So this is the part where we have to think really deeply about how we really affect their revenue as real estate media folks, right? I'm thinking as if I'm your teammate right now. Does it help them? Does it help them do this, like sell this faster or get new clients faster because of how we market our thing or because of the quality of our photos? Or does it help them sell at a higher price point because we pay such close attention to the details, so on and so forth? Like, this is like the marketing hat we got to put on, right? And how we tie it, to how much money they make at the end of the day. That's the only thing people care about. Business owners, does it help them make more money, save more money, or save time? Period. And we can very easily tie what you do into one of those three things. But if that wasn't mentioned, or if it wasn't framed in that way, I'm not surprised as to why you said it's too expensive. Nothing's too expensive if you know the payoff, like Spectre. When I'm marketing, or not even marketing, when I'm talking about Spectre, it's very much tied to the payoff. Like, this is what we're going to do. This is the result I want to help you get to. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I get it. Construction owners can be be the but
Yeah.
So here's a battle plan. If you were to go off on your own, this is what the battle plan I would recommend for you. Okay. I would go after construction firms.
Okay.
We're gonna do that. We would do that. You should do this in parallel. You should go after construction firms because the founders, the owners, presidents, HR folks, they're very easy to find in terms of their email addresses. It's very easy to just get a bunch, just start reaching out to them, hammering, just have that on automated, like an automated campaign.
Okay.
So that should bring you new clients. It'll take some time to warm up, the testing with the messaging, but that's fine. We can wait this out. It's worth the money. So going after construction execs, but also HR, because I don't know the point of entry for those folks too well. Real estate development companies as well. Okay, not property management companies because they just manage properties, but perhaps real estate brokerages. Maybe we can use a Google Maps scraper to scrape real estate agents and get their email addresses as well. So right there, you have about 3 or 4 different target ICPs to get, and then once we have their email addresses, we can very much model the campaigns, sort of clone the campaigns for each and just tailor individual words. So that solves your contact list problem.
Yeah.
The copy again is the easiest part, and then jack your price up. Do what you do now. I would say if I were to sit with you one-on-one, which I will if you decide to move forward, of course, once you hear everything else. What we would be focusing on really is the positioning. So we're going to jack this price up. I would recommend you to. I'm not going to force you to do anything, but just it's 30 to 50K a month, a lot faster. Like, that's, I'm not making any guarantees here, but that's within 3 to 6 months. If we just jack the price up and then we have a way to reach tens of thousands of people, one of them bought.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if we're selling at 5K, because what you do is worth 5K, and I will help you prove it to them. Plus, you're not relying on, like, if I get referred this month.
Yeah.
This becomes a lot more of a realistic scenario, and then you're hiring folks, and then so on and so forth to do the outreach on your behalf. Does that make it a reality? Does that sound?
It makes sense. Yeah.
Cool. The price is the biggest lever, though. Price is the biggest lever, but it doesn't make sense to a lot of folks because it's very much in the middle, and then it's also like it's too expensive for the cheapskates, and then it's too low for the rich folks. The rich folks don't want to go to Louis Vuitton and spend $200. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you want the Louis Vuitton clients. Analogy,
Right.
Because they're the ones that get you to 50K a month without having a team of 20.
Yeah.
Which is great.
That's what I don't want, is a team of 20.
Yeah. Nor do I.
Yeah.
Nor do I. So I would structure your business in very much a similar way that I structure mine. I live a great lifestyle and do very well. And I've never had full-time staff. Yeah. Any questions so far?
No, everything was very clear.
Right. Sounds like it makes sense. Price point.
Yeah.
Messaging, scrape leads.
I definitely think increasing the price makes sense, and it's definitely worth a try for sure.
Yeah. And the worst thing they do is, I mean, you're not going to say the price in the email. You would say it in the call. And the worst thing they do is they say no. And what you're not going to do is try and justify it. Because when we try to justify things, then it kind of takes our power away.
Yeah.
What we do, and again, I have all the time to help you with this, is leading up to the call. We have a deck that we send them with, like we wow them in the pre-call thing. Like here's the deck takes 3 to 5 minutes to make with AI. Here are the listings we've helped with that we played a direct part in selling. Like we got to move you. What you do, it has to be very closely positioned for the sale of the thing.
Okay.
Right. Because right now they just think you're the person that comes and takes the pictures, and then you're over there. You have nothing to do with the sale, but you have everything to do with clients taking interest in the sale.
Position myself closer to the sale rather than just being the photographer.
That's it. And if you wanted to do that, all you would do is in one sentence is, we did the media work for this listing that sold for X amount, or we did the media for this listing that sold in X time. That's with that one sentence, and that's copywriting 201. With that sentence, you immediately position yourself as like essential. I need that media person because whatever that media person did helped me sell this property.
Got this result.
Boom. Right. So now if that property sold X amount faster, they're like, oh, well, if I hire Mark, then
this will happen.
That's pricing psychology. That's copywriting.
Interesting. Yeah, that brings you back to the book. Yeah.
So it's those little things that I can't communicate in a YouTube, 30-minute YouTube video, that people will never understand as to how I'm able to just kind of skip or help a client skip the line. Anyway, so I hope that makes sense and kind of piques your curiosity as to what's possible, because there's a lot of folks.
Makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of folks who run real estate media businesses, I'm sure, I can't even top of mind, who are doing the numbers you want. Like 50K is like, it might feel like an aspiration right now, but I mean, I know a lot of folks making 50K. You're right there. It's just you're a price change and a positioning away from that, and then people are like, okay, we understand how Mark relates to us making money. So I hope that makes sense, my friend.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Cool. Okay. Any questions before we talk about how I might be able to help?
No, everything was very clear.
Would you be interested in getting it before I ramble?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Would you be interested in hearing about how I can help before I ramble?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So I want to understand your business very deeply, track your before and after progress, making sure you're progressing at the right pace. A lot of it is based around cold email, but a lot of it is based around business strategy as well. Like we have a whole. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Questions?
No, everything has made sense so far. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so if you were to join, if you were to join, I guess there's a better word. My price point for this was going to be 10 grand, so 9,997. I'm positioning it at 7,997. That being said, thoughts?
Yeah, it's cool. Let's do it.
Would you be able to do
You said 779?
Yeah, so 7,997.
Okay. Do you think my business can send? Well, I guess once you go through all the leads, then it's just over, right, for a couple months until a new offer.
So technically, yes. I've never had this problem because when we are looking to max out a total addressable market, we always plan ahead to scale. Like, how are we going to move? Are we going to go to a higher price, higher paying clients, bigger enterprises? Are we going outside of the niche, right? And so that's why I asked, I thought about this ahead. This is why I asked you if you're comfortable going after construction firms, real estate brokerages, things like that, because we might have to scale laterally, if not to bigger enterprises. But we figure that out, there's that's never really been an issue for me. If anything, you run out of Yeah, no, you're gonna be just fine, my friend. It might mean though that we have to look at actual companies instead of like loan real estate agents, so they're brokerages, construction
Okay.
firms, real estate development companies, so on and so forth, and go that way. But I mean, there's literally hundreds of thousands of those just in
Okay.
America. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was just thinking my market, like Los Angeles and Orange County. I wasn't thinking about other markets. But I mean, if the money's there, then
Yeah,
go
yeah,
to them, right? Like,
yeah. You're gonna be just like at the end of the day, if the market is smaller, we just send more targeted emails.
okay.
It's not you're not gonna you don't run out of like we plan we plan ahead for that kind of thing.
Okay.
It's a fair question. But at the end of the day, we would just send more targeted emails to get our conversion rate higher. And that's exactly how I would go after it. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Makes sense.
Sounds good. I appreciate you bringing that up though, because you physically go to the location. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah.
You're gonna be just fine. Any other
Awesome.
questions?
I'm really looking forward to working with you and
Likewise.
crafting everything and yeah, getting this thing going.
This is what
What's that?
this is what lights me up. Just like taking a business and just scaling it. This is really what I do for a living.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to learn everything and your process, and this is what I want to learn. I feel like I kind of got the media thing down, but I have little to no business knowledge or
Yeah. I mean, and this is number one why I wanted to take the calls myself, but number two why I'm really excited for you, because you got to 9K average a month, just swinging,
yeah,
just winging it,
yeah,
it reminds me of my AI education business. I knew nothing. This was 3 years ago. I knew nothing. Just posting content, and somehow scaled it to about 30K, just swinging, fighting.
30K a month.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. What was the offer for that?
See, that's because I was selling expensive stuff, right? So it was a $2,500 coaching offer, kind of like this, but without all the structure that you're about to have, which is crazy that people bought it anyway. But I'm not trying to jinx myself. I'm just saying.
No, yeah,
I'm saying that saying nothing about like customer support, crafting a good offer. I'm just like, I gotta sell something expensive. I could do the math at least, and
yeah,
you sell 10 of those, you're fine.
yeah.
You got two major things that we need to correct, and when we correct it, the floodgates open. Two major things that need to work in your favor, like right now. Number one, the price needs to work in your favor, like we talked about. If you get that, which I'll show you how to do in the message, like that's fine. That's why I'm here. Your life becomes way easier, and the people you start working with become a lot more competent. There's less justifying you have to do.
My best client is the one that doesn't ask any questions. She just says, "Go here, do this," and she pays, and it's great. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, have you asked her for more clients like her?
On the back end of a shoot, I'll send like a text. I did this for a while. I asked a bunch of people just for referrals and actually got a lot of people from that.
Nice.
She hasn't any referrals personally, but a lot of people that do like 300 photo video stuff for it, they have sent, which leads to, more $300 photo videos.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to be just fine, Mark. All right. You're going to be just fine. Let's get the price in your favor. There's going to be a big weight off of your shoulders real soon. I'll be honest, I don't know what the real estate market is in Q4 leading up to the holidays.
It's not good. It's considered the slow season.
Okay. Not a bad time to restructure and yeah, we're gonna be just fine. Okay, so the price needs to work in your favor, and then you need a way to just do consistent outreach. Just have that running for you. Like do a 15-minute scrape, go grab a coffee, come back to your computer, everything's set up and done. I'll help you set that up in Clay, so that's automated. Just export that spreadsheet to Smartly, send those emails, and they're gonna bite. We're gonna test until they bite. Testing I can't speak today, happens quite quickly, and you'll be just fine. But it's price. It's price and the consistent.
Okay. Price and consistency. Got it.
Yeah.
And then I could start. I don't even know if I have enough margin right now to hand these off to someone to do the lower end shoots.
Yeah.
I'll probably just phase those people out eventually and just do the higher ticket.
Yeah, they're all let's solve that problem when we get there.
Okay, yeah.
I will help you. I will help you with this stuff. This is a very holistic program here. This is not just how to type cold emails. Like we're going to get our business structure. We're going to have talks about hiring when we get you there. Hiring contractors, where to hire them. I mean, you know how to hire media personnel better than I do. But at 20K a month, at 30K a month, which is just it's like maybe 4 or 5 sales beyond what you're doing now. It's you can count that on one hand.
Yeah.
At that point, those problems become a lot easier to solve. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
You're right.
You have the money.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I'm thinking about such thin margins to get editors and stuff like that.
We'll be working side by side. I mean, through a big part of your journey. So
cool.
Any final questions?
Yeah, as far as payments, can we split it up into 2 payments? How does that work?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So we can do it monthly. So it'd be over the course of 2 months, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I actually have this written down for you.
I do want to say the mindset videos are great as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really enjoy those.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I genuinely appreciate that feedback, actually.
Yeah, I think it's just good to throw on in the background and listen to, and it kind of like keeps me in that, keeps me motivated, keeps me wanting to work, wanting to get better. Yeah, in the right frame of mind.
Awesome. Let me know if that Stripe link works and when everything goes through, so I can get you onboarded, documents, and into the program.
Okay, worked in Chrome. That was weird.
Nice.
Cool. Have you been getting better at managing time, since I assume that YouTube takes up like a crazy amount of your day?
You know what, man? It's like the idea for the video that takes the most time. The actual like writing down my notes, real easy, real easy. Like that whole thought stream of like, okay, what we're gonna talk about, real easy. But it's like, what are we gonna talk? Like, what's the idea for today? And what I'll usually do is like I have a lot of conversations like this, either with peers in my space or I'll get reached out to via email with someone who has a question from the audience or something, and I'll make a video around that. Or they said something that kind of like rubbed me in the wrong way. So I'm like, okay, I gotta make a mindset video now.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the part that takes the longest time.
It was crazy reading the Take Their Money book, because I read like half of it, and then I went back because you sent me an email or something, and I read that and I was like, oh, this is literally just copy. It was crazy to see it.
My stuff. Or Take Their Money.
Yeah, no, your stuff. I was reading the book and I went back to one of your emails, and the same structure. It's just it's copywriting.
Yeah. Oh, this went through. Sorry, I didn't even.
Went through. Okay, cool.
And the only ones that can compete with us are the multi-billion-dollar corporations. People like are the only ones that can really offer the extent of what we can offer. We can just do it at more so of a fraction of a cost.
Got it. Hey. Glad you made it.
Thanks for inviting.
Sounds good.
And being flexible.
Sounds good. Yeah, we just started, so you didn't miss much. Yeah, I was just asking about what the offer is, who you sell, what you sell, and so forth. So it's a lot of print stuff, a lot of advertising, marketing material, but
everything under the sun, man. We got it.
Yeah. Right. The best way we can what we've been doing to get a lot of clients for us is we sell the idea of just revenue generation. So, whether that's doing ads, then we'll do that. If that's a mass email campaign, we'll do that. If that's, doing a mixture of things, or that's activations on TV or whatever, that's kind of what we do. But we can do pretty much anything. The hard part for us is because it's so broad and the work is so intensive, we run out of time of booking calls because it's so labor intensive.
Right. How are you going about booking calls right now?
Right now, we're doing reaching out from our network. We are getting referrals. We do targeted cold email, but we don't do it on a mass scale. And the stuff we sell, we can charge anything we want and make money on it because we built everything ourselves. So that what we kind of are struggling with is if we're going after large retainers, which we've gotten a couple of those already, we have some very labor-intensive clients who charge a lot of money. We don't want to deallocate time to them. So we are thinking maybe we should go a more broad approach and sell itemized services that bring the cost down for us, but just sell to everybody
Right.
because everybody could use what we have.
Right. What's your best-selling offer right now?
Right now, the whole package, believe it or not. So we'll sit there and sell our entire data. We'll sell data infrastructure. We'll sell texting. We'll sell emails. We'll sell advisory, all packaged into one, and that comes out to around 400 to 500K a year. And we may do some rev share on top of that. But the big thing is, I know a lot of organizations who are in waterfall campaigns, especially if you're pulling data from Clay or from Apollo, they're not, you know what I mean? They're not really in that bracket, that price range. But, you know, if we sell a data layer, we sell a web SDK, or we sell, you know, mass email or mass texting, or sell ads, and there's a retainer, and then there's a rev share if it does well, and we use all our stuff. But that kind of thing, we can do 3, 5, 10 grand per client, and they'll stay with us because of how good we are.
Right. And these packages, these 400 to 500K worth packages, these are to the folks in your referral network?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
Okay. So have we seen any success with cold email?
Yeah. We actually got a smaller client. They were about 15 grand. They're on a yearly contract. They're a 15 grand retainer from them. That's our most recent sale that we did. We do we basically build a texting infrastructure. We do automations for them on texting. But we do a mixture of push notifications for their app and then texting. They do blue text and green text and RCS text. We do that as well. That was the most cold email that we did.
Gotcha. Cool. So it's not so much that, I mean, it's not so much that like these 400 to 500K clients, if we're just looking at lifetime value, it's not that they're not out there. They're there. Businesses exist.
Right.
It's just a lot of trust has to be built, you know. And
relationship based, where I'm looking more transactional stuff. I want something that's smaller deals. They stay with us it's month to month, but it's a recurring month to month. It's kind of what I'm looking for.
Right. And they can add up to that if we have a system. This is a much later conversation, but if there's things like upsells that we've integrated into all this, it's fine. But we won't we can throw a whole package at someone in a referral network because there's a bit of a trust factor there, and then we can sell them a whole bundle of stuff. It won't work over cold traffic for sure. Like you can pitch the SMS stuff all day as long as it's one singular offer, you know.
Yep, it can be as low as 3-4 grand, and we're profiting all of it.
Yeah.
You know, so really what it comes down, I think you can kind of pick this up. I mean, we're kind of going to throw a bunch of stuff at you, and it's going to be up to you. What do you think is going to work best so that we can have the best partnership going forward?
Right. So we're going to need to iron out. Like we can test 1, 2, 3 different offers, but like we're going to need to minimize it to 3 or less. You know, what we don't want to be doing is we're testing, just like you would test ads or cold calling. Like you don't want to be testing too many offers at the same time. So one of the main things I'm looking for is their product market fit already. And it sounds like you know, obviously you signed a 15 grand LTV client cold. It's great because if there's one of them out there, there's more.
Right.
And then my job, as is your job as market, our job as market is to scale works. You know, so there's that. That's a check. That's a check mark. You can sell to folks outside of Dallas, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. All our stuff is globally. It's globally okay. We are data compliant, so our SMS networks, our email networks, those are global networks. We can register any kind of messaging. We have relationships with the carriers. And then when it comes to the marketing stuff, we are GDPR compliant. Our data infrastructure is built in mind of being a global network. So the problem that we're running into is these people these companies, and then marketers themselves, they don't actually know when it comes to running ads. They don't know how Fortune 50 companies run ads. They just think, oh, let me go out there and run ads. And a lot of agencies run ads that way, or they'll buy audiences. What we can do is, because of the background we built our own infrastructure. What we found is the larger ticket things. It's like trying to explain what a hot dog is to someone who only eats hamburgers, right? They may understand it, but they don't really get it. And so that's kind of what we're both looking for some help to establish a trickle campaign, get some, you know, easy revenue comes in. It's transactional stuff while we keep focusing on the large deals, which clearly have a fit and work.
Yeah. So that we can kind of label that. Forgive me if I'm almost disrespecting your work, but we can label that as a PR offer, right?
We could. I mean, I'm pretty. I don't really care what we label it as in my thing. I just if it sounds better that way, and that's how we get more trickle down guys, that's fine.
Right.
Yeah, but there's nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's great. That's great. Anything that is easily recognized, like you got to assume over cold traffic that people are dumb and that they don't read. And so anytime we can throw things in like Yahoo, or we'll get you on Forbes. I'm not saying I just don't know.
We can do that if you want that. We can do it.
Yeah. They bite on that. I don't know what you're offering. Like the offer's on you guys. I'm not going to set your price here, but ideally you want to be in a place where you have an offer that you've already proven to be able to sell over cold traffic and maybe test one or two others. My job and what I'm really good at is helping you frame and structure that offer so that it invokes trust really quickly over cold traffic. The same way you guys, I don't know who between the two of you saw my ad and decided to book the call, right? Same way. And so you guys do cold traffic, we do cold traffic. We just happen to specialize in cold email, and we'll talk about the cold email strategy right now. But so far so good. Where's the company at revenue-wise right now, monthly?
Monthly, it fluctuates just based on what invoicing. Some will have net 30 invoicing for a whole year, or we'll have installments over 3 years. We'll have monthly. So I'd say between probably between 120 to 250. Just depends.
Okay.
Those are very like a small sect of clients too. It's not it's over a couple, like 5 or 6 large like corporation clients that we're running ads for, we're running data infrastructure for, we're doing a staff log for. The goal is, because of how labor intensive, like I said, the goal is to get a lot more smaller traffic people so we can start onboarding. And if we lose a client because of mistakes made, it's not our big client. It's hard to teach that. So we're doing a couple $100,000 monthly. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. And then an average client to you, if on the low end, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we're probably looking at 15K just off of like a transactional offer LTV.
No. Low, because we own everything. It can be whatever you want. I mean, the way I interpreted the ad was, you guys will kind of help figure out what's going to get the most conversions. So if you tell me 3K is going to get a lot of conversions, let's do it. If you tell me 10K is, that's fine. Like that's kind of where I'm at.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. I only ask is that if something's not broken, I'm not going to go and tamper with it. So that's great. So it sounds like the only problem here is you don't have time to get more customers.
Yeah, I don't. We're working on hiring new people, and we want to have, the way I've seen it in other agencies and stuff like that. If you have your big money making clients, so we keep those guys up, we lock them up, we put our 18 guys on there. Me and Braxton take care of most of that. What we need is a steady revenue of small clients that are coming in, so that we can use those for our new people, for trying new things, right? The other guys, they move a lot slower, so we have time to try new things, especially because we have so much we can do. It's hard to do that when you only have 5, 6, 7 clients. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And off of the cold traffic, I know I just asked you this, but just digging a bit deeper. So cold email, and then we're doing cold calling too, running ads, or?
We're running ads. Ads are doing pretty well. We haven't done cold calling. We haven't really done much cold email. I mean, you can kind of see what position we're in. That's why we're kind of reaching out. What we ideally need is a bunch of SDRs, but it's cheaper to go with an agency that handles that than hiring a bunch of SDRs and training them, which we don't have time for, and then onboarding them on new clients, which we also don't have time for. We kind of have golden handcuffs where we're great, but we need help on things that typically wouldn't matter.
Yeah, got you. And as they're going well, why not just continue scaling that? Like where are we?
Because it's the way I've seen it is, you typically have to run ads to reach somebody that we've seen with the clients that we're running.
Yeah.
An ad has to be seen by somebody 6 to 7 times before they make a decision.
Right.
The problem we have is we get a lot of qualified conversations, but the qualified conversations are a little all over the place. So that to me shows we don't have a set strategy of what we're doing. We can run ads. We're great at running ads. We can get in front of anybody, but why spend the ad spend when we can just get someone whose whole job will be to do the outreach? Sure, it's cold now, but it gives us some leeway where we can focus on what we're doing in the work, hire some other people, and free up space where, now we still have a cold outreach system in place and we can start running ads, but we have a dedicated person to it. It's all timing for us. The timing is off. So ads take a lot of time to be successful. Cold email, if someone is running that helps tremendously.
Right. So let me just make sure we're on the same page. And if this was a miscommunication, then that's totally on me. So just what we offer is cold email implementation of all the infrastructure. We do that completely. We'll get into this in a little bit, and I'll show you step by step exactly. I mean, it's all on the landing page, but so we give you all the cold email scripts and adapt them to your offer. Like we will sit down with you and do all that. We will help you scrape the leads and stuff like that. But as far as like hitting send and replying to the email responses and stuff like that, we don't do that. So that'd be between you and your team. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. So the benefit, what we're really providing is we're really good at cold email, right? So you don't have to figure out the infrastructure and wire deliverability tanks and everything up.
On that, we know all that. We're like I've done cold email campaigns, and we do mass SMS campaigns and mass cold email campaigns. the rotating the inboxes and having deliverability and all that stuff, we have all that. We also have our own dedicated IPs. We can do all that. The big thing would be figuring out copy, and then you seeing our offers. Give us some advice. What do you think? If you don't press send, that's fine. I don't think that disqualifies the call, but I think we're still somewhat aligned for sure.
Yeah. The only thing is we're not doing it, like we're not managing the campaigns. Like this goes done for you for the first half, getting it all set up, your copy. You have the exact scripts that are working right now, and we'll tailor that. We're not just going to give you like a template. Like we're going to review it with you and sit down and roll up our sleeves, right, to make sure that this actually converts. Because the offer is paid clients, so we're going to make sure that hopefully it sounds like there's a sales process already in place, and if the closing rate is rather low, we will sit down with you and talk about that. I don't think you guys are doing well, so I don't think that's an issue.
Right.
But since we're all familiar with cold email, there's 4 components that need to work. It's deliverability, it's the copy, the targeting, and then just the workflows of personalizing everything, and if you have all 3, some of the copies where okay, cool. Do you have any data on, you don't have to have this, just being thorough here, but do you have any data on like average campaign reply rates and stuff like that? Like are you hitting
Yeah. So to simplify it as best we can, we average about 1 positive reply every 25 emails.
Okay.
So, and we send, on average, we'll send between 25 and 30 emails a day, not including the warm-up emails per inbox. We haven't mass scaled it like we're going to, but we've met with other organizations who are going to run that for us, because you can kind of see we don't have time for it. I mean, doing curation, doing the due diligence on every client, doing hyper-targeted email, that's something we still do, but we send about 75 to 100 emails a day, and that alone takes 2 hours to do because we're that thorough with it.
Yeah, it's a gift and a curse. Your conversion rate will go up. Absolutely. If it's hyper-targeted, thing is we got to sit down and make it hyper-targeted, and
right.
You pick your poison,
Yeah. Our average, as of right now, as it stands, our average cost per lead, or not cost, our average value per lead that we get per conversation is around, I think, 18,000, 19,000. So if we get on the phone with somebody, or have a like what we're doing now, a Google Meet or something like that, or a Teams Meet or something, it's around 18 or 19,000 per. So
right.
That to me is a little alarming because it's very high, which is why we're trying to offset as well to much lower offers. Let's just get people in the door, and then we can, kick them to the curb if they're not a good fit.
Yeah. So who's doing it? Is it you actually sitting down and doing the cold emails?
Both of us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Every day we are, and then we have another intern that does it as well. But they work pretty locked up with us as well on that. We just don't manage a lot of inboxes. We do. I think right now we're doing 3 inboxes right now, and that's fine, right? But ideally we would set up probably 20, 30, 40 of those, and then scrape leads and do that whole thing. The problem when you do that is you can't hyper specify all of them. So maybe finding something that's more generic would be better, but we just don't know.
We're going to have that. I mean, I'm sure you want to scale the company. That's why we're here. Right? I think inevitably we always get to this crossroads where it's like we're going to have to give up some level of personalization to go a bit more broad.
Sure.
Because we can't sit down and do cold emails 2 hours a day forever. And I know we're on the same page. I know you mentioned you're thinking of getting some extra help on that. So where do you think I can help?
Well, if you don't press send, I think you could help with the copy stuff. So I think getting maybe an audit would be better for us to sit down, kind of like what we have now. We sit down, we have a conversation, we say, yep, okay, this sounds good. Here's kind of what we're looking at. Here's what our historical goals were. Here's what we did. Here's where we want to be. And another thing too, I mean, you guys do this for quite a few people. I'm sure you get some sort of results. Being able to say, hey, you guys have some offers that match this, or they're very similar. We think this would be better. I think something like that, very, very small, something that's not, it doesn't have to be very invasive, but it's very informational, I think, for both of us, because I can probably guarantee you don't have another company who can do all the things we can do. So I think it's a very, it's a good trade between both of us on the learning aspect.
I'm more than happy to do that. It's just something that I do. However, this works in parallel. So the plethora of services and offers that you provide is a beautiful thing. It can also work against you. Like, for example, completely different industry, but I'm working with a few, the AI automation stuff is big nowadays. And so I'm working with a few agency owners and helping them push that through cold traffic. And while it's like the hottest possible space you can be in, the issue they run into is they have so many different things they can provide.
Yeah.
Right. And so now it's like, reducing choice and also finding the most profitable one and the one that you can scale quickest. So,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, yes, cold email is the mechanism. That being said, the consultative piece and then just designing an offer to actually work with cold traffic frictionlessly, if that's even a word, is something that we do as well. That's encompassed into this offer. Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, with AI automations, I have a lot more background in the AI space than most would, especially the large companies we work with. We work with AI every day. I would almost say that, I mean, it definitely is. It has a lot of hype, it's hot right now. But the people buying it, they definitely probably should not be buying it just because they don't know what they don't know what it's for. I mean, why are you buying a AI cold caller or AI robocaller when that's not going to convert you anything? Well, the thing that I think would be really good for us is if those companies, which I think you can tell I have a little bit of a annoyance towards, if those companies are able to get people on cold traffic in mass and sell the dream, the things we do actually provide serious value, where it's a systematic, it helps. They have a marketing team already, it helps them enable their marketing team, their sales team can work with our marketing team. It truly is one of a kind. We have de-resolution. That's the medium of what we do. So I feel it would be beneficial to have some sort of conversation, especially using those guys as a model, because we can literally promise anything in the world and we can deliver it as well, unlike things like that.
Yeah, gotcha. So if you have to go, I should have asked this at the start, but in terms of your ideal client, I know you sell a ton of different stuff. I know you can work with a ton of different businesses. What kinds of businesses, niches, industries would you be going after?
I think B2B is the bread and butter, because it's people who are B2B marketers are actually terrible. They think a LinkedIn post and have a nice little display at a conference is gonna make them more money. But also a lot of these companies, they have a lot of turnover, because especially if they're funded, these companies, the revenue officers, the VP of growth, all that, it's very, very, it's like I said, the turnover is high, because if they don't meet their sales quotas, the sales quotas don't disappear. Whatever you didn't make, it gets added on to the next year. So it creates a sense of urgency for us, for them as well. Being able to reach the right people and the right messaging will definitely help with that. And then trying to reach them en masse would be good. But I think that would be ideal. Obviously, what we do, you can consider marketing or sales enablement or revenue growth or whatever. But also, I mean, I think that's what I'd say. I'd say B2B would be ideal. B2C is fine. It's just a much higher infrastructure load, and they don't pay as well. B2B, B2B consultancies, private equity firms, things like that, they're great because they pay a lot, and it's a less taxing infrastructure load on our end. But the results are better for them and for us. B2C is totally fine. Like I said, we have a couple clients for B2C, but an email campaign for them is 60, 80, 90,000 people on a recurring, if we're doing a newsletter, right, or they have automated emails that go out after a purchase. That's something that it's a lot more time for us to manage. The automations have to manage. With B2B, a lot of it's just prospecting, positioning, and then reaching and running ads.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. I wouldn't even want you to be going after, if we're going to really scale this thing, it's just go B2B and stick to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, cool. So I'll be straight up with you. So everything about this offer is on the landing page, every single thing. That being said, it sounds like your need here isn't it sounds like your need here is really down to some sort of auditing of the copy, and just that sort of expertise that I can offer from my end. The promise of 10 to 30 paid clients in 180 days guaranteed it will double your refund. That's probably the ad you saw. That's really for folks business owners who don't do cold email now, or if they do it, they don't do it well. And so it's like, okay, here's an already ready-made system that works, that results, and you can do cold email en masse, and rest assured it's going to convert. And we guarantee that. So it just works. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you need all that.
I mean, it'd be nice to have an extra 180 grand coming in from cold email. So let me maybe correct some things. We have the infrastructure ready to go. We have the understanding of what is deliverability, what is cold email, why do we do it, how do we get leads? We have all that. The thing I think we would be benefiting from would be giving us some sort of framework of how do y'all do it? Let's compare what we do comparatively. I mean, it doesn't even have to be show us. You can just tell us, what is it that you do? What are best practices that you do? What have you seen that works in niches that are most similar? I think you nailed it with AI automation. It's very similar to what we do. If you have advertising agencies, that's also very similar to what we do. We can make a love child between the two, and boom, now we have a great little offer. We know what we're going about. How do we change our offer from very conceptual, very long processy, large clients to let's do more transactional stuff with very low, small baby clients. That's kind of where our head's at. I think that's where we can do some sort of deal together.
Yeah, you need like one flagship standard cold traffic offer that's going to work. That's going to take the company to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like this offer that invokes trust really quickly and gets a ton of people buying.
Right.
Got it. So interesting.
Another thing, this is kind of a side note, that ad that I saw, I see so many of those ads, not from you. Yours was the first one I saw from you specifically, but I see so many of those ads promising the world. And I know we can't all deliver the world, but how good do ads like that work as far as like doing, like how many conversions can you get from an ad like that? Because we cannot do the same thing, but for marketing or for data or whatever, promise the world. Me and are cautious of doing that just because of the liability we will do, because we have to procure it as well. So if we sign a client, we're running ads and we don't hit those guarantees, right? Our guarantees have to be different, but since you're not pressing send, there's that plausible liability where you didn't do it, whatever. So it's not a big deal. How well did those ads convert with actual clients who are willing to pay?
Yeah, I mean, it converts really well. So I'll say this: if you're not doing honest business, you'll get nipped in the butt.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
You know, so this is part of why, like, even in this conversation, if I even get an inkling that I have to modify it, like, I have to tell you if this is, you know, if we can get you results or not, or else we would have gone broke, right? Yeah. That said, here so this is tomorrow, right? 177, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 calls. Each of these are worth a good 15 grand.
Okay.
Of traffic, right?
Right, and it's just from that ad, or like, do you have attributables to show, or is it just kind of in general?
This is just from the one ad, my friend.
Okay.
Right. So, of course, you know, I'm not saying like cold traffic conversion it's not warm traffic. You know, not all those are going to convert. That being said, if you can convert a good 20-25%, you're off to the races.
So let me ask this then: if you're doing that from ads, should we fuck around with cold email, or should we just do ads if we're good at it?
Are you good at ads?
Yeah, we're great at ads. We run ads for Fortune 50 companies. That's why I mean some of our clients are like companies like that's how they pay us so much.
And you can afford the ad spend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So typically, if so you're in a bit of a unique situation. Not really. It's not unique. It's just you can afford it. So for the folks who can't afford anything less than $500 a day ad spend,
yeah.
My advice is you're going to want to do ads eventually, but you should sequence it in a certain order. You should do cold email first and test the offer over cold email.
Mm-hmm. Right?
And it's the same thing. Like it's essentially the same script. It's just over an email versus an ad. And sometimes in an ad, there's a video component or a creative component. I like cold email because the feedback's immediate. You send an email, you know, as you send an email out today, you get a response by tomorrow.
Sure.
If you have $500 plus a day to run ads, just go for ads. Yeah, but like just be prepared. Like the trade-off, as you know, is you're not burning like that's 15 grand a month.
Yeah.
Right. You're not burning 15 grand a month doing cold email. That's
no.
The thing, right. So it really depends on like where your business is at financially. My job is to make sure you don't like if I were to sign you on with an engagement, number one, we'd have to fulfill, and number two, for obvious reasons. But yeah, like if you're good at ads, that's why I straight up asked you. I'm like, why don't you just scale ads? I think I asked you that.
Yeah, no, you did. I was just like, it got me thinking. That's why I'm asking again, because I kind of thought to myself, well, that's been the whole struggle. We kind of said that, like, we don't have time to do both. We have time to maybe do one. If we know for sure it's going to work, then why not try it? The problem we have is our competitors do not run ads, right? Because they have inbound RFPs. Our competitors don't. They are multi-billion-dollar companies. Everyone knows them. It's relationship-based. They have SDRs and they have AEs. We are targeting, we target small businesses, so $10 million to $80 million in revenue a year. You know, nobody runs ads to those guys for what we do.
Right.
So it's like,
I see what you mean.
Yeah. We don't like it's unknown. We don't know. Like it'd be easy if we were offering the same thing as Google, or same thing as our customers. And they run an ad. They don't run ads. They just sponsor F1 and they sponsor something else. So it's like we can't do that, but we can run some ads. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're going after companies of that size,
mm-hmm.
200 million a year.
10 to 80 million. I mean, we can do more, obviously, but
10 to 80 million a year. I would be willing to fork over a good amount of my margins, and I would hire some killer SDRs and go that way.
Well, I mean, where the hell do you find those guys? We've been trying to interview people, and they are terrible. These guys.
I wish I had the answer for you. I wish. Coming from an SDR in a past life, I wish I had an answer for you. They're far from between. That's why they're paid what they're paid.
Right.
That's like I'm not, obviously I'm here to sell you something, but I'm being like full disclosure. If this was my business, and I would have to treat yours as though it was my business, I would. Like if you have first off, if you're good at ads and you have the budget for ads, you should do ads. But if you're going after companies of 10 to 80 million, everything you're saying checks out. In that case, I would be willing to, like, yeah, we're profitable, great, cool. We keep all the money, great. But we should start to focus. We should obsess over Q1 with finding one, if not two SDRs that would be worth all this time you're spending doing this stuff. It would be worth the time to find a couple SDRs, but just work them to the bone.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your feedback. I mean,
100%.
Yeah, I'm being dead honest. You know, like it's expensive as hell, sure, but like you can an SDR, a good SDR, again coming from, I don't know if you looked me up, but they will do cold calling and emailing.
I mean, do you have references? I mean, I mean, do you have references? Do you have any referrals? We're willing to pay. We're very cash heavy right now, so for us, it really is like. We want to scale. Obviously, I think we all have that same mindset. And my thinking is if we have to do all of it eventually, why not start piece by piece? But obviously, let's allocate the best piece first, you know? So we're exploring options, but.
Have you considered working with businesses under $10 million in revenue, like 1 to 10 or half a million to 10?
We have. I just don't know what to charge those guys. I mean, they don't even know. I mean, if companies between 10 and 80 million don't even know what a hot dog is, how are companies between 1 and 10 million going to know? You know what I mean? Even though they would benefit the most, they would absolutely benefit the most from our stuff, and we can charge whatever we want. I just don't know what the price points are between 1 to 10 million. Do I charge 1,000? Do I charge 10,000? Do I charge 5,000? I don't know what to charge.
So first off, I wouldn't even get on the phone with an offer less than 5. Like we don't even speak on those numbers. Like it would have to be at least $5,000, ideally up to 10. But this deserves some further explanation. So your business is doing about, you're doing over $1 million here, easy.
Oh yeah, we're doing closer to 3. Before rev share. So like we'll have some rev share come in on the back end in 18 months from now from some of our pharmaceutical clients, and it'll boost us over a couple, like 5-6 million.
Right. There's a lot of businesses like this out there. You know, sorry. In terms of references, I wish I had some. I would give them to you. I don't have any.
That makes sense. Well, that's the thing too. Like it's like what we also go off of. I guess the hard part, the mental thing that we have to get over is the corporate clients. They sign yearly deals or 2-year deals, and so when I hear 60K, like a small deal for us would be like an extremely small deal would be like 60K a year. But these smaller companies, I can see them not wanting to sign for a yearly contract. They may want to do a month-to-month thing where we charge, I guess, $5,000, but they pay 12 months and it's just a month-to-month thing. Is that kind of how that works?
It depends. You structure it as how you see fit. Like I say, $15,000. It's not $15,000 up front. You know, it's like the Alex Hormozy gym launch thing. Like his offer was $16,000 for gym owners. They made a median of $35,000 a year, but how he structured it was $1K a week over the course of 16 weeks. But the idea is his system, which is just running ads for gyms somehow. Yeah. It makes them money. They recoup quite quickly before the 16-week period is over, right? So in terms of like you're absolutely. If you want to sign deals like that, you can do that. Just be prepared to have 2-3 call closes, and you're going to meet with the directors and blah, 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 which you're probably used to. You can still do this. However, you're not going to do like I know how we started this call, is you're not going to do them nearly in as much frequency. So I think a nice middle ground, honestly, like again, if this was my business, what I'm doing right now is $15,000 offers to cold traffic. I have this is documented on my YouTube channel. Selling $16,000 offers over cold email, right? It would just be structured like if they can't pay up front, we'll humanize it a bit and we'll break it down to 50% up front, 50% on the back end, or we can do an intro offer and then we can get to the $60,000 deal. Like we're gonna have to modify it a little bit. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know, but that's just the landscape right now. Yes, you're gonna have to go cheaper.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, all the advice is I mean, that's genuinely what we need. We need advice, and Reddit's a cesspool. I mean,
right.
So I mean, we could go out there and ask things, but I mean, it's so depressing to go out there. But yeah, no, I that makes sense. I think we need to do some ideation on that. Maybe that's part of the audit. But I think that makes sense. I think that gives us a lot to talk about and to think about. Do you
Here's
have any questions for me at all?
no. So I'm not gonna suck anything. Yeah, like I got one offer that I pushed. It does really well, but
Yeah.
it only does well if I sell it to folks who are in prime candidate for it, and you're actually too good.
I'm sorry.
Right? so yeah, like that being said, that being said, if we're gonna have to start testing, like we'd have to test, if it was me, I'm not gonna get into your business numbers, but if it was me, I'd be ready to, I'd allocate a good, I would keep doing what you're doing, and I would find an SDR.
All right.
I'm largely, I hope that you have some sort of referral system going on.
Yes, absolutely. So what we found is when people get emails from a random marketing agency, it does not, nobody cares. But when it's hyper targeted, it works. So that's kind of what we do.
Right. I understand.
It's a little weird, but it works. I don't know what to say.
Hey, if you have the patience for it, if you have the patience for it,
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll just put this out there. You're in a really fortunate position to have gotten this far off of referrals in the network. It means you have a lot of trust built, right?
Mhm.
It means you're good at building trust. It means you have offers that are great. I think there's a couple of crossroads or a couple of things that we have. Because just before I sign off, a couple of things that we have to get done. As number one, we need to narrow down an offer that we can lead with in cold traffic. That's the only way you get from where you're at now to where you want to go, regardless of what that may be. And I think we all know that.
Mhm.
Number two, it's okay, like the method of the mechanism, the vehicle for cold traffic. Do we do an SDR? Do we run ads? I think we've all agreed. So let's dumb this all the way down.
Okay.
What would you figure your return on ad spend is? You don't have to give me an exact answer. You can make something up. It's just like, you're profitable.
Oh yeah. You have no idea. That's how it is. That is the whole enchilada in the most simplistic terms, which I know is still a lot, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I would just start creating an army of SDRs. That's what I would do.
I know. And we don't get paid as much. Then we have to close more deals. You know what I mean?
Hey, you can still like, listen, like a company like Oracle has SDRs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just that's the way it goes, man.
They're still close. Like, so I was an account executive at a staffing recruitment agency. Not the same niche whatsoever, but point being, just off of a cold email, I brought their biggest deal in history. It was a company with Bear Gold, global mining company. They're Canadian actually, hiring 2 staff accountants for a three-week contract. It must have been, it was in the tens of thousands from my memory. That's the thing that made me want to start my own business, because I looked at how much I got in commission. Point being, you don't have to let me not be a party pooper. You can easily close these bigger deals if you're prepared for a longer sales process.
100%.
Yeah. So listen, here's what happens. Do you want to sell this business one day?
Not so. I have a portfolio. Here's the deal. It's a tricky question. The idea is this: we want that's what it is. In order for a business to be good, my core belief is that you have to make it good enough to be sold, because that shows people want to buy it. Whether or not we sell, it's one thing. Do I want to work every day? No. Do I hate work? Yes. But do I like being good at what I do? 100%. So it's kind of like that. Maybe we'll sell it. We're definitely in a position to sell it, even if we never do. But that's kind of where it is. So like yes and no.
Got it. And that's very fair. But ultimately that will mean you have to find another.
I dread the thought. I mean, I'm already pretty insufferable, but it's the problem too that we run into with the technical guys is they are one-dimensional. So I'm a kind of a unicorn in that sense, where I'm very, very technical, but I'm also entrepreneurial. I have community skills. I don't smell bad. I dress in hoodies every day, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You would have to find, so there's really 2 options. You would have to find another.
Yeah.
You can still sell it so long as you 2 still want to work there. But I mean, all your time, it sounds like it's being spent on fulfillment. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. A large majority of our time is fulfillment for sure. So, because our clients are huge. I mean, we have lots of revenue coming in from our clients, and they're great. Our backgrounds help that, but I always say sales fix all problems. So if I have a constant revenue stream of their transactional revenue, like they maybe we're not focused on retainers as much, but running ads is bread and butter. I mean, it's so easy because of the software we have and the infrastructure we have, where you want to run an ad, okay, we'll run it to people exactly like your target audience. No, we just created a 20,000 lookalike ad for you. That's proprietary that you can have. We don't care. We can run that. If they stay with us, fine. If they don't, fine. It's less work, less effort. They get better results because if you're not running ads and you start running ads, then you're going to have a great return. The problem we run into with the big clients is we have to sell incrementality. So we're like, hey, listen, we know you're a $1 billion company. We're not going to reinvent the wheel and give you 10x whatever you had, but we can give you 2% more of what you're doing now. And they're like, holy shit, the last guy told me 1.5, right? So yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what you're willing to give up. Like if you're not willing to give up like the fulfillment piece, if you want to be super hands-on with that, you're going to need an SDR. If you ideally and this is just God forbid, but just in case there's a health issue or something like that, like ideally you have an ops manager or something like that who can do the thing you do.
Yeah, that would be ideal. It's tough. So we're discovering different avenues, and I really appreciate you again taking the call. I hope it was worth it for both of us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Where I'll leave this off is clearly we're gonna have to do something radically different. If you can handle more, like if you got more room in your day to do more fulfillment, then you hire a salesperson. Right? If you are maxed out on the operations and fulfillment side, just look at where the bottleneck is. Like, let's not overcomplicate this. If you're profitable in ads, scale ads, just do that. Scale that to the moon. There's your sales. Might mean maybe there's a bit of an identity conflict here, and then something that says we have to go for businesses, and no, you're right. 100%. There is an identity problem. Like I don't know what we should do. Right? They don't write manuals about this. Hormozy's never put a video out about this. Not the Hormozy guy, but it's like these are the problems that no one talks about. And it's hard to fix those. Yeah, it's this is more of like the mental piece, not saying anything about your mental piece, but it's almost like where you want to go.
Exactly.
And usually there's something we're afraid of. Usually it's like, do we want to give up the nice cushion that we have right now and go back into the trenches? And that's usually there's something that I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that brings something to think about. You're in a really good space, but it's golden handcuffs for sure.
The operations part can be fixed easier than the sales piece, in our opinion, just because I know operations knows the strategy and the customer piece. So for us, we can streamline a few things, or maybe not be as thorough on a few other things, or not sell certain things that don't make more sense. We can do that, no problem. The sales part, though, is definitely difficult because more money. We also have a kickoff. So typically these companies, they take 30 to 60 days before an engagement starts. So we have plenty of time to temporary staff people to help with the workload while we get a real person. Just tough.
If you guys are in bed with, I gotta run. But if you guys are in bed with these big corporations, why are we just asking them for? Why don't we just ask them for SDRs and sales folks?
Good question. I don't know.
Or where they're switching them, and if they're just posting on job boards, that's fine. But I'm sure Braxton, you'd be able to tell me if I'm wrong, or Ethan, you too. But
the problem that these guys run into is their sales teams are dog shit too. So that's why they hire us, right? Because they think sales says it's marketing says it's sales. The pipeline for them, they're just like, well, another thing too. This is something big. Larger corporations are very they're microscoped in. So for example, we'll do a $2 million engagement, but we're working on data infrastructure. Every person we talk to is director level or principal level up. So when you ask questions like that, they're like, oh, we'll talk to Steve. But it's like, okay, well, we're not paying you to ask those questions. We're paying you to fix our problem. So it's like, the politics of it also get in the way of getting some serious advice. So
listen, I would honestly just ask, if this was do or die, what would you do? Don't answer that now. It's rhetorical, but if it was do or die, what would you do? The reason I ask that is because it's not do or die right now. It's a very cushy place, and so we have a lot of time to think about these decisions, and the more time we take, the more it's gonna, how this goes. So ultimately, Listen, the revenue's not a problem. If ads are working, scale that. Whatever you close on ads before, just do more ads until you get to a point where you can't fulfill. If it means you can't do any more $500,000 contracts or whatever, so be it. But like, there's only like shift something, if you get to a point where you want to discuss, structuring the offer for cold traffic and cold, if you think that can be of assistance, I got a little private mastermind of 20 entrepreneurs we can talk about. But I'm not gonna I don't run ads to that, I don't sell that. So you have my number.
Yeah. Well, so if you have any referrals are huge. I really appreciate the conversation. You were more than understanding. And I really appreciate, I'm glad you guys are doing really well. I'm glad the ads are working. I mean, they obviously brought me in. I'm hoping you can get a lot of me because it's going to be a lot of conversations, but I really appreciate it. You have my number as well. Please reach out. Referrals are great. You'll definitely get compensated for sure. But yeah, I'm sure I'll reach out again just for some sort of advice. And
you guys are doing well. I'm sure I'll hear about you. I'm sure I'll hear about you. So
I hope so.
I hope so.
All right, take care. Okay.
Yeah. Much.
And we'll see where we're at once we've actually done some real results and stuff like that. Because I want to just focus on getting you guys where you need to be.
I think that we're gonna close that deal on Thursday. We're gonna close it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be closed. Stephanie already has two or three candidates for that position. She's already got it squared away, so that deal's gonna be closed. But I think what you're doing is good. And that's a good company. I mean, I don't know, it's a good company, but I'm just starting to see a lot more of advertising for the company and stuff like that. So it's something that definitely is.
Yeah, that would be a juicy deal if you do close, but there'll be more.
Yeah, it would be more than juicy. So where are we as far as the number of reach outs you have now? Are you at 1,000 or 500? Or?
Yeah, so let me I'll pull up my dashboard for you. I'll pull up my dashboard for you. Let me how I share screen. I actually think you're gonna find this data really interesting. Okay. Share screen. Can you see this? Okay.
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. So to answer your question, we're at about 500 to 750 reach outs per day, but I'll tell you why this is starting to work and why I kind of like this area. So if you look at the previous campaign that I was running, this was the best campaign I had, which was generating some responses, but no real positive responses. And we both know that we went through the first week or two without any bites. And also, the volume was rather low, right? Okay. This, in comparison, is where we're at now, and why I'm just going to crank this up because we're at a 25% positive response rate, and I've removed some because it counted it incorrectly. So reply rate is slightly lower. You can see the volume has pretty much, by a lot. So this reply rate is totally fine for me. I can make this work. I can make anything over like a 0.6 work. This is what I focus on. I think in our last conversation we were speaking about solving the volume problem and solving the reply rate problem and then solving like the positive reply rate problem. So this is a reflection of that. And how I got us to start getting some bites is I switched to targeting. Right. So initially, and I was in my mental frame of being a recruiter in those days. We would try to focus on like the VP and C-suite folks, which is great. But then you're going to get a lot of people who are standoffish or high bounce rates, or you just don't get through because their spam filters are tighter because they get a ton of cold emails. We both get cold emails as founders. So what I did was I'm like, I don't know why I'm afraid to reach out to the HR folks and the talent acquisition teams. The worst thing they can do is say no. Right. And when I was a recruiter, I was calling those folks anyway. And we don't like dealing with them because we know how they are. But at the end of the day, they might be a route. They either have budget for agencies and they're willing to work with agencies or they don't. So I just shifted the targeting and cranked up the volume a little bit, not to 1,000 per day, but just a little test bump just to make sure I wasn't running into spam. Between you and I'll show you another campaign and I'll show you what the high bounce rate, how that runs a campaign. But we're at about 500 to 750 reach outs per day. And that's what allowed us to start getting those bites. So last week was pretty much one bite, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's where we're at now. So I was actually before this call adding in more leads for you. So that's what I'm up to now. We should be getting more bites this week, I fully expect. But to answer your question, increase the volume. We don't necessarily have to be, the data says, at that 1,000 emails per day, but I'd like to get as close to that as possible because the more emails we send, the more positive reply rates. The only reason I wasn't there yet is because I had to test the targeting again. Shifting that targeting to the HR folks allowed us to get more positive responses, and now we crank up the volume again. So that's the task for this week. Okay. Yeah. Any questions on that so far? Okay. Listen, if we can get, the HR folks can be a bit cranky, right? But if we can get at least two, let's just say between 1 to 3, but I'm getting closer to 2 to 3, at least for this next week, actual meetings and roles, then it's just a backwards math problem after that, right? The role you guys are meeting for on Thursday is a very senior level position. But let's just say an average role of like 100 grand, 110 grand, right? We get 5 of those. I end up setting up meetings for 3 of them, and then you get contracts for 2 of them. You're probably going to close 50% of the contracts you get. Like, it's really, really small numbers. So this could easily be, it's already a lot in pipeline per week. But I just actually want to let this play out for a few more weeks so that you can actually start closing these, and then we're gravy. So any questions, any concerns so far?
No, we get it's like companies. That company that this is called. That company there is like I went to their website and I saw what they did, and then I was like, okay, they that's a number of positions that they're working on. And it's just a matter of building that relationship with them
for sure,
and to the point where that can turn into 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 positions, and we offer totally different services for them. To make sure that they're taken care of, and to almost a true partnership. But it's not. It's a good start. It's a good start And again, I expect to see, several other opportunities like that rolling out, because like I say, it's a good start.
Yeah, for sure.
We were, as the only person that's actually doing business development and lead in the only person that's doing the business development and sales right now. That's a good start.
Yeah,
that's a really good start. I was telling Stephanie, I said, the thing is, I said we have an opportunity, to move in this thing in the right way and not just, I mean, so gotcha. But we get some companies like that one, and that can be ideal, because what happens probably is, like, I'm probably going to, at some point in time, just like take that same service that you're doing and just switch it over to my other company too. The analytics, it works for me. The analytics, and I'm like, a lot of stuff that we're doing right now, it's all what we're doing right now is all data driven, and the data is starting to show you that, hey, if I put more things out here, I change this up, I change my target, I change this, I made this budget. Not just a matter of trying to close the business.
Yeah. And you're a data guy yourself, which made it a lot easier. So thank you for that.
Yeah, 1 equals 2, 1 equals 15.
There will be a lot more. It's just the first. There will be a lot more of those.
Yeah, but I see what they're doing, and I like. I don't know the culture.
Yeah.
The first company you sent, they just want you to send resumes, and I was like, no, they're not. It's like, I just send resumes. You're gonna defeat our purpose, because retention is the key.
Yeah. No, I'm here to defend you guys and represent you guys. I won't, like, I'll do my best to schedule the meeting, but if I get a sense that they're giving me some runaround, like, I'm not going to waste your time putting you in a meeting with them. So if they're not going to bite on just a little profile snapshot, and give us that benefit of the doubt, like, I already know it's going to be a waste of your time. You guys will get upset. I'm not doing that. Like, I represent you guys, and so like this lady from scratch, she was very straight up. She saw the NPC blurb. She's like, okay, cool, let's do it this way. The other folks, you can tell they were low level bar folks.
Yeah, but you guys done good, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. With the website data traffic, my biggest concern. Wouldn't be my eye would always be on conversions, like how many actual booked meetings are you getting from whatever channel it is, whether it's myself in cold email or whether it's your own website, right? I wouldn't be I would be paying attention to the amount of time they spend on the website. That wouldn't be my final end all be all. Me personally, my priority metric would be how many of those people who come to the website are actually being converted into a call, and how can we increase that? And it might be that, like, what contributes to that might be the text on the website. I haven't checked out your website in a while. I know video sales letter helps, and we can definitely talk about that on the side. But that's what I'd be paying attention to. I only say that because people check out my website for like 10 seconds. They see if there's testimonials, case studies, they're in, they're out, kind of thing. They're at the end of the day, they're there to get what they get. If it's the case where you have a video sales letter and then they're only watching 21 seconds of it, then yeah, I'd be like, okay, that's a problem. Perhaps they just consume the text in 21 seconds. Who knows? I don't really have any actionable advice for you right now. That's where I would start my thinking, like, in me personally, because I look at the conversion rate as like a positive reply rate for cold email.
That's the thing, bro. I have no conversions.
What I will say though is, I'm not a landing page expert, but what I will do is I will do my fair share, and I will make sure that doesn't stop you.
Yeah. It doesn't stop. It gets to me. It's like, after you start. Like I tell people, I don't watch TV, I don't watch sports, so I spend most of my time trying to figure out how to build a business and build it to be a viable product where it's going to grow and be growing organically without me having to work so hard.
Yeah.
So when I'm learning stuff and I'm like, okay, what? We do what? We don't have what?
Awesome.
You'll see. But yeah, man, everything's good right now. I'm eager to see what happens this week.
Yep.
Today's the first day of the week, but I'm eager to see what happens this week, and then just keep doing what you're doing. We have a meeting on Thursday already set. We get another one set for next week or even this week, man. We good.
Cool. Yeah, I got the automatic reminders going out for her, so I rarely have no shows. She should be good for it. You guys, I know you'll be good for it.
We'll be there.
If you need anything from me, let me know. She's gonna bring up the. She might ask you about the candidate. I would say, yeah, we're just gonna check in with them, or however you guys want to approach it.
She already started reaching out. She already got two. She identified 2 candidates.
Cool. Sounds good. Other than that, yeah, I'll keep updating you pretty much every 24 to 48 hours. Every time there's a new update, like a new reply, so you guys get that immediately. All right, so I'll keep getting you guys results, and we'll talk later this week. All
right, man. Appreciate you.
I guess tell Stephanie I said hello, and thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye. Cool. I guess we shall start with who has immediate questions.
So for me, I know in a few of your YouTube videos, you talked about having accounts where you can drive traffic in a different way. How would you drive like a newsletter to on a Faceless account? Like, would you just like put it in your bio essentially, if you're on like Instagram or something, or Twitter or whatever?
Yes. I was trying to drive traffic to a newsletter, build up a newsletter, and I want to remain rather anonymous. How would I grow the newsletter? Twitter.
Okay.
Are you going to be on YouTube?
I will be. I feel like I would build a different kind of brand though.
Well, where are you going to be? Like, where's the traffic going to come from? Cold email?
No, yeah. Well, yes, cold email is like the first. That's why we're here. But then also having, like, if I did multiple channels, is that like weird? Like, one is for cold email and the other one's for like maybe like a different type of niche. Oh, okay. Well, I solved my question on that one. But if it was Faceless on YouTube, how would that work?
Just don't show your face. So let me not be that guy. So Just voiceovers. Just voiceovers. Just voiceovers. So you'd be surprised as to how well the simple stuff works. So I did my thing off of reading off of like Word docs and Notion docs and like slides. All I would do the exact same thing and it would work pretty much just as well. I just wouldn't show my face in the little circle.
You know, I was traveling last night and I was driving and I was like typing these as I was driving while listening to a podcast. Clearly I could have thought about this a little more.
Okay. So much of opening ourselves up to receiving our blessings is dumbing things down. Like what would the really bare bones version of what we're trying to do, like the version that takes absolutely little thinking. You know, but the more time we spend thinking about, I'm so guilty of this. This is why I can speak on it. Like the more time we spend thinking about something, exponentially, like it's like an exponential loss of advancement. There's a better way to say that. Point being, do what I do. But if you're reading off, if you're gonna, so the newsletter is the middle of the funnel. So we got to bring people from the top of the funnel. So from some, down to the newsletter. Right, so it's like, okay, so which channels? It can be multiple. So I was getting like the moment you feel like things have to be done certain ways, the moment you are forking out all the revenue you could be making. I was just having this conversation 2 hours ago. Yeah, so I'm like, I'll make some TikTok. I'll be in the season of making some TikToks. If I never want to show my face, I could just be on Twitter. It's just as well, Or we just do YouTube, but it'll just be same thing, same style, same exactly what I'm doing now. I just turn off my webcam and just go like this and just talk about what I'm doing in cold email. And that's it, right? And just put the link in the newsletter description in the bio. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah.
Appreciate that. I think definitely overthinking on that one. So.
That's all right. Most people don't have the level of self-awareness to realize that it's simpler than we think. So they try and as the moment it gets complicated, they try and solve it, rather than realizing you don't have to play that game anyway. Nothing to solve. So they go in circles. So the self-awareness you have, continue to lean into it. It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. Cool. What else?
And I dumbed this down to yes or no, but I probably could answer myself. Should I be writing or practicing copy every day?
You should retake their money over and over again.
Definitely. Yeah.
There's 2 books. There's a few books that will put money in your pocket, actually. They all claim to. Take Their Money is one of them.
I know that book says to write copy every day, or at least for like 10 days.
Binge it. Yeah, just binge it. So that book in itself is like a whole landing page. Like the rules he's teaching, he's using it to make the book. So like where he's like, oh, big, easy, anybody can do it, fast, like those copyright rules. So he's typing out the book with those things. It's like Inception. I don't know if I word that properly, but when you read it, when you look for it and you read it from top to bottom again, you're like, oh, like this is why the book is so good, because it's actually just copywriting itself. So he's not writing a book teaching you how to copyright. He's using he's using his own principles line by line to keep it up, right? So it's genius. That like 80-something page PDF will teach you more about copywriting than anything. And just reading it over and over again is a binge. Yeah. So I started making my YouTube video. Like you hang around people long enough, you start to speak like them. You read that book long enough, you start to just naturally start typing like that. So my YouTube videos start converting better, and I can speak like that right now, but I'm not trying to force. I'm not trying to do the thing, but it becomes rather natural. So that book will make you a lot of money. $100 million offers will make you a lot of money. Spin selling, but honestly, the first 2.
For sure. Okay. Perfect.
What else you got?
I think last question. And again, I was writing this as I was driving, which I probably shouldn't have, but as you were teaching yourself to start to focus, I know you said you just kind of cut things off as far as like social media and everything. So I understand that. But when you're focusing and you're like, you see yourself kind of veering off, do you just like pick up a book? Do you go for a walk? Like, what's your like way to get back aligned, but not affect your work if you're really like kind of zoning out a little bit?
Great question. So the brain's not a muscle, but it behaves like it is sometimes. And like, when you're working out and like you can get your most reps in the first sets, and then the last few sets it starts to die off, and your muscles get tired, right? Your brain gets tired. It's weird. It's not a muscle, but it gets tired. don't know why that is. Not a neurosurgeon, whatever they're called. Anyway, so a lot of this is learning how to. So when you're done, you're done. Let me start by saying that. But when you're done, there's no like bring yourself back. You
Mhm.
can usually go for longer than you think.
Mhm.
Usually, when you think you're done, you still got a few more reps in you, but you still got a few more 25-minute work sessions in you, but a good 3 or 4 of them.
Yep.
Right? And you got to train yourself to, just like it's one more rep in the gym, it's like one more 25 minutes. And just get one of these. Do you have one of these?
Mhm.
Do you use them?
Yeah, I see. I saw that in the top of the course. I need to get it actually.
Get one of these. Are like $5 to, I don't know, 10 bucks, $5, $10 on
Okay.
Amazon. So we measure our focus. So we measure our strength in the gym by how much we can lift, right? Or how much time. We measure our focus with our brain by how long we can do or only think about one thing or be on one thought train, like the duration of time. Right?
Mhm.
Meditation too, like the duration of time you can spend just focusing on your breath without veering off. Right? So when I have veered off, it's also like, well, why did I veer off? Is it because I'm genuinely tired and done? In that case, then we should stop working. But this is only, this is only going to happen when it's like, for me, when it's like 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. I know that I'm starting to wean down. So this is my last few reps that I got to force myself back into.
Mhm.
First few hours of the day, granted, I don't work a 9 to 5, but I know that they're going to be my best hours. Nothing happened. Like I don't talk to them. I don't touch my phone. Nothing. Yeah, like I had to be intentional about training my brain. I'm still doing it.
Yeah.
You don't get like, you don't hit a max strength and then you're like, okay, I'm the strongest I'll ever. No, it's like you keep going to the gym to craft your body or whatever physique, right? Same way with your mind. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but your brain will lie to you. It'll be the first thing that'll lie to you, and it'll be like, yeah, we're distracted. When I'm distracted, or when I can't focus. So the reason why this thing is so powerful is because I know I can do 25 minutes.
Mhm.
Like all of us in here can focus for 25 minutes. Right. So if we're not done until the thing beeps. Otherwise, we know our brain's lying to us. Right. So use one of these. Use one of these and go for a walk for 5 minutes and then come back and then do it again. When it beeps, go for a 5-minute walk, get a coffee, whatever it is, and come back and do it again for 25 minutes. Just keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that. After about 2 or 3 days, like you'll focus like it's nothing. What was your original question?
Yeah, how did you kind of get yourself to like continue to focus outside of being on like social media? So I think you definitely answered the question.
Yeah, social media is the devil. It's not like, it doesn't make succeed easy. It's like that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have probably a little bit more of a comment, and I would love your thoughts on it. There's this like Alex Hermosi. One of my questions that I was going to ask you before was surrounding trading time for money. And I think we might have had a conversation about like how like even for Spectre, like how would you like scale that? And that's your business and everything. But like for someone like myself, scaling and like trading time for money. Anywho, there's like an Alex Hermosi kind of like video that he has that I watched it for the second time last night. I watched it for the first or heard it for the first time. And it really was, I could share the link with everyone since we're down here, but he really was just talking about how we live in time. So there's no way to not have like time not be part of like how you are fulfilling for someone or for whoever. And you just have to make it not be something you're dreading, like you said. So I was like, okay. So it was like a whole loop-de-loop way to say like set the price that you want, that you feel like you're actually worth to. So when you are doing the work, you're not like dreading it because you're like, dang, I should have charged more, if that makes sense. So I don't know. That was something that was kind of in the back of my mind, just about even further down the line in entrepreneurship and not just with where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to shout out you and say thanks for just beating that like same situation, even when I wanted to deviate a little bit based on just getting case studies. So
yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. There's so many things that come to mind. So I was listening to the audiobook, but Alex Hormozzi's new book, $100 Million Money Models. So I fall asleep how I read is I fall asleep to the books and then I wake up to the books. I just, when I wake up, I try and backtrack to where dozed off and just do that until I can done the book. And a lot of that book is foundational stuff, but it's also more advanced stuff. But I was thinking, like, if someone reads this and tries to implement this is in parallel with what you're saying, by the way. This is not like to negate what you're saying. But I'm getting somewhere with this. Because you asked me about like scaling, right? Or you commented on scale. I could be making so much more money with Spectre and stuff like that, and I will be quite soon. But also, it's like I could be doing, like, in money models, he talks about like upsells and downsells and, you know, giveaways and stuff like that, like how to really maximize the most amount of money you get out of each client or customer you serve. Scaling, time spent, maximizing the amount of money you get per time spent or hour spent with a person. And like, yeah, I could really, it's gonna sound crazy, but I could really squeeze the juice out of everybody. I've been scale or everybody in Spectre. I could. I could, and then two things happen. The first thing is there's usually a bigger play than what we're thinking about, you know. And I'll leave that there. There's usually a bigger play. And also, I was like, if like a new beginner person tries to implement all these upsells and downsells, like they're not going to go anywhere. They're gonna get stuck. It's so okay. So sometimes the answer to scaling is just doing one thing. So like, for example, Spectre. If I'm going to scale Spectre, which is what I'm doing right now, is I'm just going to run ads, sell people one thing. No more upsells or downsells done. We're just focus on one piece of the business, get as much profit there as possible. No recurring revenue, none of this XYZ stuff, right? Get the one part right. Get the lead generation of the client acquisition right. But sometimes it's just about sometimes it's like the capacity in which I do things. Like I like the proximity I have to everyone, and I like not squeezing money out of people sometimes, and you know, perfecting the program so that people actually move forward and get results before I actually throw upsells and downsells and stuff like that at people, you know. And it can scale. Oh yeah, business is like it's like karate. It's like, you know, you probably get a lot further in karate or taekwondo by learning one punch or one kick really well versus like trying to learn all these different combos and stuff like that. And that's what like the $100 million money models thing is. Hey Gio. Or that's like, you know, we think about how to not trade time for money, and sometimes you'll be the most profitable by just charging a really high fee and just selling your time. Yeah. Hey Gio, happy New Year, my friend. Welcome back.
Ooh, happy New Year's, everyone.
Yes. Happy New Year's. Welcome. Cool. Gio, did you have any immediate questions?
I mean, I can wait. I actually don't got an immediate question.
Okay.
Got just like two quick ones.
Yeah, go ahead if you have them ready. We're just having banter right now.
Oh, it was just. Oh, okay, perfect. It was just about like running like client campaigns. So, in one of your videos, you mentioned that like a good size for like running a client campaign is probably like 1,000 emails a day. Is that just like an overall, just like a one size fits all, or is that something that you usually scale up or scale down depending on either the clients, like their ICP and TAM, or how fast they want the results?
Typically, like on the low end, I'm shooting for a 750 to 1,000 out the gate. Like first campaign, like that's what I'm prepping for. Is I'm scraping the amount of leads necessary and putting them up in Smart Lead and just having a rough idea. So okay, this will last me for the duration of the week. I'll probably average out about somewhere close to 750 to 1,000 emails a day. That's where we get. So the volume gives us data. The volume gives us data faster, right? So it allows me to see in that first week of launch. All right, we have a deliverability problem. Like I can tell right away. Or with 750 to 1,000 emails a day, I'd be able to tell on day one. All right, we have a deliverability problem, or we have a apply rate problem, or we have a positive apply rate problem, and something needs to be changed. But like I want that feedback faster. That's really the primary reason. And of course, reaching out to as many people as possible. But it's a double benefit there. So if I don't really get the success rate I want, I actually get the feedback faster, and I know how to pivot because I know that client meeting is coming next Monday, and I want to be able to tell them something, you know. So the volume, and in the best case scenario, I mean, we get a bite, but it's because we sent 1,000 or 750 emails. Yes, I'm shooting for that number for everyone. Yeah, I'm not taking anybody. This is very important. I'm not taking on anybody. I'm not sending them a proposal or anything if I think their time is too small. I wouldn't be able to get the results, and I would tell them that straight up. But this also factors into who we reach out to in the first place, you know. So with consulting, like, you know, the management consultants we're talking about now, or the recruitment agencies, you're not going to have a TAM that's too small, unless it's like recruitment. Like, ask me if in doubt, but unless it's recruitment agencies for like executive search firms in Dallas, for example, like that's a small pool. There's only so many C-level folks in Dallas, you know, or oil oil and gas recruitment firm, I wouldn't do that. You know, but by and large, recruitment agencies, marketing agencies, management consultants, it's the total addressable market is rather large. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And that actually goes into my next question about the actual like the customer's offer statement. So let's say that, you know, you're sending these, you know, 750, 1,000, maybe even go up to 1,500, depending on how good everything is. Like, how do you go about, let's say if you see like the offer state's not working, or they just have a remarkably like weak offer, how do you go about consulting them to be like, hey, this, to be frank, this is ass. We should probably work on this. So is that something that you talk to the client, or like what do you do to like propose a better offer?
Great question. So I'm not taking them on unless there's product market fit, unless their offer already works. That's the first thing out the gate. So recruitment agency, I know their offer is always the same. It's just I'll sell you the candidate, right? Like you had an open job. Here's the candidate. Pay me my finder's fee. Like it's a very standard offer. It's like lead and deal generation. They're not going to. The offers are the math works itself out. You know. So if like where it gets complicated is like the when the offer is very niche or custom. That's when it gets tough. That's when we're starting from scratch every single time. Recruitment agencies, management consulting firms that it might take a bit of crafting, but still you have a lot easier time. There's something that's very custom. Now, again, recruitment agencies, I have ample scripts you can just use that have closed for some of these folks. That being said, if I am in a place where I do have to consult on the offer, honesty is always the best policy. When they exchange money to you, there's a form of trust there, kind of like how you all exchanged money with me. There's a form of trust there, right? And so lean into that and play the consultant role, right? I have calls recorded from some of my clients on YouTube, which you can go back and just watch. I'm not saying you have to, but the way I am with them is a lot like I'm in here. It's not like I know better or know less, but it's just like, hey, Joshua, I'm just looking out for you here. What I probably recommend is we should probably do some work on refining this offer a little bit. What I mean by that is the offer is great. However, from my personal experience or from what I'm seeing, more trust needs to be built. And how I think we can do that is maybe removing the retainer aspect and doing it as like an upfront one-time fee, right? And like I can help you with this, but it would like your intention of just looking out for them, that will come through in the way you communicate and your words. So it's not like you got to watch your words. If you mean well, it'll come off as you mean well, and they'll be receptive to it. If you're trying to do the whole thing where it's like I know better than you and your business sucks and your offers suck and shut your business down, they'll feel that, you will have no problem with that, Gio. I can tell you that right now. But be honest in what you see.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right, that was it. That was perfect. I appreciate it, sir. That's the only questions I had.
Great question. If you want to know what that looks like in an actual practical sense, then I would say, yeah, check out one of my YouTube videos. If you just go on my channel and type in like live client call or whatever it is, there's a couple of them on there. But I mean, the way you present now, Gio, is just fine. Yeah. Cool. I've never. I haven't found myself in that situation, partially because picking the right niches has saved me. Right. I would have found myself in that situation, or yeah, no, it was never an offer problem. It was never an offer problem, thankfully. Yeah, thankfully. There was one time where I was going to. His name's Phil. Phil is in Cincinnati, or Ohio. He's a dinosaur. He must have been born in the 30s or 40s. He's an accountant. I can probably pull this up in Smartly. And so he's a bookkeeper. So I thought it was a great idea to run a campaign to bookkeepers. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's just for solo bookkeepers. It can be tough. So Phil only works with clients in Cincinnati. And there's only so many folks who want to save money on their taxes at any given time in Cincinnati. And Phil doesn't use Zoom or Google Meets. He only uses his phone, so this would be long distance calls. And his website looks like it was made in 1999. Yeah. So I would be sending emails on behalf of Phil, and then they'd be checking out Phil's website, and they see this thing looks like Minecraft. It looks like Windows 99, and there's no trust there. So small TAM, and that would probably have to make up some offers like, hey, we'll help you with your taxes, or are you looking for a full-time accountant, or we have to play around with the pitch. But that's a clear example of something I wouldn't have been able to get results for. Yeah. Cool. I know that's beyond your question, Gio, but that just reminded me of that situation.
No, that was perfect. So you said like that's the kind of what I was hinting at. It's like what, like for example, some people's websites really were built like in the 80s. So is that something that you just kind of like, if you try and you're like, well, look, your website is literally your like weakest link. Like I can try, but there's no fixing it unless that discrepancy is kind of fixed.
Yeah, don't I remember his exact website, so I'm not share my screen. Don't if it's stopping you, if you so I can confidently say all of you that 5 business like you. If you feel, and you should get the inkling that is stopping you from getting results or hindering the results you should be getting, it is your duty to communicate that. How I would do this though is I wouldn't make accusations. I'd probably say something like, "Hey, do you have any access to your website analytics?" Only reason I ask is because I'm just curious what the conversions are like here. Like, we haven't booked any calls, or maybe we booked 1 or 2. I'm not sure it's the scenario, but I'm just curious to see if you've been getting an increase in website traffic. Right. So instead of making the accusation, I start to see if we can get some data to back up my intuition, like this inkling I have. Right. Is it their website? It probably is if they're getting a bunch of website traffic and then they're not getting any calls booked. So I ask a question instead of making the accusation, just to see if we can get some data to back this up. And if they're not willing to, if they don't have access to their website analytics, I say, okay, I recommend you get that. Straight up. You should probably do that because Gio, as well as I do, that they're going to the website. They are. So that's, but yeah, if you have an inclination, it's probably true, and just investigate by asking questions. If they're not willing to, they will give you the data, but if they're not willing, then that's the beginning of the end of a client relationship that was probably never meant to be. Gio, did that answer your question? Did I give you some clarity? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Other than that, you guys have any other pressing questions before the banter?
Yes, I've got one.
Go ahead.
So I took your advice and I upgraded my scaled mail plan from the bottom one, so I can send 1,000 a day also. Luckily, they're almost warmed up. They're like 90% done. So this Christmas period was helpful for that. Do you reckon I should add those emails to the current campaign that I've paused, like starting this coming week?
How many emails can you send with the current batch? Not the new one, the current batch. Per day.
It's about 500. I think it's about half
per day.
Yeah.
Definitely gets to the point.
Weekends.
Get to the point where you add enough to where you can send at least 1,000.
Okay.
Try and send like, top it out at maybe four emails a day per inbox out of the 5, and see where that gets you total per day. You know what? Sorry, let me just simplify this. 1,000 emails a day. Add as many inboxes as you need to send 1,000 emails per day. That'll be priority, okay? And then if you have some inboxes on reserve, keep them on reserve, meaning just keep them on warm up. Don't include them in your current campaigns, because then we'll swap them in if we start to feel like there's some certain kind of reply rate dip, deliverability thing happening. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. It's 1,000 divided by 5, so 200 inboxes, something like that. You would have? Am I tripping? I'm probably tripping.
I currently have 74.
Oh, you have Google ones in there too, right?
Yeah, that's split.
My bad. Okay. My bad. How many? I'll let you do the math. It's not as complicated as I'm probably making it out to be, but just get to the point where you can send 1,000 emails a day. And then whatever inboxes you have to spare, just keep them on reserve. Cool. Let me know if you need help with that. I'll roll my sleeves and help you out.
So quick question, Pablo. When do you start counting the 90-day engagement? Do you start from the day of the contract or from the day you start the campaigns?
The day of the contract. Funny, I never thought about this, but it would be the day of the contract.
Okay. Then second question, payment gateways. What do you use? Stripe?
Yeah.
Stripe is notorious for like freezing funds. How do you get around that?
I haven't had, funny, we're talking about this right now. You will get to the point, like Stripe will be on you. I can't speak to this with as much honesty as I'd like to, because they've never been on me. But from what I've heard, they'll be on your neck if there's a lot of disputes.
Oh, if people are like they pay me and they come, if I get chargebacks, basically.
Yeah, and if you get enough of those, again, I haven't had this problem, so I don't know how accurate what I'm saying is, but from what I've heard, if you get enough of those, that's when Stripe will hold your funds until they figure out what's going on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that being said, yeah, and I haven't had that problem. I didn't process that many transactions You know, yeah. So we're considering WAP just simply because there's more options to pay. You have like pay. What is it? Pay now, buy now, pay later. What that's called?
Mhm.
That thing. Those things like that are built into WAP. And so I'm not sponsored by WAP. I don't know how good it is, but they have more options to pay. You can pay in crypto and stuff like that and blah blah. But yeah, just try it. Just try it.
Okay. All right. Ever heard of pen basis or something like that? Okay. All right. I think strike. That's fine.
Yeah, it's just, I'm just the most familiar with it. People are the most. It's just easy. Send invoices if you need to. Yeah, nobody's scared of it. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse's the newest member of the team. By the way, Jesse has an agency and he has clients. Jesse, I want to expose too much to your business, but Jesse has clients, and Jesse has been through the weeds of like the first. How long has it been, Jesse? 3 months?
Yeah, 3 months.
Yeah, the weeds of the first 3 months and getting clients and stuff like that. And so he can probably speak to a lot of this stuff as well. But just thought I'd put you on the spot, Jesse, and celebrate you a little bit.
Right on. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Cool. Other than that, sounds like you guys are all good. Nothing's broken. My regret was not setting. My regret was set my goals too low. Like when you are dead serious about hitting your goals, you hit them. And then your regret becomes not setting your goals high enough because you realize you could have hit them all. You know, if you're not trying hard enough, your regret at the end of the year becomes, I'm not trying hard enough. I know I could have gone harder. But if you truly try your best, then your regret at the end of the year becomes not setting your goals high enough. So now, if you know that you take yourself seriously and you try your best, and you give things like a real shot, set your goals 10 times higher than you think. Because if your intention is to take this nice G-Wagon, go on and go left, you're going to naturally go left. If your intention is to go right, you're going to naturally go right. If your intention is to go faster, you're going to naturally go faster. If your intention is to slow down and drive carefully, you're going to drive carefully. If your intention is to hit $300,000 a month every single month, you're probably going to do it. If not, you're going to be well on your way. You know, intention is a effort. You know, yeah. Anyway, I don't know where that came from. That's pretty useful. But anyway, questions, notes, comments. Sorry, one more thing. Business is like, I made this analogy, but please let this marinate. It's a skill. It's a set of skills. It's just like wrestling, or it's just like, I don't know, judo or MMA, something like that. It's just like same things apply, right? Like there's the marketing skill set that's like your striking. There's offer creation and client experience and fulfillment. That's like wrestling. Like these are, you know. And right now we're in Sunday sparring, Sunday MMA class, right? But approach business with that same discipline. Like read about these concepts. You know, ask questions when you're watching. Like just know that you can get better, and that if you invest in this in that same way, you won't get dumber. And the only difference between you and the you that makes $300,000 a month is just skill level. They're up to like brown belt now instead of like, oh, that's it. You know, and Alex Ramosi did a couple. Like he won a couple of Olympic championships. Like it's that, you know. But it's very much scientific. It's just business is the only thing. It's one of the only sports where people wrap their ego into it, and they're like, well, it's supposed to go this way. Like I want my marketing page to have this color scheme, and so like just make the money. You know, no one's like, I want my fighting style to be like flamboyant. No, knock the dude out. Right? Yeah, cool. Alex Ramosi's gym launch. I'm using him because he's just the top of my example. His landing page for gym launch, you can still look it up. It was the most bare bones thing ever. It was like, gym owners, click here to download free case study with a big purple button. He made like $50 million off the landing page. You think mine is garbage? Business scale? Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of money to be made, guys. Go take it, and then do good work for people, and then take their money, and then do good work, but like take their money. So the book of this program is called "Take Their Money." All right, guys. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Thanks, Pablo.
Oh, Pablo, sorry. One more thing. Definitely okay to start sending tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah. Keep me posted if you need me. Okay.
Okay. Will do. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. But the main thing is we want to do the math on all levels. So the math of how many emails we need to send.
Exactly.
which I'm sure you have a good idea of, and then the math on how many offers we need to sell. Oh, sorry, there's people trying to get in here. The math on the number of emails we need to send, and the math on how many of our offer we need to sell. Hang on, in order to hit this 10K in MRR. So you're almost.
Sorry, I was saying hi.
Or you're almost halfway there. So yours should be pretty exactly how I would answer it. Okay. Hey, Andy.
Oh, hey.
Cool. So if you take a look at this, I'm just helping give Rashad a quick action plan, and then yeah, we'll dive into your thing. So you have one of these, Rashad.
Is it sales predicted? No, I don't have any idea about this.
I'll give you mine. A friend of mine made this, but I have a better one. But I'll give you this just for now.
Okay.
So this is the cold email math. Cool. He built this one kind of funny, but so essentially we want to make sure that we're sending enough emails. So this also goes into our conversation about making sure that we have enough people to reach out to, right? So like the staffing and recruitment people, sub niches within B2B SaaS, so on and so forth. So the first thing I would do, and you probably have already done this, is go to we're going to go through all these niches by the time we're done. You know, we would have reached out to most of them, but I would really work at this one right here. I'd really work sub niches within this. So fintech, marketing tech. I wouldn't be married to any one niche, but like we talked about in our original conversation, I would try and stick between 1 to 2 months. Okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is the math. So let's just say, let me just remind myself how he built this. So everybody gets at least 2 emails. This is 1%, 10,000 people. Great, cool. Let's just take this down to 15. Let's take this down to 20. Let's take it down to 20. All right, we're probably at 25 here. Cool. All right. So 10,000 people. So we want to definitely reach out to more. 20,000. All right. So let's just say we're selling an offer of your offer's priced out what right now? It's 2,500, right? Around there?
Yeah, 2,000 to 2,500. Yeah.
Right. And it's 50-50, right? 50 up front, 50.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. So what I would do is exactly what I would do. By the way, you guys will have Rashad, you'll have access to this call recording. Okay. If you want to review it again. So this is the rough cold email math. I'm trying to be conservative here. You might even go 0.8%, something like that. But you reach out to 20,000 people. Everybody gets 2 emails. Right? So this is the number of leads right here. Cool. So in terms of number of emails you send, you multiply this by 2. But this just gives me an idea of like, okay, how many leads I have to get ready to scrape, right? So in total, between staffing and recruitment, between let's just say sub niches and B2B SaaS, like when I'm looking at Apollo, I'm probably going to be scraping about 20,000 people, maybe a bit more, because after the time we're done filtering and click, and we go through the validated email addresses, it reduces down to something like this, maybe even 15,000. But this is just the rough math, right? I'm just trying to get an idea of the rough math, right? I'm trying to get an idea of the rough math. It never works out exactly how we planned it, of course, but we just want some general direction, right? So that's the main thing. So the last thing we want to do is be sending emails with no direction. We want to have an idea. So ideally, I want to be reaching out to, if we have 20 sending days in a month, then this is about 1,000 people a day, which means we're going to need the necessary amount of inboxes, right? Do you have enough infrastructure inboxes to reach out to send 1,000 emails a day?
I think, yeah, I can arrange that. Like normally I've been relying on Google Workspace inboxes, but recently I just added Microsoft inboxes too. So yeah.
Sounds good. Of course, we can talk further on that, okay? But ideally, like this comes back to the idea of sending 1,000 emails a day. This is where I like to be, or where I like to get everybody in this group. Like they typically start maybe around 500 emails a day. Then they progress to about 750, and then they get to the 1,000. It just has to, as people get comfortable with the scraping and so on and so forth, right? But ideally, if you have 20 sending days in 1 month, so Monday to Friday, 4 weeks, you're looking at, if you want to hit 10K MRR, ideally, the base level thing you want to do is be sending about 1,000 emails a day. Okay. That's the main thing. Expect to close 1 new deal a month. Okay. So if you want to, now ideally, if you have an offer of $2,500 or more, if I wanted to hit 10K MRR, I would probably do $3,000. I'd probably even do $4,000, right? One thing I'm going to implement into this program within the next 48 hours is the exact exact sales script, sales process, give you guys Gamma docs and tell you when to share your screen, how to present your offer, exactly what to say when you're saying the price. Like I'm really going to beef up the sales module between today and tomorrow. Okay. So you guys will know exactly what questions to ask, in what order, exactly what I say to handle object. Like you'll get the exact blueprint. Cool. So when you say your price, it'll make sense to the other person. Right. So if you're closing one person, this is rough, right? But this means that I probably want to up my price, increase my price from $2,500 to $4,000, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to ask for $2,000 up front, and that's fine because these people have money. It's just they need to understand the value, right?
Right.
They all have business credit cards. I promise you that. You know.
Exactly.
So they will. So let's do $4,000 up front. It's $2,000 deposit to move forward today. I'll give you the exact language, and then it'll be like $500 per deliverable as we go. So it'll be like, let's say we got to get them four clients, or whatever it is, 4 or 5 clients, or meetings or whatever the promise is. We'll break it down so that you don't have to complete all 5 to get the other $2,000. You get it as you go. Cool.
Exactly.
Right. So you'll need to sell. If you're at $4,000 and you get $2,000 up front, or let's even say $2,500 up front, I'll help you with the pricing. The point being is we want to be, you're probably collecting an infrastructure fee, right? Are you or no?
Infrastructure fee, no. Like
No.
it's just included.
No problem. Okay. So if that's included, got it. Okay. Yeah, I would do $2,500 on the front end. Like you already have experience. Do you have case studies?
I just posted a YouTube video, if you can see, like, just give me a second. Actually, it's not a real case study, but he was a friend and he just did it for us, and it's really good.
Okay.
It's this one right here.
Okay. I'll check that out. Give me a second. It's opening. You'll try testing number 1. Today's beautiful. It's an interview. Great. Awesome.
Right.
Beautiful. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. That's great. Okay. So in that case, yeah, it depends on what your offers and what you're promising them, which we can talk about more on this call.
Exactly.
In a few minutes from now. But yeah, I would charge a $4,000 offer, and I sell 2 of those a month, and I would be sending at least 1,000 emails a day, probably more, given your infrastructure. I would just I'll tell you what copy to use, but it's in the program, but I'll guide you to it. I would do $4,000. I'll help you structure this offer, but it's gonna be $2,500 up front, and then it's gonna be the other $2,500 on performance. Oh, he left. Did you leave, Michelle? They got accidentally booted out.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, no problem. $2,500 up front, $2,500 on performance. And then I would go beyond cold email. I do LinkedIn as well.
Okay.
And I take the exact cold email scripts that I'm sending, the same copy, and just paste that in LinkedIn DMs. Have you used LinkedIn Sales Navigator?
Yeah.
Okay. You should be able to get a free. I know your free trial might have expired. They typically give like a free trial up front. Either way.
But I know some resellers, they can provide it to me.
Okay. Either way, you don't even need the Sales Navigator, but like I would be reaching out to the same niches that I would be reaching out to with cold email. Same niches, but with LinkedIn, just the founders. Your connection cut out. There you go.
Yeah.
Founders, owners, CEOs, same niches.
Just
same niches, right?
Okay.
Send at least, it's on the low end, 10 to 20 LinkedIn DMs per day. Same copy as cold email. Let me know. I can guide you on the copy that's working well right now. Send at least 1,000 emails a day. Volume of outreach is your number 1 determining factor to hit 10K MRR, followed by pricing, followed by your fulfillment, but the deposit is non-refundable, non-negotiable.
Got it.
Cool. So 10K MRR is 2.5 deals at 4K. Plus
sort of back end existing clients. I will help you this week. I know I'm typing this out. I'll help you, maybe for your notes. I'll help you this week on the actual hit. Exactly how to go through the sales call flawlessly. Again, LinkedIn and cold email. Don't be married to cold email right now if your goal is speed. Cool.
Exactly. Got it.
Right, cool. So that should answer your question about offer. Positioning, target, action plan, offer. I might give you some more advice on this in terms of what exactly to deliver, but from what I remember, what are you promising them? How many meetings? What time?
Okay, so like till now, it was very jumbled, right? A lot of times we are promising like up to 15 meetings, but we are able to get them like 2 to 3 or something like that.
Yeah, I would do no more than 5 right now. I will help you communicate the offer, but that I'll show you how to use this on the call.
Okay.
I promise, like the next 48 hours. But I mean, it's probably not going to work on screen sharing, or maybe because it's broken. But
Got it.
yeah, it's helping them understand that, like anything, like if we're promising 5 meetings, it sounds small until they understand what the lifetime value of this stuff is. You know, and then if they can't understand that, then they're just not very intelligent, and we shouldn't be working with them.
Exactly.
This is not working for me. It's probably frozen. Cool. 5. If you're doing staffing or recruitment, I mean, these guys are like 20 grand at minimum. Their closing rate. But I mean, we just asked them what their closing rate is. Right, setup fee. Even that's low, but like,
right.
Yeah. It's not 5 meetings, Mr. and Mrs. Client. If you can close at the rate you say you can, it's 15 grand in profit for this initial engagement, you know. And that's just the math. Right. Like, yeah, we can talk about this all day, but the numbers speak for themselves. You know. Anyway, I'll give you the exact wording on how to present that in a call, and when to share your screen, and how to go through this very systematically so that you can rehearse this, because you'll need to. But I wouldn't go any more than 5 meetings. It's not that the 5 meetings is small. It's we just have to help them understand the value, because people are very short-sighted and they can't see what this means for them in terms of revenue. So we'll help communicate that to them. Okay, but that's exactly what I would do. That's exactly what I did do. I would raise my price, and then I do way more outreach than I think I need to. Right, and in order to do that, I mean, I can't fall in love with any certain niche right now. We literally can't afford it. You know, we got to be everywhere. We got to be on the cold email. We got to be on LinkedIn. Really help with the case study. I would also do some more internal case studies too. So I talk about any campaigns that you ran that maybe didn't go well and how you overcame certain things. If you were ever having deliverability issues, or how, like, whatever it might be, if you ever had a campaign that did really well relatively, you know, it can be 20% positive reply rate, but maybe you used to get no positive replies. So you can be like, how we increased our positive reply rate from 0 to 20%. A 10-minute video just scrolling through a Notion doc or a Gamma doc, kind of like I do. That stuff counts just as much for social proof, but that's a really good case study. I hope that's on your website. You should send that to people before your calls too, but I'll help you guys. I'm going to clone my exact sales process to you guys the next day or so. Cool. Cool. I'll tell you exactly the emails to send leading up to the call, how to get your call to prepare. So you will be just fine. I promise you that. But I hope that gives you some clarity. Okay.
Right. And there's one last question from my side. Let's say I believe I'm not worthy enough sometimes to charge like 4K or something. Is it because I have been targeting like let's say like till date I was targeting people, or let's say companies having less than 20 employees or something. So what's the sweet spot where you're booking the most amount of clients paying like 3K or 4K or something like that in terms of revenue they are doing or number of employees they do have?
Yeah, for 3 to 4K.
Yep.
Okay. If I knew the exact answer, my friend, I would tell you, but I don't. Like, I wouldn't bother with any company under 7 employees.
Okay.
I wouldn't even, unless I'm doing like 100% performance based.
Right.
But if I want to get paid up front, I'm going after, at the very least, 7 employees headcount. Cool.
Got it.
Yeah, if you want to charge higher prices, you must accept that you will get a fraction of the leads, like a fraction of the responses. So little responses that it'll make you nervous. You will always get more selling fewer units, but charging a higher price, right? Part of my goal in this program, and this will take time. I'm not going to rush you guys. You're moving at a good pace. Part of my goal is to get you guys comfortable charging higher prices, and I'll give you the wording. Sometimes it's just the wording of, okay, how do we say it? How do we frame it so that they understand and they say yes? But for right now, to answer your question directly, yeah, go 7 employees, cap it at, you don't even have to cap it, but no less than 7 employees.
Got it.
You'll be fine at that point. Like if they have the money to pay 7 employees, think about it.
Got it.
You know, that would be a very safe targeting strategy. Cool. Awesome. I hope that gives you some clarity, but we'll continue to talk in the school group. Okay.
Sure.
Awesome. By the way, guys, this is Rashab. Rashab is the newest member of the family. Him and Ryan. So Rashab runs an agency, and he's doing pretty well for himself, and we're just here to help him scale. Cool. All right.
I already messaged like Dominic. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good. But yeah, Rashad, as always, if you have any questions, feel free to post in the group, just like you did. Tag me, and I promise I answer a lot faster. I don't typically take a whole day to get back to people. It's a really busy week. That's not an excuse, but we are going to get some more support so that we can help you get your question answered as soon as possible. Cool.
Got it.
Awesome.